Translator born to be. What is this? Long Chen looked at the object blankly. It was a small bone with many lines carved into it. The bone was slightly translucent and emitted odd fluctuations. It's a strange thing we obtained from one of the Xuan beasts we cut down. Through a soul search, we learned it's a secret communication tool of the Xuan beasts. If this bone is activated, it can search the surroundings to see if there are any Xuan beasts nearby. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, if you take it, you'll be able to gain some information. When many Xuan beasts gather in one place, there's a higher chance of there being treasures. You can activate this bone with spiritual strength to search for the nearby Xuan beasts, however. It requires a special technique to use it to communicate with them, and that technique was guarded by spiritual restrictions, so we couldn't learn it. We were planning on throwing away this bone because we didn't want the Xuan beasts to attack us, but I feel like someone like you doesn't fear that, said Wang Mao. Long Chen naturally wouldn't fear it. He didn't even know how many Xuan beasts he had slain, so he had no misgivings. He directly accepted the bone. Telling them to be safe, he set off in the direction they had pointed out. The yin-yang world was huge, unimaginably huge. However, leaving was not difficult. When the second group of experts had entered, they had come in through several large gates. Several channels had appeared between the yin-yang world and the martial heaven continent, and it was possible to come and go through those gates. Anyone in the soul transformation realm could go through them as they pleased. However, that was only the case while the yang side of the yin-yang world was facing the martial heaven continent. When the yin side started turning over, they had to immediately leave, or they would never be able to leave again. Long Chen saw a few experts carefully searching the land as he rushed over. He ignored them, going straight to his target. The high mountains gradually became plains. Short trees appeared as well as mist ahead. Long Chen's lips curled up slightly. He seemed to have come to a realization. The yin-yang world's treasures were all protected by formations to block others from gathering them. The blue-eye peacock's nest had been like that, and the mysterious egg's location had also been like that. This place was the same. There had to be many restrictions inside. As expected, once he got closer, the mist blocked his divine sense. He didn't dare to continue flying. He landed, walking steadily on the ground. Just as he approached the mist, he saw a corpse ahead. It was a mangled mess as if it had been cut by 1,000 blades. It was beyond recognition. Not even his Yuan spirit could escape. Long Chen saw a ball of black qi on this person's forehead. His Yuan spirit had been destroyed within his mind sea. This person was a rank 7 celestial. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. In the dangerous yin-yang world, even Empyreans had no guarantee of safety. Rank 9 celestials were dancing on the tip of a blade. They could lose their lives at any moment. For a rank 7 celestial to also come here, their chances of surviving were minuscule. However, Long Chen had no intention of laughing at this person. He just felt a bit bad inside. This world was just so cruel. Without resources, without a powerful background, the only thing you could do was risk your life. There truly were existences that could soar from nothing, but the odds were constantly against them. Risking their lives to create miracles, the person who succeeded would have their name shake the world, but the millions of others who did the same but failed would not be remembered. No one wanted to throw their life away, but sometimes there was nothing that could be done. Everyone wanted to live with dignity, everyone had dreams, and everyone had things that they wanted to protect. There was no high or low when it came to lives, noble or lowly. It could only be said that the cultivation world was just this cruel. Long Chen tore apart the ground, burying this person. Folklore said that people needed the earth to be at peace, and only then could they enter reincarnation. Those whose corpses were left in the wild would become lonely ghosts forced into a miserable existence. Long Chen had never believed in that kind of supernatural thing, but he did believe in dust to dust, earth to earth. People ate the earth's seed and would return to the earth when things were over. It could also be considered a kind of reincarnation, another kind of continuance to life. Long Chen had just taken a few steps past the corpse when a tender vine lying amongst the grass suddenly snaked around Long Chen's leg. Thorns on the vine stabbed into his leg like a viper injecting its poison. At the same time, countless vines shot out at him from the surroundings. Long Chen coldly stared at the vine twisting around his leg. Those thorns were stabbing into him as hard as they could, but they couldn't injure him. His leg was covered in green dragon scales. The thorns couldn't break his defense. Long Chen's arm shook ever so slightly, and a burst of power erupted, blowing away all the vines twining around him. "Get out here," Long Chen stamped on the ground, causing the earth to crumble. A large figure appeared, looking like a giant ginseng. Around it were tree demons with countless roots attacking Long Chen. With a single pointing of his finger, a lightning sword pierced its body. That pile of tree demons instantly withered. Continuing onward, he saw another corpse in less than a mile. However, he didn't bother with this one as it belonged to the corrupt path. As he continued forward, the ground continued to split open. Tree demons came out and attacked him, but his footsteps didn't pause. His lightning blade slashed repeatedly, destroying the tree demons. After the tree demons were slain, they all quickly withered away, transforming into nothingness in just a few breaths. More and more tree demons appeared as he went deeper. They weren't particularly strong, most being around the level of 10th rank magical beasts. However, there were many of them, and they attempted to stab him with their toxic thorns. They could have a fatal danger to ordinary celestials, but they were nothing to Long Chen. He couldn't even count how many of the tree demons he killed. In any case, after 2 hours, the tree demons were still continuing to wildly assault him, as if they didn't have brains of their own and didn't know fear. Slashing his saber once more, he cleaned up the tree demons ahead of him and saw light. The endless tree demons stopped. Instead, he saw a world of birdsong and flowers ahead. The air was filled with a fresh and clean flavor, invigorating him. It was like he had just had a good sleep. However, that was just on the surface. Right in front of him was a corpse. It was a red-robed man from the corrupt path. He was peacefully lying there as if he was asleep. He still had a satisfied and intoxicated smile, but he would never wake from this sleep. "Break!" Long Chen suddenly shouted. The beautiful world around him suddenly changed as his spiritual strength erupted. A large and imposing mountain range appeared. These mountains each had a large tree on top of them. They were like beautiful pavilions. Each one of their leaves emitted a dreamlike haze. The traps really come one by one. Long Chen shook his head. That disciple had charged his way through the battles with the tree demons to see a beautiful world. As soon as he relaxed, his mind was invaded by the illusions, and he died without even realizing it. Those leaves on the trees had a strange rune on them that emitted the dreamlike haze. As soon as you looked at them, you would feel sleepy. Even having unleashed his powerful spiritual strength and breaking the illusion, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. Those ancient trees gave him a sense of immense danger. He slowly advanced. Passing mountain after mountain, he chose a random path that winded around them. Only midway through did he realize that these mountains had a formation protecting them. Each mountain had a formation covering it, and the core of the formation was the tree at the top. A translucent barrier could be seen covering each of the mountains, and starlight sparkled on top of the barriers. Each sparkle was a formation rune, which was actually the exact same as the runes on the leaves. It couldn't be that all the formations are linked, right? Seeing the unending mountains with a tree on top of each, Long Chen couldn't help gasping. He felt like his guess was correct. These strange runes and the formations had made this world sink into a special rhythm. It was like the tide, pushing and pulling. There was definitely a connection between them all. He carefully advanced. After passing by a few more mountains, he suddenly noticed a strange flower growing on top of one of the mountains. That flower was very strange. It had 7 leaves that looked very similar to dandelion leaves. The 6 petals were in 3 groups of 2, each pair looking like butterfly wings fluttering. Bursts of fragrance came from it. "It's the butterfly wing dragon bone mandara." Long Chen let out a startled cry spontaneously. After shouting it, he actually came to a blank pause. "I recognize this flower and know it's a treasure, but I don't know its use. What does that mean?" His intuition was telling him that the butterfly wing dragon bone mandara should be used for refining pills, but he didn't know what pill. Were his pill's sovereign memories incomplete? Well, there was nothing he could do about that, and he had no time. He would first get the flower before anything else, but how was he supposed to get it? With the formation protecting it, he couldn't directly pluck it. He then roamed around the mountains before his eyes suddenly lit up. His luck had finally taken a turn for the better. He found that there was another butterfly wing dragon bone mandara that was growing outside the formation. It wasn't behind the barrier. It was on the very edge. Long Chen carefully crept over. Taking out a jade shovel, he lightly scooped it out of the ground along with its roots. Delighted, he was about to put it away when a sharp ray of sword chi slashed toward the back of his head. Chapter 1854, Heavenly Fate Expert. Translator Born to Be. The sharp attack came without the slightest warning. Only once it was about to strike him did Long Chen sense it. His attacker was definitely very powerful. With a cold snort, Long Chen didn't even look back. Lightning runes appeared, and it was like he was suddenly yanked away. He appeared further away. The sharp sword chi struck the barrier, causing the barrier's runes to quiver intensely. Countless runes surged toward the strange tree at the top. That tree suddenly rocked, its leaves emitting rays of divine light that shot toward the attacker. Not only that, but the surrounding mountains, formations also lit up. It was like a chain reaction, and rays of light shot out mercilessly from all directions. Fuck, Long Chen cursed inside. Those light rays were including Long Chen in their range. He didn't even have time to dodge. Countless light rays shot their way at him, their sharpness causing goosebumps to creep over his skin. But fortunately, they were focused on the other person. When the light rays faded, Long Chen looked around. Everything had gone back to normal. As for that person, he had vanished. There wasn't the slightest trace of his existence left. There was no corpse, not even a bloodstain. How vicious! Long Chen clicked his tongue. This formation was truly terrifying. Let alone a soul transformation expert, even a nether passage expert would probably have died. Just now, he hadn't gotten a good look at who had attacked him, but based on their abilities to sneak up on him so well, they had to be a powerful expert and might have been amongst the first wave of experts to be sent in. However, even an expert on this level was killed by this formation without being able to make a sound. Long Chen blessed his luck that he hadn't tried to snatch anything from behind the barriers. Just now, he really had been thinking about doing so. Looking at the results, though, he abandoned that idea. He put away the butterfly-winged dragon bone Mandara. Just one was enough with the primal chaos space. He could breed as many of them as he needed. Although he didn't know how to use them, his intuition was telling him that it was a priceless treasure. It seemed this place was a private garden that was protected by a grand formation. This place definitely has a master, but who is it? Long Chen was filled with suspicions. If all of this belonged to someone, then why wouldn't they have actual people defending the treasures? Just relying on formations wasn't very reliable. Continuing onward, he saw that some of the mountains didn't have formations protecting them. However, there were also no precious medicines growing within them. It seemed that they had already been gathered. As he went onward, he felt like he was in a maze. All the mountains were almost identical. It was all too easy to get lost. Long Chen left his own specific spiritual marks as he advanced, so at the very least, he could retreat. Radiant Fire Flower, 7-star Primordial Yang Grass, 4-claw Heavenly South Star. Fuck, I can see them but can't get at them. Long Chen's heart was dripping blood. Although he had gained a few outliers on the edges of the mountains, the majority were locked behind the barriers. All of you just wait, sooner or later you'll be mine. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This was the only way for him to comfort himself. Suddenly, some light fluctuations drew his attention. He immediately began rushing over in that direction. However, within this place, he couldn't go in a straight line. He had no choice but to detour around the mountains. As he got closer, the fluctuations grew clearer. People were fighting, but their fighting fluctuations were suppressed. You should just stop. Within this place, you aren't a match for me. Obediently surrender and I won't harm a hair on your head. A man's voice rang out. His voice was very gentle but calculating, as if everything that had happened was within his expectations. He was advising someone, but his tone was unquestionable. This voice was foreign to Long Chen, and he couldn't help being curious who would be so brazen as to fight here. If he touched the formations, he would be annihilated. The Martial Heaven Alliance has never offended Heavenly Fate Island. Are you not afraid of the Martial Heaven Alliance's army crashing down on your Heavenly Fate Island? Demanded a woman, her voice full of righteous indignation. Long Chen was startled. This voice belonged to Yi Lingshan. Hiding his aura, Long Chen slowly got closer. Passing a mountain, he finally saw a somewhat spacious mountain valley, but it was only 10 miles wide. This mountain valley was the only space in the surroundings that wasn't protected by a formation. Within it was a woman with a sword fighting a man. The man had cyan robes and wore his hair in a Taoist-esque topknot. He was wielding a strange weapon. It looked like a sword but had no blade or tip. It was a ruler covered in various runes as well as meticulous marks of tiny scales. Neither of them had activated their manifestations, nor did they dare to go all out here. All their power was focused within their weapons. What surprised Long Chen was that the man's strange ruler seemed to be able to predict the future. Each time, His moves would block Yi Lingshan's attacks before she could fully unleash them. Each time she tried to attack, he would easily resolve it. As for when he attacked, his attack would always catch her off guard. Yi Lingshan was clearly at a disadvantage. His strange ruler was blocking Yi Lingshan's attacks perfectly. It was like he was playing around. The Martial Heaven Alliance. Do you think it's the old unstoppable alliance? When Jianing went into seclusion, the Martial Heaven Alliance's interior was infiltrated by outsiders. On the surface, it looks like 20% of the righteous path has left the Martial Heaven Alliance, but there's over 30% of people who have adopted a wait-and-see approach. For a single Long Chen, Jianing has become enemies with the rest of the world. Her stubbornness has brought a calamity to the Martial Heaven Alliance, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves fighting for the Martial Heaven Alliance just because Jianing insists on protecting Long Chen. I guarantee that as long as she doesn't expel Long Chen, more and more people will leave the Martial Heaven Alliance, until it finally completely fractures. As long as the proportion of people who want to leave surpasses a third, the equilibrium of the Martial Heaven Alliance will be shattered. We're already not far from that number. The Martial Heaven Alliance's destruction is an unstoppable trend. My Heavenly Fate Island has already read that this is the will of the heavens. The destiny of the Martial Heaven Alliance has come to an end, so I'd advise you to surrender while you can, or death will be the only thing left for you. The man's words weren't wrong. The righteous path's hearts had never been united. They constantly schemed and fought amongst themselves. The Martial Heaven Alliance was not a sect, but a force of all the righteous path sects to resist the corrupt path. When the Martial Heaven Alliance had first been formed, it had been because the righteous path's experts and sects had been like sand. Each individual could be easily picked off and suppressed by the other large powers, let alone the corrupt path's sneak attacks. In the face of a mortal crisis, the righteous path had united into an alliance. This alliance had been on an unprecedented scale. All the righteous path's disciples had been united, and the Martial Heaven Alliance had instantly leaped to become the largest alliance on the Martial Heaven continent. Its position was something that no one could rattle. Now, however, people seem to have forgotten why the Martial Heaven Alliance had been established, as well as the dark times the righteous path had experienced back then. They had also forgotten the history of how the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the Xuanhuan beasts had almost caused the righteous path to be destroyed. It was a typical case of forgetting about the injury once the scab healed. Many clever people fell victim to their own smarts. They thought that the change of the era would cause the state of the world to completely transform, and they wanted to get as much out of this new era as possible. They wanted to rise in the world. However, they had overlooked the fact that those who weren't on their side could be harboring ulterior motives. Their allies might be peaceful now, but that was a facade. In the future, when they finally bared their fangs, it would be too late. Yi Lingshan originally hadn't known about all of this because Jianing hadn't told her. However, she had asked Long Chen about it, and Long Chen had already told her about how he had seen through the false faces of the righteous path a long time ago. As a result, she didn't place her hopes on them. Now, hearing this person's words, Yi Lingshan clenched her teeth angrily. Heavenly Fate Island is definitely behind this. You're the one sowing dissension, you bastards. Ha, sowing dissension is the specialty of Pill Valley. As for Heavenly Fate Island, we just follow the will of the heavens. I'll tell you the truth. Having entered the yin-yang world, Long Chen will never be able to return to the Martial Heaven continent. There will no longer be a Long Chen in the Martial Heaven continent. As for you, if you surrender, you'll have a high position. You can join us. As long as you condemn Jianing for some evil deeds and help us topple the Martial Heaven Alliance, we will give you the alliance to lead. There will be no need for Jianing to die first. You can become the alliance head right now. How is that? Asked the man from Heavenly Fate Island. As if, I Yi Lingshan will not betray my master even if I have to die, raged Yi Lingshan. These people were really sinister. They actually wanted Yi Lingshan, Jianing's most important disciple, to betray her. If she went through with that, it would be the final nail in the coffin for the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their morale would plummet, and they would really fracture. All right, then I'll have to settle for the next best thing. Once I kill you and give your head to Jianing, I'll see if her temper really is as explosive as the stories say. Maybe she'll directly start a war, haha, laughed the man. However, his laughter was interrupted by an icy voice. How about I cut your head off instead and gift it to the master of Heavenly Fate Island? Chapter 1855, The Ancestor of Conning. Translator, born to be. That Heavenly Fate Island disciple thought that victory was in his grasp, that everything was in his control, but when he heard that voice, his expression completely changed. He slowly turned around. Long Chen. His voice shuddered. Behind him was the person he had wanted to avoid the most. Long Chen was slowly walking over to him with a cold smile. Yi Lingshan was ecstatic to see Long Chen, but she shouted, "Be careful. This person is a master of calculations. Every move is within his expectations." This warning came from her own experience. This disciple had wielded his ruler while forming seals with his other hand, clearly constantly performing calculations. He was able to calculate, attack, and speak all at once. That had fully shocked Yi Lingshan. She felt profoundly helpless against him. It was like they were playing chess, but each of her moves landed her further in his trap. There was no way for her to beat him. Furthermore, in this location, there was no way for her to go all out. She could only use technique to win, but she was being read like a book. She had never felt so powerless. That feeling of having power but not being able to use it was hateful. Heavenly Fate Island's experts could not be judged according to just power. Their fighting style was absolutely bizarre, and it made others feel like they had no hope of victory. A master of calculations. Long Chen still had a faint smile. If he really was a master of calculations, he wouldn't have entered the yin-yang world. You've been fooled. At most, he is a dabbler. Long Chen refused to believe this person could fight while calculating the opponent's next move. Even if there was someone capable of such a feat, it was definitely not someone like the person before him. In battle, 1,000 changes could occur in a second. By the time he calculated the result of one move, he'd already be dead. So Long Chen refused to believe this person could be powerful to that extent. "It's true," exclaimed Yi Lingshan. "It's all right, I'll expose his scam." Long Chen suddenly stepped forward, a sword appearing in his hand. After that, a cold light calmly slashed toward the Heavenly Fate Island disciple. "HMPH, Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Let me experience your moves to see if you are really as amazing as the legends say." The disciple's ruler slashed out at a diagonal angle. It just so happened to be Yi Lingshan's weakest spot, and she instinctively dodged. Missing Yi Lingshan, his ruler spun to strike Long Chen's saber. It looked coincidental, but it was an absolutely perfect move. This kind of technique was definitely not normal. He managed to force back Yi Lingshan and block Long Chen's sword just like that, as if everything was within his calculations. The marks on his ruler lit up, and a portion of Long Chen's power was stripped away as if it had landed on cotton, making Long Chen feel like he couldn't unleash his power. "Oh, this is a bit interesting. Lingshan, get back. I'll exchange a few more blows with him." Long Chen was slightly surprised. It seemed he had underestimated this person. This one move of his was inconceivably perfect. It was not something that could be explained with common sense. Long Chen repeatedly attacked, using a different move each time, but that disciple blocked him every time. Sometimes, he would also take advantage of an opening to attack with his ruler, aiming for Long Chen's vitals. Although this Heavenly Fate Island disciple had not unleashed his Heavenly Tao manifestation, his aura was very powerful, and his attacks were sharp. Although he couldn't compare to the likes of Zai Luo and true immortal Jioki, he was definitely the strongest existence below that level. Someone on his level was definitely worth being sent in by a nether passage expert in advance. "All your techniques are within my control. All your secrets are in plain sight to me. In front of me, you have no chance of victory. This is all you have," sneered the Heavenly Fate Island disciple. Yi Lingshan grew more and more nervous. She clenched her sword. Even Long Chen's techniques were well within this disciple's calculations. She prepared herself to interfere when Long Chen was in danger. Although that would damage his reputation, now wasn't the time to care about that. This disciple from Heavenly Fate Island was too strange. "When it comes to conning people, I was born on a completely different level from you. I've used 19 different techniques now, and you've blocked me 19 times and counterattacked 3 times. Your moves are quite varied, but your legs are like blocks of wood, and your waist is as clumsy as a pig. That's not how someone fights with power. Your so-called calculations are nothing more than you recording your opponent's moves and transmitting them to your divine item, this strange ruler. Your ruler automatically blocks and attacks for you. Does that have the slightest thing to do with your calculations? Who do you think you're trying to trick?" sneered Long Chen. "Nonsense!" The disciple cursed angrily at Long Chen's words. Hearing this, Yi Lingshan was shocked. It was like a flash of lightning had appeared in her mind. She seemed to grasp something. Before this, she hadn't noticed, but now she found that this disciple's movements truly seemed to lack some synergy between his arms and legs. A normal person wouldn't see anything odd, but Yi Lingshan had experienced more than her fair share of battles. She was able to tell that this disciple wasn't using power from his legs or waist. That truly didn't make sense. No matter what technique someone used, they had to store up power to unleash it. Power always came from the feet, or the attack would be as light as a feather. This disciple wasn't fighting with his whole body, but he was still able to unleash quite a bit of power. That was strange. Was it all his divine item? Yilingshan didn't quite believe it. This isn't nonsense. Based on my years of conning and experience protecting myself from scams, I can see the special runes on your ruler. It has most likely recorded all the techniques and counters of the continent. As long as you show it what move your opponent is doing, the ruler will automatically come up with the most effective method to block it. This ruler is like an abacus, calculating the opponent's techniques. Heavenly Fate Island really comes up with some interesting things. You actually have something like this to scam others. However, this thing has a fatal weakness, said Long Chen. Bastard, don't talk rubbish, you are courting death, raged the disciple. His ruler began to shine as its runes lit up. Its power soared. What? Are you afraid of me exposing Heavenly Fate Island's scam? You might be able to con others, but you can't con me because I'm the ancestor of conning people. Since you refuse to accept the truth, I'll show you your ruler's greatest weak spot. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Then just as suddenly, he spat at the disciple's face. This disciple had never imagined that Long Chen would do something like that. His ruler quivered and then actually became still. That disciple instinctively turned his head to dodge Long Chen's spit, but this action moved his face right into the path of a large hand. Long Chen's left hand slapped him across the face. His skin split open and blood flew. Right after the slap, Long Chen kicked him in the crotch, and a strange sound rang out. It was almost like the sound of an egg being crushed. "Oh yeah." A heartrending cry came from the disciple. He collapsed to the ground. His divine item was about to flee when Long Chen grabbed it. He then tossed it into the primal chaos space. Boom! The ruler actually fought within the primal chaos space. It exploded. It wasn't that it self-detonated, but that the primal chaos bead had annihilated it. No one could go against the primal chaos bead's will within the primal chaos space. If it didn't submit, then the primal chaos bead would automatically destroy it. Even Long Chen couldn't stop it. Idiot! Long Chen shook his head. He wasn't scolding the disciple but the divine item. For it to go against the primal chaos bead, it had been courting death. Yilingshan covered her mouth, filled with disbelief. Even with her combat experience, she was stunned by this. This powerful and bizarre Heavenly Fate Island disciple had been handled just like this. A spit and a slap was all it took. Looking at the disciple groaning on the ground, she noticed that his legs had grown longer. Well, more accurately, the place where his legs split had gone up now. Long Chen's kick had truly been vicious. The pain from that place was something that even Heavenly Tao energy couldn't suppress. He was rolling on the ground, crying in pain. Long Chen's foot stamped on his chest. The sounds of a dying pig came to a sudden stop. The world became silent. All right, stop singing. I'm sure singing for so long takes it out of you as well. Let's get to business. Long Chen squatted down, looking at this disciple of Heavenly Fate Island. Chapter 1856, Ants Climbing a Tree. Translator, Born to Be. To the side, Yilingshan felt like she was dreaming. Even seeing that Heavenly Fate Island disciple lying there, she still couldn't quite believe it. Long Chen kicked the disciple, saying, "You said that sowing dissension is Pill Valley's specialty. So are you saying that the main culprit behind targeting the Martial Heaven Alliance is Pill Valley, while you are just accomplices?" I didn't say anything. That disciple's face had distorted from the pain. It was definitely the only spot no man could endure being struck. Not only that, but Long Chen had sealed his meridians so he couldn't block the pain with his spiritual yuan, let alone fight back. "Oh, not bad. You have some guts. To tell you the truth, I really like people with guts," praised Long Chen. "It just so happens that I'm looking for someone with bigger guts than me. I get particularly excited seeing a tough guy like you. Thank you for giving me such a chance. I hope I'll get to personally witness a courageous hero be born." What are you thinking of doing? Don't get any crazy thoughts. I, Luo Tianji, am one of Heavenly Fate Island's 4 Fate Princes. If you touch a single hair on my head, That Luo Tianji hadn't even finished speaking when Long Chen reached out and yanked a bunch of his hair out. Even part of his scalp was torn off. Yilingshan jumped. Long Chen's actions were too sudden. Just now he had been smiling so brightly. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you saying? If I touch a single hair on your head, what will happen? It couldn't be that you'll kill me for that, right? Gosh, wouldn't I have just provoked a calamity then? Asked Long Chen, feigning surprise. Yi Lingshan was speechless. How could a peerless expert like Long Chen look like a bandit now? However, Luo Tianji's previous actions had made it so that she felt no pity for him. Long Chen was helping her relieve her hate. As expected, evil people were best handled by evil people. Luo Tianji finally revealed some expression of fear. He recalled how Long Chen was said to never submit to threats. It was due to that character that he had enemies on all sides. For Luo Tianji to have threatened Long Chen now, he could only blame himself. He finally felt fear because he had heard that Long Chen was vicious and ruthless. There was nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. What are the 4 Fate Princes? I've never heard of them, demanded Long Chen. Did this fool think that he could threaten him in his current position? Before Luo Tianji could answer, Yi Lingshan explained. The 4 Fate Princes are the top disciples of Heavenly Fate Island. The island master will eventually pick one of them to be his heir. In other words, one of the 4 of them will eventually become the new island master. I heard that all of them have abandoned their true names, instead taking on the name of Tianji and using their master's surname as their surname. Since he's called Luo Tianji, his master should also be surnamed Luo. To raise a disciple on the level of the Fate Princes, his master should be on the level of the Grand Elders, with a cultivation base in the Nether Passage realm. My master isn't just a Nether Passage expert, he's the Vice Island Master. He controls the majority of Heavenly Fate Island's matters, shouted Luo Tianji. He was now using his own life as a bargaining chip. He had to show that he had enough value and enough of a background to make Long Chen have some misgivings about killing him. Perhaps that was his only chance to survive. This time he was smarter and didn't add the part about not touching a single hair on his head. Long Chen wouldn't touch a single hair but would rip it out by the handful. Oh, how amazing! I've been rude. Since you're such a big figure, things are easier. Originally, I was worried that you wouldn't know much information, but now I'm at ease. Here's the first question. Are the people targeting the Martial Heaven Alliance backed by the full power of Pill Valley? Asked Long Chen. I don't. Just as Luo Tianji tried to say that he didn't know, Long Chen slapped him across the face. His skin instantly split open, and half his teeth fell to the ground. Long Chen's ability at slapping out teeth was very sharp. Long Chen, you know my status. If you kill me, you know the consequences, roared Luo Tianji. Kill you? No, I won't kill you. Long Chen shook his head. Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared in Luo Tianji's eyes, but he suppressed it. Long Chen acted like he hadn't seen anything and continued. I just want to see if the possible future island master is a true courageous hero. After saying that, Long Chen took out a bucket. Lingshan, you're in for a treat. I'll show you the 18 Ironman tortures I learned from the jailers of the Phoenix Cry Empire. What are the 18 Ironman tortures? Asked Yi Lingshan. Long Chen smiled brightly. In the Phoenix Cry Empire's prisons, there are 360 forms of torture for the convicts. The tortures are split into different ranks: low, medium, high, and Ironman. It is said that the Ironman tortures are so great that even a man made of iron would open his mouth during them. I've heard that no one can endure all 18 tortures, but I refuse to believe it. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, everyone is immortal and isn't skilled in cultivation. They will barely survive a single one, but cultivators have great life force and won't die so easily. That's why I also want to see if a person can survive all 18 tortures. If such a person exists, they are truly worthy of being called a hero, and I will respect them. Then up until now, has anyone survived them? Yi Lingshan caught on and began to cooperate. It's very regretful, but no one has lasted through more than 10, sighed Long Chen. However, he quickly looked at Luo Tianji, causing a bad premonition to rise in the latter's heart. However, perhaps I might succeed today. Oh, Grand Fate Prince, I hope you won't disappoint me. Long Chen began to encourage Luo Tianji as he arranged a stove on the ground. He placed the iron bucket on top of it and opened a hole. Let's start the first Ironman torture. Ants climbing a tree, said Long Chen. Ants climbing a tree? That sounds quite interesting, said Yi Lingshan. Of course, in the Phoenix Cry Empire, the jailers would catch a few hundred fire ants and toss them in a bucket. The convicts would be bound to the barrel, their butt facing the opening. They would then seal the other side and raise the heat. The fire ants would go crazy from the heat and want to escape. There was only one exit, but it was covered by that person's butt. As a result, those little fellows would think of some way to get out. Lingshan, let me tell you, I've heard that some of the amazing fire ants are able to crawl out through people's mouths. I don't know if it's true or not, but hopefully we'll be able to see today. Just wait here. I saw a group of fire ants when I first entered. They look very strong and are probably a special variation. They were as thick as a finger. I'll catch them now. Grand Fate Prince, hopefully you'll give me a good display. Long Chen began to leave. Yi Lingshan had originally felt the name to be quite interesting, but from his detailed explanation, she shivered. At first, she had thought that cutting Luo Tianji into pieces would be the only way to resolve her hatred, but now she was starting to sympathize with him. Having fallen into Long Chen's hands, he was doomed. Based on Long Chen's character, his goal wasn't to play with him, but to play him to death. You city people really know how to play, sighed Yi Lingshan. She had been born in a poor area. Killing people for their wealth was common. However, today Long Chen was opening her eyes to the world. Wait a moment, shouted Luo Tianji with terror. Wait for what? I won't permit you to go back on our deal. I rarely admire experts, and if you back out, my admiration might turn into rage, said Long Chen. Luo Tianji didn't know what to say. What? Don't worry, those fire ants are very close. I won't make you wait too long. No, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, Daddy Long Chen, Grandpa Long Chen, great ancestor Long Chen, I submit. Please let me go. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, pleaded Luo Tianji. He was broken. He didn't want to die, but Long Chen's techniques were worse than death. Thinking of those fire ants entering his body, let alone experiencing it, just thinking about it was unbearable. He regretted entering the yin-yang world. How had he been so unlucky to encounter a Yama king in such a large place? Long Chen asked, said Yi Lingshan upon seeing him hesitate. Compared to asking questions, I'd rather see that display. I'm at a loss, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan was speechless. Long Chen truly was a demon king. Even she didn't know if he was trying to scare Luo Tianji or if he really wanted to torture him. It's fine, we should have a chance afterwards. So I'll ask first, and if you lie, we can continue playing ants climbing a tree, said Long Chen. Chapter 1857, The Source. Translator Born to Be. I wouldn't dare to lie, cried Luo Tianji. Long Chen suddenly slapped him in the face. Are you even a man? If you don't even dare to lie, what good are you? If you don't lie, how am I supposed to do the ants climbing a tree? Luo Tianji was still dazed from Long Chen's slap. Now he didn't even know how to reply. To the side, Yi Lingshan almost laughed. Long Chen was truly evil. Not even the truth was acceptable. All right, tell me, is Pill Valley the one trying to fracture the Martial Heaven Alliance? Asked Yi Lingshan. Yes. Long Chen slapped him once more, scolding. We knew it was Pill Valley a long time ago. Get to the details. The current Luo Tianji didn't view his life as a bargaining chip anymore. His life was fully in Long Chen's grasp. Death wasn't frightening. What was frightening was a life worse than death. More importantly, he had always been afraid of death. I'll speak. Pill Valley has great ambitions. These years, they've been competing against the Huiyuan sect, and they want to topple it. They secretly expressed their wishes to the Martial Heaven Alliance years ago, hoping for them to stop buying the Huiyuan sect's pills. As Luo Tianji explained, Long Chen and Yi Lingshan learned that a portion of the Martial Heaven Alliance's enmity with Pill Valley stemmed from the Huiyuan sect. The Martial Heaven Alliance had refused Pill Valley when they had made that offer, saying that the Martial Heaven Alliance was nothing more than a united front for the righteous path. They could not restrict the freedom of the righteous path sects. Anything that was not beneficial to the righteous path's development could be thrown away. So they refused Pill Valley's request to monopolize the medicinal pill market. In truth, the Martial Heaven Alliance's decision was definitely correct. Only through freedom of competition could there be an improvement. With a monopoly, the righteous path would be controlled. Although Pill Valley claimed to be neutral, outside the world's fighting, who could say anything for sure? Who could guarantee that each generation of Valley Masters would not have any wild ambitions? If Pill Valley monopolized the medicinal pill market, the righteous path's life would be in Pill Valley's hands. They would be led by the nose. The Huiyuan sect's pill market was very beneficial to the righteous path. The first benefit was that the price of the medicinal pills would be more stable. Pill Valley couldn't raise the prices to outrageous levels because they had competitors. The aftermath also proved that the Martial Heaven Alliance's decision was correct. As the world's #1 alliance, Pill Valley hadn't dared to offend them. The Martial Heaven Alliance ignored where the medicinal pills came from. They accepted them from Pill Valley and the Huiyuan sect, deciding which pills to buy based on the price and quality. When the Huiyuan sect first stepped foot into the medicinal pill market, it had been supported by the Martial Heaven Alliance in secret. Their alchemy department rapidly developed to the point that they actually occupied a tenth of the pill market. A tenth might not look like much, but medicinal pills were not the Huiyun sect's main business. For them to have such accomplishments was amazing. They had forcibly ripped out a piece of Pill Valley's meat. Pill Valley had naturally launched a counterblow at that time. They had tried to step foot into the Huiyun sect's territory and start some auction houses. However, Pill Valley's people were all arrogant and disdainful of others. Everything they said was hurtful, so it wasn't long before this new department of theirs went bankrupt. They had no choice but to leave that market. They had even turned into laughingstocks during that time. It was starting then that Pill Valley's reputation began to gradually fall. Hearing this, Yiling and Long Chen immediately knew that Pill Valley wanted to use medicinal pills to control the entire world. To control the world, the Martial Heaven Alliance needed to be controlled. However, the leaders of the Martial Heaven Alliance had seen through their goals. Not only had they refused their request, but they had even secretly supported the Huiyun sect. This way, the Huiyun sect and Pill Valley had become competitors, and the monopoly was broken. Without a monopoly, they were much less dangerous. However, it seemed that the Martial Heaven Alliance had underestimated Pill Valley's ambitions. Unable to control the Martial Heaven Alliance, they instead allied themselves with the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Xuanhuan Beasts, and even the Ancient Family Alliance and some of the righteous sects. Through external pressure, they forced the interior to break. Clearly, Pill Valley had been scheming for a long time. The current Martial Heaven Alliance had fallen into Pill Valley's scheme and was now in a very dangerous and chaotic state. Heavenly Fate Island had only been drawn over to the lure of profit, becoming Pill Valley's helpers. However, when Yiling realized all this, her expression changed. Heavenly Fate Island's power to peer into the heavens allowed them to make very accurate predictions of the past and future. If they had allied themselves with Pill Valley, didn't that mean they had foreseen Pill Valley's victory? Had the destiny of the Martial Heaven Alliance really come to an end? Don't fall for their self-claimed fate-reading abilities. The future can't be read. They only know a few superficial tricks used for conning others. For example, isn't this fellow one of the 4 fate princes or something? He should be very skilled amongst their disciples, but if he could read the future, how could he fall into my hands? Mocked Long Chen. Yiling's eyes brightened. That was true. If their calculations were always accurate, how could it be that this person had been unable to see the imminent danger that had been about to befall him? Little bird, tell me, how many people came from Heavenly Fate Island this time? Asked Long Chen. 19. All 4 of the Fate Princes have come. The rest are all elites amongst elites. We were sent in with the first wave, said Luo Tianji. He explained it at all very clearly because he knew being half-hearted would only earn him a slap. So many people entered in one go, so they're targeting me. Long Chen's lips curled. Yes. Pal. Explain in detail, ordered Long Chen after another slap. Luo Tianji lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred and rage. He was one of the 4 Fate Princes and had never been treated this way. However, his life was in Long Chen's hands, so he obediently said, Yes, they mostly came to target you and the Dragon Blood Legion as well as her. He nodded toward Yiling. Our mission this time is to gather all the experts and annihilate you within the yin-yang world. Once you're dead, the Righteous Path's morale will receive a fatal blow. That's also our mission. Yiling's expression changed. Long Chen, you should hurry and send a message to your Dragon Blood Legion. No need. I just saw them. Right now, these fellows have no intention of attacking. My guess is that they are still taking advantage of this time when everyone has only just entered the yin-yang world to gather some treasures. As for the Dragon Blood Legion, that's a matter for later. Furthermore, even if they wanted to gather everyone to attack us, everyone is currently searching for their own treasures, so no one would listen to them. Yiling nodded with a bitter expression. It seems I'm still a fool compared to you. Yiling was also a genius who had soared from a low background. She had experienced many obstacles, many pitfalls. Normally, she would view herself as smart enough, but now she found that her head wasn't as good as she thought. Long Chen had seen through this point without even thinking about it. She couldn't even retort against his guess. In the end, brains won't let you change fate. It relies on power. Long Chen shook his head. More and more, he was admiring the old man. The heaven-splitting battle sex cultivation style was definitely correct. As a result, Long Chen understood the phrase man proposes, God disposes even better now. Little bird, tell me, do you know how to lie? Asked Long Chen. No, definitely not. Luo Tianji hastily shook his head. Then do you need me to teach you? The side, Yi Lingshan was speechless. This fellow Long Chen really wanted to play Luo Tianji to death. Luo Tianji lowered his head, not responding. His hands shuddered slightly. He was clearly infuriated but forcibly suppressed himself. To tell you the truth, cooperating so well leaves me no reason to use the 18 Ironman tortures on you, so I'll just ask you another question. Who is this old ghost? Long Chen waved his hand. His spiritual strength condensed into the image of an elder. That elder's expression was icy, his eyes filled with rage. His gaze looked like a sword that could pierce a person's mind. Master? Luo Tianji couldn't help being surprised. This person was his master, but he was also the elder that had attacked Long Chen when Long Chen had returned to the eastern wasteland for his parents. At that time, he had arrived one step before Heavenly Fate Island's expert. After capturing that expert, this mysterious elder had launched a spiritual attack from across space. That attack was something he had been powerless to resist, but the Divine Gate Star had automatically launched a counterattack, forcing his opponent back. What Long Chen didn't know was that the Divine Gate Star's counterattack hadn't just forced back his opponent. It had destroyed that person's heavenly eye that he had only condensed after spending years of effort. That elder was Luo Tianji's master, and the expert that Long Chen had slain in the eastern wasteland was another one of his disciples. He had never mentioned the destruction of his heavenly eye to anyone, nor had he ever told anyone about his defeat to Long Chen. It was too embarrassing. That was why even Luo Tianji didn't know about Long Chen's enmity with his master, nor did he know that a portion of Heavenly Fate Island's decision to join Pill Valley came from this elder's enmity with Long Chen. So he's your master. Haha, this must be fate. But I just want to ask you one more question. Is your hand trembling because you're angry, because you're afraid, or is it because you're preparing some kind of sinister move to kill me? Long Chen looked at Luo Tianji with a faint smile. Luo Tianji's expression suddenly changed. His gaze was sinister as he slammed his hands together into a hand seal. Two strange runes erupted from between his hands. Dai! Light exploded from Luo Tianji's head. A ray of light shot through the runes from his two hands, and those runes transformed into divine power. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to dodge. Even Yi Lingshan was encompassed by that divine light. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended. Chapter 1858, Attack of the Divine Gate. Translator Born to Be. Luo Tianji's expression was sinister. He had a bad feeling that Long Chen had seen through his intentions. However, at this point, he had no choice but to release this final move of his. He had to bet everything. The divine light shot out of his glabella. Passing through his hands, the runes on his hands were activated, and divine light enveloped Long Chen. Yi Lingshan's expression completely changed. This was the pressure of a Yuan spirit, and it was so powerful that she couldn't move. This kind of power was not something a soul transformation disciple should possess. It's the pressure of a Nether Passage expert's Yuan spirit, exclaimed Yi Lingshan. The instant that Long Chen was enveloped in that divine light, the light in front of him condensed into the form of an elder. That elder was precisely the one that Long Chen had shown before. It was Luo Tianji's master. Without a word, the elder's palm slammed forward, filled with the power of his Yuan spirit. Old fellow, I've been waiting for you a long time. Long Chen smiled mockingly. Suddenly, his own Yuan spirit appeared and formed a hand seal. This hand seal had a triangular hole in the middle. Within that small hole twinkled a single star. It's you. Only then did the elder see Long Chen's face. His expression suddenly changed. He pulled back his palm and slammed his hands together. Just at that moment, the divine gate within Long Chen's mindsea opened. The light of the divine gate star was unleashed, and a sharp sword made of Yuan spirit energy shot out. Long Chen actually activated the divine gate star to attack. Boom! The elder's image was pierced by Long Chen's Yuan spirit sword and vanished into nothingness. It happened so suddenly that it was over before Yi Lingshan could react. That elder had just appeared before vanishing. The old ghost fled quite quickly. An unhealthy rosiness appeared on Long Chen's face for a while before he suppressed it. That was the price of unleashing this attack. This attack was something he had come up with after almost being killed by this elder the first time. At that time, the Divine Gate Star had activated automatically. Later, by constantly communicating and testing the Divine Gate Star, Long Chen had figured out how to unleash this attack to prevent such a scenario from occurring again. This was also why Long Chen hadn't directly slain Luo Tianji. Instead, He had acted like he hadn't seen his actions to draw over one of Heavenly Fate Island's experts. Last time, even that disciple's soul had possessed a restriction that summoned the Elder. Luo Tianji was one of the four Fate Princes, so he definitely possessed a similar defense. Regretfully, Long Chen's attack was one step too slow for this crafty Elder. As soon as he sensed the danger, he fled. Long Chen's attack struck nothing more than an empty image. With his current power, Long Chen still couldn't properly utilize the Divine Gate Star's full power. So, using it came with a certain price. His spiritual space was shaking, and it brought with it a soul-tearing pain. This attack that he had been preparing for a long time had actually been avoided. Long Chen couldn't help being irritated. How dangerous! Within a certain cave of the Martial Heaven continent, the Elder's expression was pale. This Elder was one of Heavenly Fate Island's Grand Elders, as well as the Vice Island Master, Luo Tianji's master. A strand of his Yuan spirit had been within Luo Tianji's mindset to prevent the worst-case scenario. It would allow the Elder to kill Luo Tianji's enemies if he needed it. This strand of his Yuan spirit was something he would have been able to pull back if it was within the Martial Heaven continent, but this time it had happened in the yin-yang world. As a result, his Yuan spirit was now permanently damaged. That was very detrimental to his future cultivation. Naturally, he wouldn't leave any of his Yuan spirit on ordinary disciples. It was for disciples that he cared about deeply or who had special missions. Previously, when he had sent a disciple to the eastern wastelands, that disciple had just been a core disciple and had not reached the qualifications to be protected by his Yuan spirit. However, since his mission had been to capture Long Chen's parents, the Elder sent along a wisp of his Yuan spirit to protect that disciple and keep track of him. When Long Chen had tried to invade that disciple's soul, it had activated that wisp of his Yuan spirit, and as a result, the Elder had almost been killed. The Divine Gate Star had followed Long Chen's Yuan spirit to destroy his heavenly eye. This time, it had been even more dangerous. Long Chen had actually learned how to control the Divine Gate Star and make it attack on his own initiative. This idiot, I told him not to face Long Chen. If he did encounter him, he was supposed to direct people over to him in secret. My words actually went in one ear and out the other, raged the Elder. Long Chen was not within the domain of things that they could calculate. Only by calculating things about the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Dragonblood Legion, the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and some other people near Long Chen could they get a general prediction of Long Chen's next action. So Long Chen was extremely dangerous to the people of Heavenly Fate Island, and the disciples who had been sent into the yin-yang world had been warned not to approach him. They should run as far as possible from him. In truth, this matter was also this Elder's fault. Luo Tianji and the others thought that their skill in reading the future meant that they would be able to tell when danger was about to befall them. They also had the attack of a Nether Passage expert's Yuan spirit to rely on. If he had told Luo Tianji that his Yuan spirit attack was useless against Long Chen, Luo Tianji would definitely have run immediately, instead of arrogantly testing Long Chen's power. No good, I have to alert the others. They have to stay away from Long Chen, or those idiots will just send themselves to their deaths one by one. The Elder's expression was gloomy as he walked out of the cave. Luo Tianji was dumbfounded. The incomparably powerful and godlike master of his had actually fled as soon as he had seen Long Chen. Luo Tianji's entire body felt cold. He despaired. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the words his master had told him, "Don't get close to Long Chen." Regretfully, he understood too late. "Long Chen, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die." Luo Tianji knelt on the ground, begging. In front of death, his heart crumbled. Yi Lingshan looked at him contemptuously. She hated people like this the most. They looked at others like they were ants that could be crushed as they pleased, taking lives without batting an eye. But when it was their turn, they began to act pitiful. They never thought about the people that had begged them to live as well. "Give me a reason," said Long Chen indifferently. Luo Tianji suddenly clenched his teeth. "I can tell you a major secret of Pill Valley. In truth, behind Pill Valley is..." Luo Tianji's whole body suddenly stiffened. Long Chen's expression changed, and he hastily reached out, placing a hand over Luo Tianji's forehead. His powerful spiritual strength surged into Luo Tianji's mindset. "What is behind Pill Valley?" demanded Long Chen. Regretfully, Luo Tianji could no longer answer. When Long Chen's spiritual strength invaded Luo Tianji's mindset, he saw the latter's Yuan spirit rapidly withering away. His spiritual strength was unable to stop it. Long Chen let go, and Luo Tianji's body fell to the ground. His eyes were staring blankly ahead. It was a spiritual restriction. He probably didn't even know about it. As he talked about something protected by that restriction, it devoured his Yuan spirit, killing him, sighed Long Chen. Even the 4 fate princes would be killed to keep this secret quiet. What kind of secret could that be? Yi Lingshan was stunned. Long Chen shook his head. Things were probably more complicated than he had thought. Before dying, he said that there's something behind Pill Valley. Is he saying that there's another backer behind Pill Valley, or that Pill Valley has more moves left? Yi Lingshan's expression was grave. This giant scheme was shockingly huge. Don't waste your time worrying about things you can't change. I also won't change myself to follow other people's plans. Life is like a game of chess. There are countless experts and wily old foxes that have lived for countless years. Who could possibly beat them? Said Long Chen, indifferently, as if he didn't care about this giant scheme. Then what should we do? Asked Yi Lingshan. Raise our own power. When others find you to beat you in chess, smash their chessboard and then smash their heads. That's all. Long Chen smiled. I'm being serious, said Yi Lingshan. So am I. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't, then you won't get it no matter what I say. So rather than wasting the effort, let's focus on searching for treasures. Long Chen flipped through Luo Tianji's body, but didn't find anything rare. He saw a jade plate carved with monstrous images that he didn't understand. He guessed it had something to do with calculating the future. The rest of what he had was just a few spirit crystals and some weapons, but most unexpectedly, Luo Tianji's spatial ring was of a high enough grade to store divine items. He had over 30 divine items inside. Although the majority were quasi-divine items, that was definitely not bad. After emptying Luo Tianji's pockets, Long Chen and Yi Lingshan moved on, searching through the rest of the area. Chapter 1859, The Mysterious Gate. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen, even now, I don't understand how you defeated Luo Tianji, said Yi Lingshan as she looked at Long Chen, carefully picking a precious medicine at the edge of a barrier. She was truly puzzled. Long Chen had defeated Luo Tianji far too easily. It was unbelievably easy. It had to be known that she had been driven almost insane by Luo Tianji's ability to predict her moves. That feeling made her want to cough up blood. She felt powerless. Long Chen plucked a small hairy grass. However, its hair was actually tiny thorns. He continued searching as he said, "Originally, I thought that you had experienced about as much as me and wouldn't be so easily conned. It seems I've overestimated you." "Stop spouting nonsense and tell me," said Yi Lingshan. "A magic trick depends on the cover. Have you not seen any magicians performing tricks on the street?" asked Long Chen. "Of course I have, but what does that have to do with Luo Tianji?" demanded Yi Lingshan. "I already said 90% of Heavenly Fate Island's abilities are used for conning people. When he fought with you, he relied on mental warfare, making you befuddled and unable to fight effectively. In truth, all of his abilities were worthless. That ruler of his had memorized the techniques, fighting style, attack angles, and counterattacks used on the continent. The one fighting you was actually the ruler, and the reason he could make you feel powerless is because of this special location that does not permit you to unleash your full power. If you could, he wouldn't have necessarily been a match for you. His trick relies entirely on his divine item. Do you understand?" asked Long Chen. "No." Long Chen looked at her. "I say you look smart, but you still don't understand." "Fine, I'll call you smart. Now stop keeping me in suspense," said Yi Lingshan, rolling her eyes. Long Chen had tiptoed around the answer this whole time, refusing to answer directly, making her teeth itch. Heavenly Fate Island gathered the techniques of all the sects and schools of the martial heaven continent, and came up with the most efficient way to counter them. This kind of method is useless for most people, because a person can't react that quickly. However, the divine items of Heavenly Fate Island are able to precisely calculate what technique to use. When they see the beginnings of your move, they can see through your technique, and the divine item will come up with the most effective way to counter it instantly. The reason I could break it so easily was because I have 2 peerless divine abilities that I've perfected, unique to me. His divine item was unable to calculate how to counter my divine abilities. As for Luo Tianji himself, having relied on his ruler for so long, his own reactions are slower than normal people. After spitting at him, he instinctively dodged, and then I slapped him, adding a kick to break his 3rd leg. Then he collapsed. Life is just that simple. Long Chen shrugged. "Just that simple. Just that simple." Yi Lingshan was surprised, but she also found it funny. Based on what he said, that Luo Tianji was nothing. Her fear for Heavenly Fate Island vanished. Long Chen, you're really smart, praised Yi Lingshan. What did you say? I said you're really smart. Yi Lingshan instantly understood he was playing her based on his smile, and she angrily said, if you want to hear fawning, I'm sure there'll be an endless line of people who will sing your praise. So why bother? That's different. The praise and worship of a beauty, well, that feeling of accomplishment is completely different, chortled Long Chen. No wonder Master told me to be careful of you, saying that your strongest point wasn't your combat power but your pick-up arts. I don't know how many beauties you've tricked with this mouth of yours. Yi Lingshan turned her head toward Long Chen. What, the Alliance head? She actually gave me such a high evaluation, exclaimed Long Chen. How shameless. Yi Lingshan shook her head. Despite knowing he was doing it on purpose, she still couldn't hold back some laughter. Who needs shame? Said Long Chen righteously. Long Chen suddenly bowed ever so slightly while looking solemnly into the distance. What, are you bowing to your master? Asked Yi Lingshan with surprise. No, I'm paying my respects to the me that had shame and integrity. The day I stepped into the cultivation world, they were buried. After all these years, I don't know how they're doing, sighed Long Chen. Yi Lingshan laughed, never having encountered someone like this in her life. He talked about serious things like they were jokes and jokes like they were serious things. Have you ever been serious in this lifetime? Are you trying to make me laugh my guts out? Demanded Yi Lingshan. Of course I've been serious. When I kill people, I'm always very serious, said Long Chen, suddenly squatting down to pluck another precious medicine. Yi Lingshan put away her smile. I came here because I heard someone say there were countless medicines here. You want to see if there's something that can extend one's longevity? Asked Long Chen, carefully digging out the medicine. Yes, that's my main goal. If the Martial Heaven Alliance can have the 4 Grand Elders supporting it, even if the times become chaotic, the Martial Heaven Alliance won't collapse. But without them, the Martial Heaven Alliance really will have lost its support. Just Master alone can't hold it up, sighed Yi Lingshan. Why are you thinking about your master first and not you? You are the future Alliance head. This kind of thinking is unacceptable, said Long Chen. Me, that's impossible. I'm a far cry from master. Yi Lingshan shook her head. What are you lacking? You both have a head on your shoulder, so why is she capable of it but not you? It wasn't as if the Alliance head was born the Alliance head. She also never expected to become the Alliance head. If you are constantly thinking of hiding beneath a big tree's cover, you are looking down on the sword that your master gave you. She has entrusted everything to you. That means she trusts that if she one day disappears from this world, you will pick up her burden. Long Chen's words struck Yi Lingshan deeply. She suddenly understood. The great era has come. In truth, this great era refers to our generation and most likely only our generation. The Martial Heaven Continent's chief flow has concentrated on our generation. Have you not seen how many Empyreans have appeared in our generation? Even the 4 Grand Elders were just ordinary Empyreans who didn't manage to awaken their manifestations. Even with the Great Era, they are unable to awaken their manifestations. Why? Because this era does not belong to them. They have entrusted all their hopes to us. Why can our generation fight across realms so easily? It isn't because we are so talented, but because we were born at the right time. The Great Era's chief flow has descended into our bodies. In other words, the stage will belong to us. You are actually hoping for the Alliance head and the Grand Elders to hold up the sky. How foolish is that? Even if the Grand Elders were in perfect health, they would only be able to support us for a while. When our generation starts to break through to the life star realm, their superiority will instantly vanish. So don't place your hopes on others. Think more about how to raise your own power. You've made your choice, so don't abandon it, said Long Chen. The Great Era's descent concentrated its power on only one generation. People who had missed their golden cultivation time were not affected as much. Even if people were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. An ordinary expert who encountered a celestial would have to lower their head. A celestial, no matter what rank they were, would be suppressed by an Empyrean. What would the weak bring out to fight against the strong? People who had missed this era, who were already old and whose life accomplishments had already been mostly set in stone, were unable to soar like them. As for the junior generation, each day they grew stronger. The world would belong to them in the future. Even if their seniors wanted to push themselves, they were powerless. Seeing Yi Lingshan seem to grow solemn, it seemed she realized just how much pressure she was under. Long Chen stood and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry. Being a leader isn't as difficult as you imagine. Furthermore, you will definitely be stronger than the Alliance head and more suited for the position. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given you her sword on the very first day. And don't you also have me? I'm also a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Whether the leader is the alliance head or you, no matter what difficulties you encounter, my Dragonblood Legion and I will stand beside you. Thank you, however, I'll work hard to stand by myself. I'll prove to my master that she wasn't wrong. Yi Lingshan took a deep breath. She patted her chest confidently. Good, but next time don't pat your chest, or the huge waves will make criminals of others, warned Long Chen kindly. Bastard, where do you think you're looking? SHH, there's something ahead. Long Chen suddenly shushed her. Yi Lingshan thought that Long Chen was once more messing around and trying to change the subject, but she quickly heard strange sounds ahead. Let's go. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan carefully went in the direction of the sound. They didn't even know how many mountains they passed. Suddenly, they saw a giant gate, and seeing the situation in front of him, Yi Lingshan almost let out a startled cry. Chapter 1860, Within the Mountain Gate. Translator, born to be. The reason Yi Lingshan almost shouted was because she saw bloody corpses suspended in midair. Their bodies were naked, their skin stripped, revealing their bloody flesh. Surrounding the gate were countless vines. They were like sinister pythons, just waiting to devour others. Those corpses were like melons growing on the vines. Their blood didn't drip down to the ground. Instead, it flowed up the vines. This is probably the work of some very powerful tree demons, said Yi Lingshan. Those corpses hanging on the vines all possessed powerful auras. They were clearly Empyreans, but such figures hadn't even managed to escape. From this fact, it could be seen just how powerful these tree demons were. It's just a display of power. Long Chen looked at the hundreds of corpses strewn across the ground. If these tree demons really wanted to kill people, they should have hidden all this mess and launched a sneak attack. That would be easier. This appearance was clearly a warning. Let's go. Long Chen pulled Yi Lingshan over. Wait, don't we need to investigate what's going on? Said Yi Lingshan. Who has time to investigate? Just charge through. If they dare to block us, we'll kill them, said Long Chen indifferently. When the two of them approached the gate, the vines instantly began to move like vipers woken from a nap. They glared at the two of them menacingly. Long Chen ignored them, continuing forward. When he was just a few miles away, thousands of vines suddenly shot toward him like spears. At the same time, the ground behind them suddenly burst apart, and vines came flying out to surround them. HMPH, a little tree demon, also dares to be arrogant. Today there is only death for you. If I were to personally fight, it would practically be bullying. Lingshan, you kill it. Long Chen rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Stop joking. Can you take a look at the situation? Raged Yi Lingshan. Originally, she had thought that Long Chen would be unleashing some kind of ultimate move to eliminate these vines, but he actually wanted her to fight instead. Yi Lingshan unsheathed her sword, and her manifestation appeared behind her. There was an image vibrating within it, and the sound of a sword came from it. Yi Lingshan's manifestation had also started to awaken. When her sword came out of its sheath, sword chi cut through the void, falling upon the vines. Although blood-colored runes appeared on the vines, they were still severed. As they were cut to pieces, a blood-like fluid splashed out of them. It was like they were bleeding. One of the thorns on the vine stabbed into the ground, piercing straight through it like it was snow. These vines weren't just tough and sharp, but they were also shockingly heavy. It was no wonder those ordinary Empyreans were unable to survive. Nice. Long Chen cheered on the sidelines. Yi Lingshan was truly powerful. It was just that normally she was a bit hesitant. When she fought, she would immediately become courageous, even a bit domineering. It was just like a Jianying style. Let's charge our way through. Don't get entangled by them, reminded Long Chen. These vines were just branches from the main body, and they came in a limitless tide. Hence, fighting them was meaningless. The most important thing was to reach the gate. If what's inside is even more dangerous, wouldn't we be throwing ourselves into the trap? Warned Yi Lingshan. Without entering the tiger's den, how do you obtain tiger cubs? Let's go, riches lie in danger, called Long Chen. Yi Lingshan pressed forward, her sword chi slaughtering the vines. Blood splashed everywhere, and the vines were unable to stop her. They quickly arrived in front of the gate. Suddenly, vines thicker than a house burst forth from around the gate, forming a giant net around it and blocking the two of them. Yi Lingshan's face was cold. Her sword swung and a sharp aura erupted. A dragon's cry came from her sword. Long Chen was startled. Yi Lingshan truly was powerful, and she hadn't activated her divine item. Instead, she had used some unknown power to seemingly compress her energy before unleashing the attack, bringing forth destructive power. The huge vines were blown apart. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan both shot through the opening, entering the gate. Once they entered, they felt their bodies light. It was like they had entered a different world. The spiritual qi in the air was so dense that it almost became liquid. It actually had a buoyant effect on them. They looked around. The huge vines didn't attack any longer. The broken parts on the ground began to heal. Those severed vines regrew, and the bloodstains were absorbed by them again. Everything quickly returned to its original appearance as if nothing had happened. The two of them immediately understood that these vines only attacked those on the outside. Once you passed, you wouldn't be attacked any longer. Heroine Yi is mighty and domineering, admirable. Long Chen raised a thumb at Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan glanced at him before ignoring him. She carefully examined the surroundings. There was a completely straight path before them. At the end of their sight was a mountain range. Those mountains soared into the clouds. Mist revolved around them, making it so they couldn't see them clearly. Following the path, Long Chen suddenly saw something that made him pause. He bent down and picked up a withered branch. There was a mass of dead branches on the ground here. Yi Lingshan said, "These branches look like they're from a willow." "They're willow branches. It seems Chu Yao has been here and fought. These branches are cut cleanly, and even the undying qi of the branches has been severed. Since they didn't smash the branches, it means this person has condensed their power to a terrifying level. Whoever fought against Chu Yao didn't waste the slightest bit of energy. Good, it's been a long time since I've encountered the Blood Hall's experts. Let's see what figures the Blood Hall came up with this time." Long Chen smiled coldly. He was almost sure that the one to fight here was an assassin from the Blood Hall. Only they could have such sharp attacks. They continued onward. Long Chen wasn't worried about Chu Yao's safety, as there were no signs of intense battle on the ground. Chu Yao hadn't fought that person for long. She had most likely rushed in deeper in search of treasures. This also meant that the person hadn't posed a fatal threat to Chu Yao, or she wouldn't have pressed forward without doing anything about them. Both of them quickly arrived at the mountain range, and a mountain blocked their path. The path was broken here. Long Chen stopped, summoning a pair of lightning wings. He directly flew up. The mountain peak has been carried away. There was probably some treasure on it. The two of them had just flown over the mountains when they saw that the top was missing a piece. Based on the marks, it had been excavated not long ago. "Lingshan, I'm going to go find Chu Yao. Most of the treasures have been taken by others on this path. We should split up. I'll find Chu Yao and you search for treasures. Look for places others haven't been," said Long Chen. Although he felt that Chu Yao shouldn't be in any danger, he still wanted to go find her. He didn't want to waste any of Yi Lingshan's time. She was the heir of the Martial Heaven Alliance and had to have powerful karmic luck. Her chances of finding some peerless treasure should be quite high. As for his own luck, he didn't think he had any chances of finding anything. Furthermore, he had to follow the path that Chu Yao had already taken, so they should split up. "All right, be careful," Yi Lingshan nodded. "You're the heir to the Martial Heaven Alliance, so change your attitude of trying not to offend anything. Now you need to consider your actions from the viewpoint of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Whether or not they provoke you, if they are your enemies, you should eliminate them. If anyone wants to fight over treasures with you, then they are trying to hold you back, to weaken you, which is to weaken the Martial Heaven Alliance, stalling its development and throwing it into danger. If the Martial Heaven Alliance is endangered, the lives of billions of the Righteous Path's experts will be threatened, so anyone who dares to fight over treasures with you is an enemy of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Killing them is not wrong, understood?" asked Long Chen. Yi Lingshan had been very righteous while being a loner. Long Chen needed her to be more domineering. "I understand. If not for anything else, just to not disappoint my master, I would fight against the world." Yi Lingshan nodded. "Then that's enough. Go and good luck." Long Chen and Yi Lingshan split up. Long Chen rushed along a path, while Yi Lingshan hesitated before going another direction. Long Chen quickly flew over the mountains. He didn't sense any powerful magical beasts or treasures, but he did see that many of the mountains were gone. They should have just been excavated, but he had no idea what was on them for them to be so valuable. Flying through the air, Long Chen smiled. He could already sense Chu Yao's aura. Having used the wood spirit union with her, their spiritual strength was closely connected. Furthermore, this place was different from the nest of the blue-eye peacock. There was no suppression of spiritual strength, so Long Chen could already get a general sense of Chu Yao's direction. After a while, that feeling grew even clearer. The reason he smiled was because he sensed that Chu Yao had noticed him as well. As expected, after crossing a few more mountains, he saw Chu Yao standing there at the peak of a mountain, looking like a beautiful fairy. Chapter 1861 Meeting. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen looked at the smiling and gentle Chu Yao. He spread his arms, embracing her. I missed you. You should be saying you missed all of us. You can't just miss me. Chu Yao also tightly held Long Chen. I missed you all, but I missed you the most. Long Chen smiled. HMPH, you're most skilled at deceiving others. Right now we should hurry and gather treasures. This area has medicinal fields on the outside and a fruit forest on the inside. There are countless precious kinds of fruit. I've already obtained 7 of them. This trip to the yin-yang world wasn't wasted. Chu Yao, pleased as she showed Long Chen her harvest. Damn, silk fig, dark night crabapple, and soul-nourishing star peach. Long Chen was greatly shocked. They were all priceless. Even if they were eaten directly without being refined into pills, their effects were amazing. In particular, that soul-nourishing star peach was top tier. It could constantly nourish the soul and raise the power of a person's spiritual strength. It could also heal damage to the soul. Here, they're all for you. Chu Yao handed them all to Long Chen. These trees had yet to bloom, let alone bear fruit. However, Chu Yao knew Long Chen had a way to make them grow rapidly. It was just that she didn't know of the existence of the primal chaos bead. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't trust them, but he was afraid of infecting them with the karma of knowing this. In any case, they knew he had the ability, and that was enough. Long Chen immediately planted them in the primal chaos space. Where is Ruyan? Asked Long Chen. She went to drive off that irritating fellow. Some fellow from the Blood Hall was here, so she had to hold him back while I searched for treasures, said Chu Yao. Is he very powerful? Tell Ruyan that we can go help eliminate him, said Long Chen. HMPH, he would cut this fellow who dared to bully his woman to pieces. No need. Suddenly, space shook, and the icy Liu Ruyan appeared before the two of them. That fellow finally lost patience and fucked off. We can look for treasures in peace. Liu Ruyan looked at Long Chen, her face as icy as ever, still having not forgiven him for how he had suppressed her before. Was he very powerful? Asked Long Chen. Chu Yao saw that Liu Ruyan ignored him, and to avoid any awkwardness, she immediately said, that person was very powerful. Most powerful of all were his practically supernatural movement arts and his assassination arts. We had no way to beat him. The only thing we could do was attack him from all sides without leaving a single opening and defend against his assassination attempts. However, there was no way to defeat him like that, so Ruyan stayed behind to hold him back. Liu Ruyan supplemented, he's even stronger than we expected. In truth, he has yet to use 50% of his power. He couldn't find any weakness he could take advantage of, so he didn't go all out. He finally lost his patience and decided that it wasn't worth it. Long Chen nodded. Assassins relied on opportunity. They wanted the biggest gain for the smallest price. If they relied on power to win, then they wouldn't be assassins. It seemed that all the peak heavenly geniuses of the martial heaven continent had gathered in the yin-yang world this time. All the elites of the various powers had come. True immortal Jioki, Zai Luo, Dai Feng, Ming Jai, the 4 fate princes, and even top experts of the Blood Hall had all come. These were just people that he knew of, who knew how many nameless figures had come who would emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. The powers of the martial heaven continent all had their own trump cards. They normally wouldn't expose them for nothing, but this opening of the yin-yang world was definitely very enticing, enough for those powers to show the trump cards that they had hidden. Long Chen, did you encounter any powerful experts? Asked Chu Yao. Yes, I ran into a few. Long Chen gave a simple narration of his encounters with true immortal Jioki, Zai Luo, Ming Jai, and the others. He also told her about what Heavenly Fate Island's Luo Tianji had exposed to him, so that she would be careful. At the same time, Long Chen was trying to raise the karmic retributions for Heavenly Fate Island. Li Tiangxuan had said that Heavenly Fate Island couldn't calculate anything about him. If he told Chu Yao about the Fate Princes, logically, it should infect her with a bit of his own karma, increasing the difficulty and consequences of trying to calculate anything about her. Ruyan, you said you felt some kind of summons. Have you found it? Asked Long Chen. It's because of that feeling that we've come here. However, upon reaching here, that feeling disappeared. Liu Ruyan shook her head. Then let's do it this way. We'll advance side by side while searching. I'll take the center and you two take the sides. We should stay within 100 miles of each other so we can provide assistance if someone finds any big fish. You understand, right? Said Long Chen with an evil smile. I understand. Liu Ruyan was already flying off. Chu Yao couldn't help smiling. Winking at Long Chen, she also flew off. The three of them formed a line as they advanced. The direction was chosen by Chu Yao. When it came to picking anything random, Long Chen always had someone else do it. Damn, Chu Yao's luck really is good. I've already found a heavenly dew cherry. That's a priceless treasure. He had found a little tree emitting a bright light. Mist revolved around it. There was a formation beneath the tree, but that formation was only used to absorb spiritual chi for it. It had no defensive power, so Long Chen directly cut off this part of the mountain and sent it to the primal chaos space. He didn't damage the formation. The primal chaos space's spiritual chi surged toward the tree, nourishing it. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen found 3 precious trees just like it. Flowers were about to bloom inside his heart. This was money. In the future, he wouldn't just have plenty of fruit to eat, but he would also be overflowing with money. His business with Zhang Wenlong would be booming. Naturally, he would have to sell the fruit to Zhang Wenlong, or Zhang Wenlong would be offended. In this world, as long as you had money, anything would be easy to do. Looking at the trees growing in the primal chaos space, Long Chen sighed emotionally. The primal chaos bead was truly a cornucopia of wealth. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive sound came from Long Chen's left. We've caught a fish. Long Chen was delighted and immediately shot over. Wooden stakes flew through the air, forming layers of defense in front of Chu Yao. Before her was a 10-meter man wielding a giant hatchet. It went without saying that just based on his size, he had to come from the Xuanhuan beasts. Most likely, upon seeing Chu Yao alone, he had directly launched an attack. That Xuanhuan beast expert's hatchet repeatedly smashed into Chu Yao's wooden shield. Finally, the wooden shield broke. The Xuanhuan beast expert charged through, attacking Chu Yao. His manifestation was at full power and had reached an initial awakening. He was definitely a powerful expert. However, Chu Yao was also powerful. Each wooden shield she summoned required 5 blows from him to break. If it was in a 1-against-1, that Xuanhuan beast expert would never be able to get close to her, and with her immense stores of spiritual yuan, she could exhaust 3 of him. This Xuanhuan beast expert seemed to be very conceited, and he instantly activated his divine item, unleashing a powerful blow. However, he had just started his attack when a scale-covered hand struck him silently in the face. Without comprehending what had just happened, he was smashed into the ground, his face caving in. It went without saying that the Xuanhuan beasts had powerful physical bodies. Long Chen had landed his slap perfectly, and this expert hadn't even been circulating his spiritual yuan in defense, but his physical body was still able to endure it. If it was an ordinary human slapped with such power, they would definitely explode. Earthen bramble thorns. The Xuanhuan beast expert was dazed from the slap, and during that moment, Chu Yao activated a powerful attack. Dense thorns shot out of the ground, piercing the Xuanhuan beast expert. His body shook before becoming still. Even if he wanted to move, he couldn't. The thorns were growing within his body. In the end, his entire body became wooden. This was the terrifying ability that Chu Yao had gained when her manifestation had started to awaken. Her wooden stakes could cause a person to transform into wood once they were struck, and they couldn't escape. Boom! Suddenly, the hatchet tried to run, but Long Chen slashed Evil Moon down at it, blocking its path. He caught it and tossed it into the primal chaos space. 2 small trees appeared in the air. That was the Xuanhuan beast expert's current harvest. Chu Yao had taken them out. He only had these few, said Chu Yao. Just 2 is decent. After all, there's also a divine item. We got it all for free, so let's not care too much about it. Long Chen laughed. There were many things on that expert that were useless to humans. They were only treasures to Xuanhuan beasts. Things had ended here before Liu Ruyan even arrived. The 3 of them continued onward, but now their luck was no longer as good. It seemed that they were crossing areas that others had already passed. He was just about to discuss whether or not they should change direction when the world shook. A beam of light shot into the sky in the distance, illuminating the world. Let's go take a look. The 3 of them immediately rushed over to that beam of light. Chapter 1862, World of Immortal Light. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen, Chu Yao, and Liu Ruyan rushed over in the direction of the light. At this time, Long Chen noticed several other experts flying over as well. In the distance there were even more people. They were like shooting stars gathering. There are actually so many people here. Chu Yao was startled. A brief examination revealed at least 100 powerful auras. The gate to this place was blocked by those vines. Without the power of an Empyrean whose manifestation had started to awaken, it was almost impossible to charge through it. If there's a fight, you should focus on protecting yourself. Leave it to me, said Long Chen. Although Chu Yao was definitely strong, she wasn't vicious enough. As for Liu Ruyan, she was definitely vicious enough, so Long Chen would prefer if the two of them stayed together. This place was different from the outside. Those who could enter here were all experts of a high level. If a fight started, he would be unable to look after others. As they got closer to the light, Long Chen found that this was a new world, a world of immortal light. There was immortal mist filling this area, making it like a wonderland. It was unknown if someone had activated it or if it had activated automatically, but this light was now illuminating this world, drawing over all the experts present. This world of immortal light was filled with mountains and mist. There were trees on the mountains, and their leaves touched with dew. Immense life energy could be sensed even from a great distance. There are definitely treasures inside. A shout rang out as everyone rushed over to it as quickly as possible, as if afraid they would fall behind others. There were already people present within that world of immortal light. There was no danger, so everyone was rushing in as fast as possible. Long Chen also charged into the light. The outer edge of this world of light had no defensive power, so he passed through effortlessly. Once in, a majestic immortal spiritual qi rushed over him. With just a breath, his entire body relaxed. However, at the same time, he noticed that this world was completely different from the world outside. From the outside, this world looked to be less than 10,000 miles wide. Inside, he found that it was many times bigger, and most definitely worthy of being called its own world. Just as he entered, a sharp attack followed him. Courting death, Long Chen snorted. Without looking, he smashed a fist behind him. Boom! Long Chen's fist smashed into a bronze rod, and a powerful qi wave blew Long Chen back a dozen steps. His arm was a bit numb. As for the attacker, he looked at Long Chen with surprise. Just now, he had stealthily activated the power of his divine item, but Long Chen had received it barehanded. Little ancient race brat, I'll remember you. I don't have time for you now, but later I'll settle our debts. Long Chen swung his arm a few times and shot off, a pair of lightning wings on his back. He had no time to waste. He had to search through this area as fast as possible. It wasn't just Long Chen who was thinking this way. Everyone who entered this world was searching through it without wasting any time. Some people were extremely quick, and they had reached the mountains ahead. As a result, a furious roar suddenly rang out from the closest mountain. A multicolored tiger came flying out of a cave. It's an ancient beast, the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger. Startled cries rang out. The fastest expert was the unluckiest. By the time he noticed the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger, it was too late to run. Seeing it bounding at him, he let out a shout. His manifestation appeared behind him, and his sword unleashed a wave of divine power. In the face of this 12th-rank ancient beast, he had no choice but to go all out. Boom! The result was that the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger's paw slammed into his sword qi, blowing it to pieces. The expert coughed up blood as he flew back. However, that person was truly powerful. Although his attack had been broken, he left a bloody line on the tiger's paw. To receive a 12th-rank magical beast's attack, he had to be very powerful. Hacking up blood, he was almost torn apart by the shockwaves. A 12th-rank magical beast's power was not something that he could receive. Blessing his luck at surviving, he fled. However, just as he exhaled, the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger opened its mouth. A transparent ball shot toward him. Boom! The ball was like a shooting star, giving him no time to dodge. He was blown to pieces, not even his Yuan spirit surviving. The cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger roared. Having been injured, it became even more berserk. It began to attack the other experts. Those experts all fled. However, the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger was too fast. Opening its mouth, another ball shot out. This time the ball struck 3 experts. In the face of death, those 3 experts went all out, managing to block its attack. However, they paid an immense price and were sent flying into the distance. Seeing this, everyone else avoided the beast. With so many people, all of them avoiding it in the end, it would be up to the unlucky fellow to draw its attention. Because Long Chen hadn't been in the first wave to enter, he had time to avoid the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger. This place's aura is completely different from the outside. Is this the legendary immortal qi? Long Chen was shocked by this majestic aura. He had never felt this kind of aura, not even in the spirit world. This aura vaguely felt similar to the spirit world's life god tree, but only ever so slightly. If there's immortal qi, there must be immortal medicines. I have to find them. Long Chen's divine sense suddenly spread in every direction. HMPH courting death. The experts around him felt it, and their own spiritual strength erupted, attacking Long Chen's divine sense. Scram! Long Chen shouted, and his spiritual strength suddenly burst forth. The experts who tried to stop him let out screams, almost falling from the sky. Long Chen's spiritual strength was incredibly powerful, and if he had mastered spiritual attacks, they'd have died. Boom! Long Chen suddenly slashed his saber, cutting across the waist of a mountain. He tossed the portion he had severed into the primal chaos space. He had seen a strange tree that he didn't recognize, but his intuition told him that it was very likely a treasure. He would rather gather it and find out it was trash later on than let it go. He would investigate it later. He had just gathered the mountain when he sensed a sharp sword, Qi silently stabbing toward him. By the time he sensed it, it was about to pierce his body. I've been waiting a long time for you, idiot. Long Chen didn't even look back. Evil Moon stabbed toward his attacker just like that. A normal sword was between 3 and 4 feet long. Evil Moon, on the other hand, was 9 feet long. That person would have long since struck by the time his sword reached Long Chen. A clanging sound rang out as Evil Moon stabbed that person's arm. His sleeves were torn apart, revealing a black armguard. The armguard managed to block Long Chen's attack, but Long Chen's saber had so much power behind it that it caused his arm to burst open. Blood poured out of it. However, in exchange, his sword stabbed into Long Chen's shoulder. Originally, his sword was aiming for Long Chen's heart. To Cultivator, that might not be fatal, but it would definitely greatly affect their power and reactions. Rather than aiming for the head, which would cause someone to feel mortal danger, aiming for the heart was less likely to raise their guard. So assassins usually targeted the heart first. However, Long Chen's saber was stabbing into his arm, and Long Chen's body also turned. His sword ended up deviating from its original target. His sharp sword pierced Long Chen's shoulder, but after an inch, it couldn't stab it any further. Dragon scales covered Long Chen's shoulder, blocking the majority of the sword's power. The dragon scales were broken now, but strangely, the blood that Long Chen was bleeding out of his shoulder was black. Boom! Light exploded out of Evil Moon, driving that person away. Long Chen suddenly slashed his own shoulder. A hunk of flesh was torn off, and it was already turning black and corroding. This is the part of the blood cohort that I look down on the most. Even in the secular world, assassins don't put poison on their blades. The reason they're called assassins is because they like the thrill. They rely on their supreme assassination arts that give them the high of dancing on the tip of a blade. But your blood cohort will sink to such depths, you're not even worthy of being called assassins. Long Chen contemptuously shook his head at that person. The one facing him was a man in a silver mask. He slowly took off his mask with his left hand, revealing a very ordinary face, but his eyes were like a viper's. You don't even know what assassination arts are. Death shouldn't be the same every time. Only various assassination methods are able to diversify this art, he said. Long Chen smiled mockingly. Let's not talk about such meaningless things. All I want to know is, what bloodkill number are you? Chapter 1863, Yin Yang Immortal Grass. Translator Born to Be. This person gave Long Chen a sensation of great pressure. Long Chen even suspected that he was the blood cohort's strongest assassin. Rumor was that the blood cohort's strongest assassin was above the number rankings. However, the only one he knew was Dong Minju, who had gotten on the Devil Slaughter rankings. That name sounded like it belonged to a woman, so this person should not be her. Bloodco 1 has been slain by you. A new Bloodco 1 has already been born, but they are no longer qualified to assassinate you. That's why the mission for your head has been given to us. We belong to the Killing God Hall. I'm one of the Killing God Hall's 3 divine emissaries. My name and title is Man Killer. The 3 divine emissaries are ranked Heaven, Earth, and Man, and I am 3rd. I'm also the one who will take your life, so remember it, said that assassin of the Bloodco Hall. Heaven Killer, Earth Killer, Man Killer, Long Chen smiled mockingly. There really is no one that brags like your Bloodco Hall. If you brag this much, I'll think that you're Dong Minju. Why hasn't she come? The assassin shook his head. Someone like you isn't qualified to have the divine daughter personally chosen by the killing god to come kill you. It's the 3 divine emissaries that will take your life. Long Chen looked at him. Pointing at Man Killer's feet, Long Chen shook his head. You're bragging so much, but you've already made preparations to run. You have no intention of fighting with me. Is there a point to your bragging? The space beneath the Bloodco Hall's assassin was starting to shake. It formed a portal for him. He was ready to run at any moment. The Bloodco Hall's assassins don't face people head-on. We'll just wait for a chance to kill you in one blow. No matter what time it is, as long as you relax the slightest bit, my sword will summon you to the killing god. Are you trying to play mental warfare with me? If so, you're too immature. When you attack the next time, I'll show you just how laughable your diverse assassination arts are. Long Chen laughed and turned away, leaving. The Bloodco Hall's assassins were all crafty and slippery. Their fleeing arts were even greater than their assassination arts. If Long Chen tried to fight him head-on, he would immediately slip away. The chances of killing a strong assassin were abysmal. Without catching them, there was no chance. They had their own ways of protecting themselves. Long Chen wanted to see if he could eliminate such a powerful assassin head-on, but he didn't have the time to waste. There were more important things to do here. That assassin didn't stop Long Chen from leaving. With a snort, he vanished into thin air. His movement art was inexplicable. There was no way to track him. Ignoring that so-called divine emissary of the killing god, Long Chen rushed toward the mountain range. More magical beast roars could be heard from within. They were clearly there to defend this place, but the people that had entered were all crazy with greed. These mountains had countless precious medicines growing on them. Someone plucked a fruit and ate it. It instantly dissolved, transforming into blood-colored runes that covered his body. Spiritual chi surged toward him crazily, causing his expression to change. He punched himself in the chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The runes on his body faded. However, he was delighted. This fruit was actually able to allow someone to rapidly advance. However, this place was the yin-yang world, and he was already at the peak of soul transformation. He couldn't make his breakthrough here, so he had to forcibly interrupt that fruit's effect. Seeing the people ahead obtain such priceless treasures, everyone was going crazy. They even ignored the terrifying 12th-rank magical beasts, charging deeper into the mountain range. Long Chen reached out and grabbed an unremarkable little tree growing out of the cliffside. He also didn't know its name, but his intuition said it was a treasure. He had just gathered it when he saw a python swing its tail like a whip, blowing apart a powerful empyrean. This dangerous region meant a few unlucky people would be targeted by the 12th-rank magical beasts. Even empyreans with awakening manifestations and divine items were only able to endure 1 or 2 attacks at most before being killed. After killing that person, the python suddenly shot toward Long Chen. "Fuck, all I did was look at you." Long Chen turned and fled. His lightning wings were in full force, and he had no intention of foolishly fighting a 12th-rank magical beast directly. The python opened its mouth, shooting out a black runic sword at Long Chen. The huge sword was incredibly powerful, but Long Chen activated the celestial lightning body blink, vanishing and reappearing at the bottom of a distant mountain. He immediately concealed his aura. The runic sword missed. The python lost its target and switched to another direction. Several experts there changed their expressions and immediately fled. Long Chen stealthily climbed the mountain, looking into the distance. He quickly saw Chu Yao's figure, but she was very low-key. She was covered in green mist so others couldn't see her clearly. She was silently profiting. Is that place the core of this world? Long Chen suddenly noticed a pillar of light in the distance. He sensed the air of primal chaos within it. Black and white runes interwove there, causing the world to shake. Within that pillar of light, he could vaguely see a mountain. There was some kind of vegetation growing atop the mountain, one that looked like a flower or a grass but was neither. That vegetation was hundreds of meters tall. It had long leaves falling from it. Each leaf was split evenly in the middle, with half being black and half being white. The black was the blackest black, while the white was the purest white. Between the black and white leaves was a large pole. It was covered in black and white marks. At the top of the pole was a sphere several meters thick. It was like a fruit, but this fruit was translucent, and it was sometimes black as night and sometimes white as jade. When it was black, a burst of death energy would surge out, raising people's hair. When it was white, endless life energy would nourish the world, filling it with peace. Intertwining black and white, alternating yin and yang, it was like the world's Taos were contained within its transformations. "Heavens, that's definitely a legendary yin-yang immortal grass," shouted someone. Yin-yang immortal grass. That was something said to be an undying divine medicine that could make a person rise from the dead, transcend reincarnation, and live forever, gaining a lifespan as long as the heavens. However, no one had ever seen it. It was only found in stories and myths. Even any details about it were very vague. Nevertheless, all those legends had one common point. The yin-yang immortal grass possessed alternating yin-yang energy that could topple the world. If anyone could obtain it, they could control the cycle of life and death, becoming the ruler of a world. Of course, as soon as someone shouted the name of the yin-yang immortal grass, everyone's eyes became crazy with greed. That was something that contained the power to control the world, and whoever possessed it could dominate everyone else. Even Long Chen was unable to stay calm. This strange plant truly did look similar to the yin-yang immortal grass of legends. Charge! People roared, charging straight toward that pillar of light, not even bothering to search through the mountains any longer. Long Chen, Ruyan said that there's something within the light pillar that she needs. Chu Yao's voice rang out in Long Chen's head. She wants the yin-yang immortal grass. No, there's a divine pool beneath it. That place is where all the essence is gathered, said Chu Yao. Long Chen looked carefully. Only now did he notice that the yin-yang immortal grass had taken root in a divine pool. The divine pool was turbid with the air of primal chaos. It had strange fluctuations. This was definitely a place set up to nourish the yin-yang immortal grass. Should we charge in? Asked Chu Yao. No, things aren't so simple. I keep feeling like something is off. We should be more cautious than these people, warned Long Chen. This place was too strange. He was feeling a vague sense of unease. Just at this moment, the first Empyrean managed to reach the pillar of light. He slashed his divine item into it. A slight ripple came from the pillar of light. Black chi surged out of the ripple. Get back, one of his friends shouted at him. However, it was too late. His divine item instantly turned black, following which his entire body also turned black. Then he slowly dissipated like dust. Even his divine item blew away in pieces. Chapter 1864, The Light Barrier Fails. Translator Born to Be. All the experts were dumbfounded. A powerful Empyrean had been turned to dust along with his divine item by the light barrier. He silently disappeared from this world. That was even more frightening than being blown to bits. That was especially true when it came to his divine item, which also turned to dust without being able to resist in the slightest. That's definitely the yin-yang immortal grass. Only the power of the immortal Tao could so easily destroy a divine item, shouted someone. Divine items were the apex weapons on the martial heaven continent. However, in front of that light barrier, it was silently turned into nothingness. That kind of power was definitely not something anything in the mortal world could do. Just as everyone paused in front of the light barrier, the magical beasts chasing them didn't pause. They charged over, immediately causing chaos. People didn't know whether they should charge through or run. Charge through, they didn't dare. After all, that person's overconfidence had cost him his life. However, they were also unwilling to leave just like that. That was the yin-yang immortal grass. If they could obtain it, the martial heaven continent would be theirs. Everyone, ignore the yin-yang immortal grass for now. We should first join forces to kill these magical beasts, or no one will benefit in the end, shouted a man in fiery red robes. This person was tall, but he didn't look particularly outstanding. However, his blood-red pupils contained dancing flame runes. His robes had a clear flame image on them, showing that he was from Pill Valley's Flame Divine Palace. As soon as he spoke, all the experts, whether they were from the Righteous Path, Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, Xuanhuan Beasts, or Ancient Family Alliance, joined hands to fight off the 12th rank magical beasts. 10 people should surround each beast. Focus on their vitals and don't hold back, shouted the expert from Pill Valley's Flame Divine Palace, taking the lead in attacking one of the 12th rank magical beasts. He held a flame spear. The blood-red spear stabbed forward and its power shattered the surrounding mountains. The earth collapsed. He was an extremely terrifying expert. The tiger magical beast he was facing was pierced in the abdomen, and blood-red flames enveloped the entire magical beast. It was heavily injured from just one exchange. Seeing this, the others attacked. Over 10 Empyreans with manifestations starting to awaken activated their divine items at once. Even this 12th rank magical beast wasn't able to endure it all and was slain in an instant. Beside them, another magical beast was slain. The other experts were imitating their kill, slaughtering the magical beasts. Only by working together could they avoid getting killed in one blow. Long Chen, what should we do? Asked Chu Yao, standing in the distance. She was still doing as Long Chen said and acting like she didn't know Long Chen. If she didn't, the crowd might attack her. You should help them too, or it will be too conspicuous. However, be careful and don't let people recognize you. I'll investigate this light barrier, said Long Chen. Chu Yao nodded. Extending her arm, a snake bone whip appeared in her hand. She joined the fray, but she was clearly not putting in any effort. On the entire battlefield, the only one not fighting the magical beasts was Long Chen. He was calmly looking at the light barrier. The expert from Pill Valley glanced at Long Chen out of the corner of his eye. He smiled coldly. Once everyone was done with the magical beasts, they could directly eliminate him. This expert was a supreme expert that Pill Valley had been hiding. He had mastered all of Pill Valley's flame magical arts. If the yin-yang world hadn't opened, Pill Valley wouldn't have exposed him. Now that he had entered the yin-yang world, his greatest mission was to eliminate Long Chen and destroy the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen could not be allowed to leave alive. Originally, he hadn't been planning on targeting Long Chen so early, as he had wanted to test his own luck to see if he could get any treasures. However, he had ended up encountering Long Chen here. If Long Chen was smart, he would have immediately fled, but he was just foolishly staring at the light pillar as if he didn't know how close to death he was. He didn't disturb Long Chen. Instead, he helped the experts with annihilating the magical beasts. Long Chen didn't even look at the intense battle raging around him. He held two swords in his hands. He suddenly threw one of the swords into the light barrier. When it struck the light barrier instantly turned black, and the sword, which was an ancestral item, instead turned into black bits that drifted away. Long Chen waited a moment and threw his other sword in. This time, his sword pierced into the light barrier, but when it was about to exit, the barrier once more turned black, and the sword dissipated. Long Chen, your death has come. That expert from Pill Valley suddenly led hundreds of experts over. Each one of them was an Empyrean whose manifestation had begun to awaken. They were elites amongst elites, or they wouldn't have been able to bypass the vines at the gate. Having joined forces, they formed groups of 10 to slay the 12th rank magical beasts. It was actually very easy. After all, magical beasts were not very intelligent. After being attacked by so many experts, they were naturally at a disadvantage. They also didn't know that they should run, so they were all killed. Once killed, everyone gathered around Long Chen. Long Chen, today is the day of your death, shouted an ancient race expert. We have to make sure not to let him off too easily, added an expert from the Xuanhuan beasts. The experts from all the various large forces had gathered to attack Long Chen. Even some of the righteous experts were shouting along, as if Long Chen was the criminal who had slain their fathers. Long Chen looked back at the group. A faint smile of derision appeared on his face. Do you see me giving a damn about you? That look of contempt immediately provoked everyone. Their divine items lit up, and their manifestations appeared behind them. Idiots! Long Chen's gaze swept over these experts. Shaking his head, he raised two middle fingers, turned around and stepped into the light barrier. Seeing this, all those experts jumped in shock. Was Long Chen committing suicide? However, shockingly, Long Chen passed straight through the light barrier without harm. How is that possible? Did the light barrier lose its effect? Quick, we can't let him get it first. Shocked cries rang out because they all saw Long Chen speeding toward the yin-yang immortal grass. Everyone panicked. Could it be that the light barrier had a time limit, and after a certain time it lost its effect? Several experts hastily charged through the light barrier, but as soon as they struck it, the black ripples appeared, turning them to dust. No. More people were hot on the first few people's trails, and they couldn't stop in time. They smashed into the light barrier, transforming into dust. 17 Empyreans were killed just like that, like moths attracted to fire. That expert from Pill Valley had an ugly expression now. Just now, he had almost smashed into the light barrier to chase after Long Chen. If his reactions weren't quick enough, he would have died. Damn it, how is this possible? Why would the light barrier not stop Long Chen but block us? Unwilling roars rang out. Unfortunately, no matter how they roared, it was useless. Long Chen had already entered, while they would be killed if they touched the light barrier. No one dared to try again. They could only watch as Long Chen flew toward the yin-yang immortal grass. There has to be a method to get in. It's just that we haven't figured out the secret to the light barrier yet, said someone. Everyone think. If we pool our intelligence together, I refuse to believe that we can't figure it out if Long Chen could. That's right, whoever figures it out must share it. After all, if they enter alone, their chances of defeating Long Chen are low. If we enter together, we can annihilate him and avoid any accidents. Spread out. Surround the light barrier so that Long Chen can't leave. If Long Chen approaches you, shout for reinforcements. Even if Long Chen obtains the yin-yang immortal grass, he won't have time to refine it, so he won't be stronger. If we attack together, he won't have a life to enjoy his treasures, said the expert from Pill Valley. He had great prestige amongst these people, and they immediately followed his orders, surrounding the light pillar. No matter which direction Long Chen went, he would have to face at least 3 powerful experts. It should be simple for them to hold him back. The experts also began testing the light barrier just like Long Chen had. They constantly tested it, but no matter what they threw at it, everything would turn to black dust. They couldn't figure out any pattern. Even after an incense stick's worth of time later, they were unable to make the slightest progress. Chu Yao was also following along, but inside she was laughing. Was intelligence really something that could be pooled? If a river took someone 12 hours to cross, could 12 people cross it in 1 hour? Of course not. Long Chen might not like to use his head, but when he did, only a few people could match him. Long Chen had told her not to expose herself. She simply attacked the barrier along with the others, looking closely at Long Chen. His figure was tiny now. He had finally arrived at the foot of the yin-yang immortal grass. Chapter 1865, The Bound Yin-Yang Immortal Grass. Translator Born to Be. When Long Chen first entered the light barrier, he looked back with a cold smile at the experts who followed him, smashing into the barrier. The reason he dared to pass the light barrier was because he had figured out how it worked. Or perhaps he should say that amongst everyone present, he was the only one qualified to enter the light barrier. This light barrier was affected by the yin-yang immortal grass. It was a special barrier, and although it looked like it had a single layer, there were actually 9 layers. The 9 layers were stacked together, but each layer was filled with alternating life and death energy. There was a certain gap between the alternating life and death energy, and if you could grasp that gap, you could enter. However, the flow of life and death energy in the barrier was not so easy to read. If you misread it and walked into the death energy, you would be instantly killed. To cross only the life side of all 9 layers was something only Nether Passage experts who had comprehended life and death could do. That was why none of these experts could figure out the barrier. The reason Long Chen could do it was because he had entered the netherworld and gathered the life spirit water and death spirit water. He had a great deal of experience when it came to these 2 kinds of energy. Despite that, other than using those 2 swords as a test, Long Chen had also tossed some very fine leaves inside to figure out the barrier. Only once he was sure it was safe did he enter. However, he was truly evil. He had intentionally waited for those people to gather around him before provoking them and entering. Those people didn't even have time to consider it. Almost automatically assuming that the barrier had lost effect, they had chased, resulting in over 10 Empyreans being conned to their deaths. Past the light barrier, Long Chen saw that this space was also its own world. It was not as small as it looked on the outside. It took him a full incense stick's worth of time to get close to the yin-yang immortal grass. At this time, he finally managed to see the complete form of the yin-yang immortal grass. He also had a closer look at the divine pool beneath it. It was an enormous divine pool filled with primal chaos. It was misty and radiated a divine glimmer. The giant yin-yang immortal grass was taking root within the divine pool. On the edges of the pool, Long Chen saw runic chains. The yin-yang immortal grass's rhizome was chained by them. The divine pool was chained here, as was the yin-yang immortal grass. Looking up at the black and white leaves in the sky, Long Chen felt like an ant. The leaves completely covered the sky. This feeling of tininess wasn't just based on sight, but also on his spiritual perception. He could feel a majestic aura coming from the yin-yang immortal grass that surpassed anything that he knew. That energy might really be enough to destroy this entire world. Just how am I supposed to take it? Looking at the giant yin-yang immortal grass, Long Chen felt a chill. Even with his guts, he wasn't so sure about this. The giant divine pool was chained down together with the yin-yang immortal grass. To take it was a crazy man's dream. Even if the yin-yang immortal grass didn't resist, just by it being chained to this divine pool made Long Chen powerless. Those chains definitely had some terrifying restrictions. One mistake and he would lose his little life. Hello, how are you, little human? Just as Long Chen's head was spinning with ideas as to how he was supposed to move the yin-yang immortal grass into the primal chaos space, its black and white lines quivered. Long Chen's body tightened, and he suddenly appeared at the center of the yin-yang immortal grass. At the same time, a voice rang out in his mind. Long Chen was shocked. He had been transported to the top of the yin-yang immortal grass without the slightest bit of ability to resist. He was standing on one of its leaves, on the white side that was filled with life energy. He didn't sense anything wrong with his body, but his heart was pounding crazily. Was this yin-yang immortal grass actually some kind of terrifying tree demon? I'm doing all right," responded Long Chen. He knew that this voice was the yin-yang immortal grass communicating with him. Space shook. The large sphere growing at the top of the yin-yang immortal grass, which looked like its fruit, slowly shrunk. An elder with long facial hair actually appeared from within. The elder was half white and half black, looking bizarre. His face was lean, giving off a feeling of the immortal Tao. "Senior, you are the yin-yang immortal grass. You can control life and death. Can you make a person live forever?" asked Long Chen curiously. The elder smiled faintly. "The yin-yang immortal grass is just a name from this star field. As for my real name, well, it's not important. Life and death energy truly can be controlled, but it must be within the scope that the heavenly Tao's permit. As for living forever, that's impossible. In this world, there is nothing that lives forever." The elder looked bizarre, but his words were kind. He wasn't at all overbearing or arrogant. He was just like an ordinary elder. "Senior, what is going on here?" Long Chen pointed down, indicating the chains. "A scam, a trap," the elder sighed helplessly. "A scam, a trap? You mean the entire yin-yang world is a trap in and of itself?" asked Long Chen. "Not just that," the elder shook his head. "Not just that?" Long Chen jumped. He vaguely felt a feeling of immense danger that made him very uneasy. "Senior?" Long Chen wanted to keep asking questions, but the elder shook his head. "Don't ask. You have something on you that isolates you from life and death energy. Even I am unable to see through your origins or your end. To have a treasure like that recognize you as its master, you must be a game breaker. That's why many things don't make a difference whether you know them or not. If I told you them, it would only draw karma, so it's not worth it. Little friend, our meeting is fate. If you can free me from my bindings, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." "Me, am I really capable of that?" Long Chen was startled. This yin-yang immortal grass was absolutely terrifying, but it had been bound here. How was he, a little soul transformation disciple, supposed to help it? "It should be no problem. You were able to cross the life and death barrier, so this should all be fated. If you came here but were unable to break the chains, you wouldn't be able to gain anything. That's not the style of fate. I know that you have two friends outside the barrier. One is hidden in a spiritual space, but I still sense the spiritual fluctuations of the undying race. This primal chaos divine elixir in the pool beneath me is the result of the yin-yang world's dual yin and yang springs merging together. There is life and death energy mixed in, and it is a priceless treasure to that undying friend of yours. It's enough to make it completely transform and control life and death energy. The reason I was transplanted here and chained is because every time the yin-yang fruit matures, they will come gather it and turn me into a slave. My yin-yang fruit is about to mature once more. Their plan has almost reached fruition. The great era has come again, and this might be the last time they're picking my yin-yang fruit. In other words, they will make sure to reap my life as well," said the elder. His voice was filled with helplessness, as well as a trace of hatred. There also seemed to be some kind of longing. "Just who are they? Even you are unable to handle them?" asked Long Chen. "When I was caught, I was still young. I was powerless to resist. Now that I have the power to resist, I am chained and restricted. After all these years, I've learned many things. I only have one desire left, and that is to return to my home and take a look. I don't know whether my parents and brothers are still doing well, or even if that starfield of ours is still present," sighed the elder. "Little friend, if you can help free me, I can send the primal chaos divine elixir to your friend, as well as transmit my understanding of life and death to it. I know your human race must comprehend life and death before entering the nether passage realm. If your friend absorbs this primal chaos divine elixir and receives my understanding of life and death, then it would be easy for it to allow anyone to comprehend life and death energy. However, the first precondition is that I cannot give you the yin-yang fruit. I need to use its power to break the void and leave this world. I need it to return to my star field," said the elder. Long Chen was astonished. Comprehending life and death would be easy. then wouldn't that mean that all the Dragon Blood warriors could enter the Nether Passage realm? The Nether Passage realm was a giant dividing range in the cultivation world. Amongst 10,000 life star experts, there might not be a single one capable of comprehending life and death. That meant that they weren't even qualified to attempt breaking through to the Nether Passage realm. So the Nether Passage realm was something that made countless geniuses feel despair. However, the yin-yang immortal grass was an existence in control of life and death energy. Long Chen trusted that it wouldn't lie to him. If he really could succeed, the Dragon Blood Legion would be able to dominate the martial heaven continent. All right, I'll accept this. What do I do? Come with me. Suddenly, the two of them vanished. Long Chen felt like he was falling down a tube. After a moment, his vision became bright again. They had actually appeared within the pool. There was a giant platform here from which the chains were coming out. This is the core of the primal chaos divine pool. The chains are connected in a giant formation. As long as you can break a single one, the entire formation will become unbalanced, and I can break it to regain my freedom, said the elder. Chapter 1866, No Need to Bow. Translator, Born to Be. Long Chen looked at the chain in front of him. He had no idea what material it was made of, but it looked extremely tough. Each chain was thicker than a house. To break such a chain was not easy. This chain's strength probably exceeded average divine items. I'm afraid that I won't be able to break it. Long Chen was solemn. The aura of these chains was too powerful. If he wanted to break it, he would probably need to use the seventh form of Split the Heavens. However, if he used the seventh form of Split the Heavens here, how would he face the experts outside? How would he face the other dangers here? The elder seemed to see through Long Chen's misgivings. You are the game breaker. You definitely have the power to do things that others cannot, to break rules that others cannot. In this I trust. Even if you must use a powerful self-harming technique, I can help you bear the cost. I won't let you suffer the slightest damage. Is that really possible? Asked Long Chen. Although I am powerless against the chains, my power can guarantee that you stay safe no matter what, promised the elder. Fine, fuck, I'll go all out today. Old man, you better not have conned me. Long Chen raised Evil Moon. If Evil Moon was awake, then perhaps Long Chen would have confidence with its help, but it was in slumber and everything was up to himself. His intuition told him that the elder wouldn't lie to him. Since he promised that everything would be fine, then Long Chen could test out the seventh form of Split the Heavens. A huge saber image appeared out of Evil Moon. At the same time, Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and 5 stars shone in his eyes. When he saw Long Chen's divine ring, the elder's pupils shrank. He seemed to realize something, and his mouth opened, but at this moment, Long Chen roared, slashing Evil Moon down at the chain. Boom! The saber image slashed into the chain, causing this entire underwater world to explode. Even the yin-yang immortal grass shook fiercely. At some point, the elder had placed a hand on Long Chen's back. That was a hand as white as jade, and gentle energy poured into Long Chen's body. The huge backlash from using the seventh form of Split, the heavens had yet to tear through Long Chen's body when this gentle energy sucked it all away. How powerful! Long Chen was stunned by the yin-yang immortal grass's abilities. If he had its assistance, wouldn't he be able to freely unleash the seventh form of Split the Heavens? He could directly kill whoever he found displeasing. His admiration for the yin-yang immortal grass grew stronger, and he had another thought, but regretfully, he saw that his attack did not shatter the chain. Again, Long Chen raised Evil Moon once more. In any case, with the yin-yang immortal grass helping him shoulder the injury, he didn't mind hacking at it a few more times. He was just wasting a bit of spiritual yuan. It just so happened that he could get accustomed to this technique. No need, you've already succeeded. Cracks have appeared in the chain. The elder waved his hand, his voice quivering with excitement. Little friend, thank you. There is no way to express my gratitude. I hope one day you can break this death game, and we will meet again in some other star field. Senior, you're too courteous. Furthermore, we're working together, each for our own profit. About that. I'm a bit embarrassed, but I know you're not a petty person, so I was wondering if you could give one of your roots to me, asked Long Chen with a thick face. The elder smiled and said, that's no problem. A single root won't affect my power much. I just need enough to break through the barrier of this world. However, I should tell you that while my root can exist on its own, it takes an enormous amount of life and death energy to nourish, or it will quickly wither and die. Other than that, even if you did have a method to nourish it, it would take an extremely long time to grow. With a human's longevity, 100,000 years is nothing to it. Don't waste time on growing the root if it distracts you from important things. The elder's meaning was clear. Long Chen should spend his time on other things rather than wasting it on growing the root. He didn't have enough time to mature it. I know. All I need is the tiniest bit. I still want to try even if I might not succeed, said Long Chen. His primal chaos space had soil filled with life energy, and the black soil that devoured all life which could represent death energy. If he planted it between the two sides, wouldn't it have both life and death energy? All right, then it seems I was worried for nothing. The elder smiled and extended a hand. It held out over 100 roots as thin as a hair. Long Chen jumped. These roots were being compressed by a spatial law. In truth, each one of them was thicker than a foot and many meters long. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen received one of the roots and his hand sank. That root was heavier than a mountain. At the same time, its life and death energy almost caused his palm to split open. He hastily sent it into the primal chaos space. He planted it on the border of the black soil. However, even after planting it, there wasn't any reaction. He didn't know if it would survive. I'm not in a rush to leave. That girl should be your friend, correct? The elder waved his hand, revealing an image of Chu Yao. Yes, it's her, Long Chen nodded. All right. Space shook ever so slightly. Chu Yao, who was outside the light pillar, vanished and reappeared at the bottom of the divine pool. She was shocked and was forming a hand seal when she saw Long Chen smiling at her. Have Ruyan come out. Her opportunity has come. Liu Ruyan came out without waiting for Long Chen. Feeling the energy of primal chaos surrounding her, her icy face finally smiled. A member of the undying race. Yes, your root is very good and contains a trace of the immortal spirit bloodline. It seems your origins aren't simple. The elder nodded at Liu Ruyan with a trace of praise. Liu Ruyan, great senior. The normally prideful Liu Ruyan actually bowed respectfully toward the elder. That display was one of respect and admiration. No need to bow. Long Chen was standing beside the elder, and he graciously accepted this bow. Bastard, are you looking for a beating? The previously respectful Liu Ruyan instantly turned hostile. Chu Yao was holding back laughter to the side. She knew that Liu Ruyan's impression of Long Chen had always been bad. After all, she had once lost to him and was very irritated by that defeat. She had always been looking to get back at him for this. However, Long Chen was a slippery scoundrel, not letting Liu Ruyan get any advantage. Each time, he teased Liu Ruyan to the point of exploding. She was already used to it. How rude. If it weren't for me, would you have been able to come here? Shouldn't I accept your thanks? Is this how the undying race repays its favors? HMPH, my eyes have been opened to the world. What, you want to bite me, ah? Long Chen suddenly shouted as Liu Ruyan really bit him. His outstretched hand was instantly taken advantage of. Liu Ruyan was an undying willow, and she transformed her teeth into wooden thorns, instantly piercing his palm. You foolish girl, why are you learning from Gu Ran? But when he bites people, he always bites the butt, shouted Long Chen as Liu Ruyan bit down harder. This was a very difficult to imagine scene. A beautiful woman was fiercely biting a man's hand. All right, both of you, stop. Do you want the senior to laugh at you? Chu Yao pulled the two of them apart. She's the one biting me, grumbled Long Chen, looking at his bleeding hand. Liu Ruyan almost pounced back at Long Chen, but she was held back by Chu Yao. Senior, I've made you laugh. This lowly wife of mine doesn't have experience and is rude. Please don't blame her. Long Chen apologized to the elder but pushed all the responsibility onto Liu Ruyan. The elder simply smiled slightly. There's nothing for me to laugh at. When I was young, I also had companions like you, brothers and sisters. However, it's been far too long since I've spoken with them. I really envy you and I am grateful. Only now did Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan learn that this terrifying yin-yang immortal grass was actually enslaved here by others. They both felt empathy. Little girl, your power is limited and you cannot absorb this much primal chaos divine elixir at once. I will help you. In a bit, bring out your true body and absorb as much as you can. Once you can't absorb anymore, I will seal the remaining amount inside your body so you can slowly absorb it in the future. We should be quick to avoid the disturbance here drawing the other side's attention. If that happens, I might be able to escape, but the rest of you will be in danger, said the elder. Long Chen's heart shook. Liu Ruyan didn't waste any more time. Her figure vanished, replaced with a towering willow. The willow was giant but still appeared small when compared to the yin-yang immortal grass. Liu Ruyan sent her roots into the divine pool. Runes began revolving around her entire body as she began rapidly absorbing the primal chaos divine elixir. Chapter 1867, Phantom Blood Locusts. Translator Born to Be. As Liu Ruyan summoned her true body and began to absorb the pool, the water level slowly fell. Her whole body was shining, and a dragon scale pattern began to appear on her bark. The air of primal chaos covered her completely, and a holy light began to shine from her, as if she had awakened as an immortal spirit, as if she no longer belonged to the mortal world. As the primal chaos energy entered her body, Long Chen saw black-white surges of energy intertwining in her branches. Chu Yao watched excitedly. This was a huge opportunity for Liu Ruyan. She would be completely transformed afterward. However, after around a quarter of the divine pool was absorbed, the water level stopped descending. Liu Ruyan was covered in immortal mist, and faint black and white marks had appeared on her leaves. She had reached her limit and could not absorb any more. Prepare yourself. I will help you. The elder pressed his palms against each other. The leaves of the giant yin-yang immortal grass wrapped around Liu Ruyan. In front of the yin-yang immortal grass, even Liu Ruyan's true body seemed tiny. The black and white leaves had divine runes flow out of them, condensing into whirlpools that poured the divine elixir into Liu Ruyan's body. The water level rapidly sank. In just a few seconds, it reached the bottom. Only now did Chu Yao see that there were two spring openings at the bottom. White liquid like milk bubbled out of one, while black liquid like squid ink came from the other. The speed at which these two liquids came out was extremely slow. Based on that speed, it would take tens of thousands of years to fill this pool up. The yin-yang immortal grass's leaves released Liu Ruyan. She returned to her human form, but a black and white mark had appeared on her forehead. That was the seal that the yin-yang immortal grass had left in her. The remaining divine elixir was locked inside that seal so that she could slowly absorb it. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan sent a palm at Long Chen, and caught by surprise, he was sent flying into the distance. Liu Ruyan's palm had contained some kind of strange energy, and Long Chen felt his blood flipping inside him. He was about to burst into curses when Liu Ruyan knelt on the ground toward the yin-yang immortal grass. Her palms pressed against each other. Many thanks, Senior. Liu Ruyan was filled with gratitude for this elder. He had not just sealed the divine elixir inside her, but he had also transmitted his understanding of life and death, yin and yang, growth and decay, all his life's understanding to her. Although she was not at the level where she could understand it at all yet, she could slowly comprehend it in the future, and she would sooner or later reach that height. This was something that would benefit her for a lifetime, and could already be called the inheritance of a master to a disciple. Seeing this, Long Chen couldn't say anything. Liu Ruyan had knocked him away to prevent him from taking advantage like he just had. Child, rise, I'm ashamed. This is simply my agreement with this little friend. If you want to thank someone, you should thank him, said the elder, raising Liu Ruyan up. Liu Ruyan stood. She nodded slightly to Long Chen without looking at him, and that was it. Long Chen was still waiting for Liu Ruyan to apologize, but she didn't even look at him. Rolling his eyes inside, he decided not to quibble with her over this. To the elder he said, Senior. We can speak spiritually. The elder directly switched to spiritual communication. Long Chen was startled. However, using the same kind of spiritual communication, he said, I want to know what the Gamebreaker means. I've heard it several times now. He had heard this from the Ascender and the Four Nations' ancient remnant, and Sovereign Yun Shang had also brought it up. It seemed others had also mentioned it, but even now, he didn't know what it meant. The world is like a chessboard. Everyone is a piece that has their own fate. The lines of life and death have already been set. However, some people are not within the plan but are still on the board. Such people are called game breakers. Then this so-called game, who set it up? Asked Long Chen. Some games are made by people, some are made by the heavens. However, no matter who set it up, the game breakers always bring disorder. They are not accepted by heaven or earth, and so they face endless calamities. They are fated to have lives of trouble and misfortune. For you to have grown to your current height, I'm sure you're already aware of this. Game breakers break the chessboard and change the fate of the world. The more the game breakers grow, the more they will change the world, and the more they will influence the final outcome of the board. So your path will only become more dangerous. There are only two possibilities. You will either topple this world or the world will destroy you, said the elder. Other than that, I see something legendary on your body, so there are many things I cannot say, I dare not say. What I can say is that the board is about to reach its final stage. If you don't topple the board, you will be destroyed by the board. Long Chen's heart shook. He suddenly recalled that voice that occasionally appeared in his head that constantly said that the time was almost up. Was it referring to this board? Young friend, thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to return home. I will forever remember you. Hopefully you can topple this chessboard and survive. I hope we can meet again. The elder slowly rose. His body lit up, and he merged into the yin-yang immortal grass. I'm going to break the chains. When the chains are broken, the formation will crumble. There is a horde of locusts on a mountain not far from here. They will be woken when the formation crumbles, and those locusts are more difficult to handle than the magical beasts. You should be careful. The yin-yang immortal grass's voice rang out in their ears. This was its final goodbye. The yin-yang immortal grass's whole body began quivering crazily. The chains beneath it were pulled taut, and the earth began shuddering as well. There was one runic chain amongst those countless chains that was already dim. Cracks began growing all along it. That was the chain that Long Chen had struck. That chain suddenly shattered due to the yin-yang immortal grass's power. Then a chain reaction followed. All the chains shuddered, and one by one they shattered. Goodbye, let me thank you once more. The yin-yang immortal grass explosively grew. It broke through the sky. The formation of the light pillar was shattered, and the entire world trembled fiercely. Mountains crumbled, the earth sank. It was like the world was about to be destroyed. Those experts on the outside had started panicking when they saw Chu Yao be summoned inside by the yin-yang immortal grass. However, now as the formation broke, they simply stood there in dumb shock. The power of the yin-yang immortal grass made them feel like a mountain was crushing them. Even moving a finger was difficult. At this moment, whoever still had any intention of snatching the yin-yang immortal grass would really be an idiot. Something on that level wasn't anything that they could touch. Only now did they find just how foolish their previous thinking was. The formation exploded, and even the stars in the sky were shaking. After that, a giant hole appeared in the void, and the yin-yang immortal grass slowly entered it. In the end, it vanished within the hole. The yin-yang immortal grass was gone, and the terrifying pressure had faded. The world was peaceful. However, after that intense shaking, the earth was sundered and the mountains had collapsed. Long Chen still present, kill him. He has definitely obtained some treasure. One sharp-eyed fellow noticed that Long Chen, Chu Yao, and Liu Ruyan were still present. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they knew that Long Chen had definitely gained something good. All their eyes turned red with greed. Fuck, it's been a long time since I had a slaughter. Come, my blade has long since grown thirsty. Long Chen rose into the air, evil moon on his shoulder. Did they really think he was so easy to bully? Seeing Long Chen still standing there, that expert from Pill Valley smiled coldly. Holding his blood-red flame spear, he took the lead in charging at Long Chen. Boom! Just as a great battle was about to erupt, the ground exploded, revealing a giant hole. A group of fist-sized locusts flew out. Their bodies were golden, but compared to ordinary locusts, they had a pair of pincers on their mouths that flickered with a cold light. While the rest of them looked like they were made of gold, only their pincers were blood-colored. Heavens, phantom blood locusts, shouted someone in a panic. Phantom blood locusts might normally be golden, but when they attacked, blood-colored runes would appear on their wings, making them appear scarlet. Their golden color was what they looked like normally, but once they changed color, it meant that they were infuriated. The phantom blood locusts soared out, filling the sky like a giant wave. They charged at the experts present. Fuck, I actually forgot. Long Chen clapped his leg. He had actually forgotten the yin-yang immortal grass's warning about the locusts. Seeing these phantom blood locusts, his face turned green. These things were even more terrifying than the 12th rank magical beasts. The phantom blood locusts were incredibly quick. A powerful Empyrean was surrounded in an instant, and while he crazily fought, there were too many phantom blood locusts. One of them bit his leg, and with a scream, his entire body stiffened. Then the phantom blood locusts enveloped him, and when they left, he was gone. Not even a bone was left. Run! Long Chen pulled Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan away, running as fast as he could. Chapter 1868, Pill Valley's Huo Lian. Translator, born to be. Fuck, how can they ignore our defenses? No. Startled and frightened cries rang out. The phantom blood locusts were a strange kind of insect. While they were also classified as magical beasts, they were oddities, equally as famous as the heaven-devouring ants. Even if a more powerful magical beast encountered them, they would flee. The phantom blood locust's mouth contained powerful runes that could tear through armor. A 12th-rank magical beast would instantly turn into a skeleton in the face of millions of phantom blood locusts. As for human experts, unless they had armor on the level of divine items, they wouldn't even be left with a skeleton. Once bitten by their pincers, your entire body would stiffen. Your Yuan spirit would freeze, and that would spell defeat. The phantom blood locusts were nightmares amongst magical beasts. Magical beasts like the phantom blood locust normally weren't called magical beasts. They were different from other magical beasts like centipedes, scorpions, or spiders. That was because they didn't have crystal cores, and all their energy was concentrated in their mouths. That was an innate kind of terrifying power. Some people joked that whatever God had made this world had made a mistake, and accidentally created a few things that even they themselves didn't understand. These phantom blood locusts were one of those existences. Rumors were that they were viewed as an invasive species back in ancient times and were hunted down. The phantom blood locusts were capable of devouring all life from a world. They bred quickly, and if they were allowed freedom, a world could meet with catastrophe. In comparison, the heaven-devouring ants were a bit better. They were simply very territorial, but as long as you didn't step into their territory or kill them, they would only start hunting when they were hungry, and their main prey was underground ores. Flesh was just a portion of their diet. Heaven-devouring ants didn't randomly increase their territory, and they bred slowly. So the phantom blood locusts were far worse, a plague, a nightmare, an apocalyptic catastrophe for a world. Of course, any knowledge of the phantom blood locusts was only within some ancient murals. They were important enough to include in murals because there were several times in human history when the phantom blood locusts had appeared, causing the human race to pay a great price to exterminate them. As for now, no one had expected there to be so many phantom blood locusts sleeping underground. Like an overturned ant nest, everyone fled. However, the ground continued to explode, and phantom blood locusts came from every direction. They were extremely fast, and when they spread their wings, countless afterimages would appear. That was where the phantom in their name came from. Most frightening of all, the people had no idea just how many phantom blood locusts were still hidden underground. The ground was constantly splitting open, revealing large caves which they were flying out of. "Chu Yao, you and Ruyan go in the direction of the exit," said Long Chen. "Then what are you going to do?" asked Chu Yao. "That idiot from the Bloodco Hall has set his sights on me. He has some kind of secret art concealing his presence. I can only vaguely sense that he is approaching me, but I can't narrow down his location. I will find some way to draw him out. He's too dangerous, so I want to eliminate him now." Long Chen had sharp senses toward the Bloodco Hall's people, so he was never afraid of them. However, this fellow was actually able to block himself from his senses, meaning that he was definitely a terrifying assassin. Such a person was too dangerous. He wasn't worried for himself, but he was worried about the assassin targeting others. Chu Yao was a wood cultivator and had sharp senses toward assassinations. She also had Liu Ruyan. Perhaps that person was unable to do anything to Chu Yao. However, in a chaotic fight, such a person was too dangerous. He would definitely choose to target soul cultivators like Meng Qi and Xia Chen, so he was worried. "Then be careful," Chu Yao nodded, knowing what he was thinking. "Do you need my help?" Surprisingly, Liu Ruyan took the initiative to ask. "No, the phantom blood locusts are too powerful and just one bite can be fatal. I would rather you protect Chu Yao. I will handle the Bloodco Hall's braggart," said Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen slashed Evil Moon, and a fierce saber chi slashed a line through the phantom blood locusts. However, even this attack only created a narrow opening. Other phantom blood locusts away from the center weren't killed and were only knocked away. The path quickly shrank. The phantom blood locusts were also tough, and they would normally only die if struck by the core of an attack. Any shockwaves or such were unable to kill them. Curious, Long Chen's expression changed slightly. "What is it?" asked Chu Yao. "Where is Yi Lingshan? She came with me, but we split up after I went to look for you. She's not here." Even after such a long time, there was no sign of her. At first, he had thought that she was hiding, and he had been waiting to receive her at any moment. However, even when his divine sense swept through the battlefield, he didn't notice Yi Lingshan. With her power, there were only a handful of individuals capable of threatening her. Her safety shouldn't be a problem, but she still hadn't appeared. He didn't understand. "Could an accident have befallen her?" asked Chu Yao. "No, Yi Lingshan is also an expert who killed her way up step by step. She definitely has ways to protect herself. Perhaps she found some kind of special opportunity of her own, said Long Chen. He led the two of them through the phantom blood locusts. More and more of them appeared, and Long Chen repeatedly slashed his sword, killing a way through. Just as Long Chen was attacking, space twisted, and a sword silently pierced toward his back. It was aimed precisely for the most difficult place for Long Chen to block or dodge. HMPH, you finally can't wait any longer, Long Chen sneered. There was no time to use Evil Moon to block. A golden dragon tooth suddenly appeared in the space beside him. That Bloodco Hall's assassin's expression changed. He hastily blocked the tooth, but he was blown back. He almost coughed up blood. While assassinating, his energy was all concentrated within himself to avoid being sensed. Even though he was a powerful Empyrean, he hadn't unleashed his manifestation, so in a direct clash, assassins were at a disadvantage. If he summoned his manifestation, then such a huge disturbance was something only a dead person wouldn't sense. How was he supposed to sneak attack like that? The Bloodco Hall had a secret art that allowed their assassins to merge with their manifestations. However, limiting their manifestation's power like that to keep it hidden meant that they could only use 50% of its power. What the Bloodco Hall's experts pursued was assassination arts, not power, and their defensive power was extremely low. So this dragon tooth attack almost made him cough up blood. Today, I'll see if I can beat any piss out of you. After the dragon tooth attack, Long Chen unleashed a tempest of attacks with Evil Moon. While Long Chen attacked the Bloodco Hall's expert, Liu Ruyan formed hand seals, and willow leaves appeared, wrapping around her and Chu Yao. Those willow leaves had black and white marks on them. They emitted a sharp aura. When they smashed into the phantom blood locusts were forced back. It would be difficult to kill them, but forcing a way through them was enough. Following Long Chen's directions, they charged out, taking advantage of while the phantom blood locusts had yet to fully fill the surroundings, or they really would be in danger. There were just too many of them. Some of the phantom blood locusts would manage to latch onto the leaves they smashed into and bite them. Those leaves would immediately wither away into nothingness. They were practically endless, but fortunately Liu Ruyan also had many leaves to take out. She was entirely able to keep up with this. Liu Ruyan and Chu Yao charged out, while Long Chen was unleashing waves of saber chi to trap the assassin. That assassin's expression was icy. With Long Chen sealing his movements, he couldn't retreat. He could only unleash his manifestation and fight all out. What surprised Long Chen was that even without his assassination arts, this Bloodco Hall expert was still very powerful. His sword arts were sharp and vicious. Even in a head-on battle, Long Chen was unable to suppress him. Now he knew that the name of the Bloodco Hall's 3 divine emissaries was not for nothing. They were powerful whether in terms of a head-on battle or a hidden assassination. The thing that gave him the biggest headache was that he couldn't unleash any stronger moves because those moves took time to cast. The assassin might take advantage of that opening to flee. To kill a powerful assassin required one to unleash a tempest of attacks that didn't give them any breathing room. Hence, Long Chen couldn't let up even the slightest bit, or the assassin would slip away. Next time, it would be even more difficult to catch him. Saber light and sword images repeatedly clashed, unleashing chi waves that blew back the phantom blood locusts. The surging chi waves shocked the fleeing experts. These two were true experts. They actually dared to ignore the phantom blood locusts filling this space. It had to be known that for them, just blocking the locusts was already done nervously. They were afraid of being bitten by one and losing their life as a result. However, Long Chen and this expert of the Bloodco Hall were fighting intensely while ignoring the phantom blood locusts. Just from that, it was possible to see the difference between them. Suddenly, a mass of phantom blood locusts blew apart. A flame spear pierced through the air at Long Chen. Long Chen, Hu Liyun, will make you die a miserable death today for insulting Pill Valley. That expert from Pill Valley's Flame Divine Palace suddenly killed his way over, unleashing a frightening attack. Chapter 1869, A Great Battle Begins. Translator Born to Be. The raging flame spear pierced toward Long Chen. Its terrifying heat roasted the air and caused space to twist. Even the phantom blood locusts were blown apart. Hu Liyun was surrounded by flames. His manifestation was active behind him, and within it was a person sitting cross-legged. That figure was like a god, and its divine might shook the sky. Boom! Black flames surged out of Evil Moon, and Long Chen slashed the flame spear. It was like a sun had exploded, and the surrounding phantom blood locusts were incinerated. The instant Long Chen faced Hugh Lian's spear, the Bloodco Hall's man-killer vanished. His aura was completely gone. Long Chen's expression was slightly grave. Enemies he could face openly weren't frightening. However, to have an assassin lying in wait as he fought all out against someone else was definitely dangerous. That had the possibility of killing him. Good, the Black Illusion Dragon Flame will be changing masters today. Hugh Lian pointed his flame spear at Long Chen. His eyes were shining greedily. After all, Long Chen's Black Illusion Dragon Flame was something any flame cultivator would long for. "If you have the ability, then come and take it," said Long Chen indifferently. He might be a terrifying expert, but Long Chen wasn't afraid of him. From the previous exchange, Long Chen had confirmed that Hugh Lian was an expert on the same level as Zai Luo and the others. He hadn't expected Pill Valley to be hiding such a terrifying expert. It seemed that he had underestimated them. However, even facing Hugh Lian and the Bloodco Hall's divine emissary together, all he felt was soaring battle intent. His soul began to heat up, and the warlike blood flowing through his bones was activating. "Having such a nice place as your burial grounds is your luck," shouted Hugh Lian. "My bones aren't so easy to bury. Of course, if you have the ability, you can try. Speaking of which, I have a question. Has the Pill Fairy come?" probed Long Chen. "Shut up. The Pill Fairy isn't someone an idiot like you can touch." As soon as Long Chen mentioned the Pill Fairy, Hugh Lian seemed to become an angry lion. With a furious roar, his flame spear pierced toward Long Chen. "She's also not someone an idiot like you can touch." Long Chen instantly understood. Black flames erupted out of Evil Moon, transforming it into a giant black flame blade. Boom! When Evil Moon and the flame spear collided, the earth crumbled beneath them. Black and red flames surged out in every direction. This place instantly became a sea of flames that incinerated the phantom blood locusts. Long Chen's flame was ranked second on the Earth Flame rankings, and its power was enough to burn the sky and vaporize seas. As for Hugh Lian's blood-colored flame, it was a kind of core flame. One of Hugh Lian's ancestors had been the trusted general of a god, and this core flame was that god's blessing. It contained a trace of divine power. This kind of core flame could continuously refine other flames, merging them all into his bloodline. It was a bit similar to how Hugh Long continuously absorbed other earth flames. Therefore, Hugh Lian was a secret weapon that Pill Valley had been nurturing, and he possessed a natural advantage from birth. All kinds of earth flames had been given to him, whatever he wanted. His core flame contained the earth flames of every flame cultivator on the Martial Heaven continent. However, even though Pill Valley had done their best to create such a genius, some things just couldn't be bought with money. The Black Illusion Dragon Flame and the Heaven Incinerating Flame in Long Chen's hands were things that Hugh Lian did not possess. If his core flame could absorb the Black Illusion Dragon Flame, his combat power would instantly leap to a higher level. That was another one of Hugh Lian's goals in coming into the yin-yang world. He wanted Long Chen's life, as well as his earth flame. Hugh Lian repeatedly struck with his spear, and Evil Moon shuddered as it blocked. Black and red flames continued to clash, spreading spheres of flames around. "Bastard, you're just trash not worth mentioning. All you relied on was luck. Do you think you're qualified to be the toad lusting after the swan?" roared Hugh Lian, his expression twisted with rage. Hugh Lian was the descendant of one of the Flame Divine Palace's Grand Elders, and he would be the future commander of the Flame Divine Palace. It could be said that the Flame Divine Palace was Pill Valley's secret army. Although many of Pill Valley's alchemy elders looked down on the Flame Divine Palace since they couldn't refine pills, even those elders know that the connection between Pill Valley and the Flame Divine Palace was not so simple. In the Flame Divine Palace's view, their number one expert, Hugh Lian, was a natural match for the genius Pill Fairy. One had unrivaled alchemy arts, and the other had dominating combat power. In truth, even those living fossils of the Flame Divine Palace and Pill Valley hoped to see the two of them end up together. When Pill Valley arranged to bring out their secret weapon, Hugh Lian, they had arranged for the two of them to meet. It could be considered playing matchmaker. Regretfully, the Pill Fairy remained indifferent to Hugh Lian the entire time. Finally, Hugh Lian couldn't help expressing his adoration of her. Then he was directly refused by the Pill Fairy. She was known in Pill Valley to be a kind person who never spoke so bluntly. However, Hugh Lian was the first one to face her cold disdain. She directly told him never to bother her again. Back then, Xuanhuan was startled and angry, as well as too embarrassed to show himself. He was a supreme expert and felt that he was the only one worthy of her, so he asked her why she had refused him. How was he lacking? Her response was simple. She said that there was only one person worthy of her, and no one else was qualified to stand alongside him. When she said this, Xuanhuan immediately walked away in a fury. He knew that the Pill Fairy was talking about Long Chen. That was because the Pill Fairy had encountered Long Chen in the Skywood Divine Palace and recognized him to be Long San, who had caused a huge mess in Pill Valley. Back then, Long San was rumored to have received the Pill Fairy's affection. After that, the news that Long San was actually Long Chen caused huge waves. During the Jade Lake pageant, Long Chen had even given the Pill Fairy a flower, telling her a beautiful and poignant love story. It was said that the Pill Fairy had cried tears of emotion at that time. Perhaps she had completely fallen in love with him. These rumors weren't just being discussed in the outside world, but it was stealthily discussed within Pill Valley as well. As a result, the elders harshly berated those gossipers, and some of them were even expelled from Pill Valley. Only then did that gossip come to an end. All of this was originally just gossip that Xuanhuan had heard, but when the Pill Fairy personally confirmed the rumors, his fury soared. At that time, Xuanhuan burst into curses, saying that Long Chen was garbage, a coward, and a piece of trash that he could kill with a single hand. As for the Pill Fairy, she merely smiled indifferently without saying anything. That silent disdain added oil to the fire, and Xuanhuan was so angry that he had attacked the Pill Fairy. It was said that the battle had just started before it was stopped by the Valley Master. After scolding the two of them, the matter had come to an end. However, Xuanhuan never forgot about it, and now the person he hated the most was before him. Originally, Xuanhuan had been able to maintain the image of an expert, but as soon as Long Chen brought up the Pill Fairy, he was like an erupting volcano. It was like Long Chen had slain his father. He wanted to kill Long Chen, but he also felt like that alone wouldn't resolve his hatred. He had an urge to tear Long Chen apart bit by bit. The matter of Pill Fairy had been the first and greatest blow in his life, and he was unable to accept it. Their spear and saber repeatedly clashed, unleashing waves of flames. The phantom blood locusts now no longer dared to get close, and they flew into the distance. The Empyreans were delighted to see this. They had been surrounded and unable to break through the layers of phantom blood locusts. Now, they were standing on the edge of the battlefield where the flames were intense. The phantom blood locusts didn't dare to get close, while they were able to resist. That was much safer than braving the millions of phantom blood locusts themselves. It had only been a short incense stick's worth of time since the phantom blood locusts had appeared, but over 30 of them had died. Their corpses were gone, and their yuan spirits were extinguished. Fortunately, a small portion of them had managed to flee in time, before the phantom blood locusts completed their encirclement. However, the majority had not been able to escape. They were stuck standing on the edge of the battlefield, watching Long Chen's fight while staying on guard against the phantom blood locusts. People have been saying that Pill Valley's been hiding their true power. It seems the rumors are true. This Xuanhuan was completely unknown before this, but he's so powerful. Exactly, the power of Pill Valley isn't something outsiders can see. Pill Valley has always been the main supplier of the Martial Heaven continent's medicinal pills, and their wealth is terrifying. After so many years, just how much money have they accumulated? Can the Xuanhuan Dao sect or the Martial Heaven Alliance even compare to them? Now I'll get to see how Long Chen dies. There's also that divine emissary of the Blood Hall hiding around here. I wonder whether Long Chen will die to Xuanhuan or that assassin. Boom! Just at this moment, a huge explosive sound rang out. The two of their weapons emitted blazing divine light. Chapter 1870, Power of the Dragon Teeth. Translator Born to Be. The divine ring behind Long Chen shook, and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. At this moment, black flames continuously spurted out of Evil Moon, and a vague dragon cry could be heard. Xuanhuan was also unleashing all of its power. Boom! Their weapons once more clashed. Both of them were blown back, and each of them took 9 steps to pull apart some distance. When Long Chen reached his 9th step, before even stabilizing, he suddenly slashed Evil Moon behind him. Flames exploded out of Evil Moon, sending the Blood Hall's divine emissary flying. Scram, you shameful thing, Long Chen snorted. Then the assassin really did scram. He vanished in midair. The surrounding experts were surprised that Long Chen was able to handle the assassin's sneak attack. He was one of their 3 divine emissaries, and his attack was perfectly timed, but Long Chen seemed to have expected it. Just this one swing of his saber made people feel a chill. His fame was not for nothing. Boom! Long Chen had just forced back the assassin when Xuanhuan attacked with his spear. This time, his Yuan spirit was summoned. His Yuan spirit was forming hand seals, and sacred chanting filled the air. The Nirvana scripture, I know it too. Long Chen also summoned his Yuan spirit and activated the Nirvana scripture. With the 2 of them activating the scripture at once, it was as if countless invisible gods were present throughout this world, all chanting in unison. The world shuddered as endless flame energy surged toward the 2 of them. It was like oil had been thrown onto their flame energy. The entire world almost ignited. Heavens, what terrifying flame energy! Startled cries rang out as the land began to melt and the sky started to twist. How can Long Chen know the Nirvana scripture as well? Shocked cries rang out when the experts saw Long Chen use an identical move. Moreover, the majority of the flame energy was flowing toward Long Chen's side. Apparently, Long Chen once went undercover in Pill Valley under the guise of Long San. He not only caused a ruckus, but he also captured the heart of the Pill Fairy. Rumor is that the Pill Fairy taught him the Nirvana scripture personally. In truth, his Nirvana scripture was something he had obtained from the Heaven Dragon Flame region. However, once his identity as Long San was exposed, people's imaginations were unlimited. There were rumors that it was taught to him by the Pill Fairy. He's so lucky. Are all those women blind? How did they fall for him? I don't see anything attractive about him, cursed an expert from the Ancient Family Alliance. If your face wasn't so pockmarked and you could fix your cross eyes, perhaps you'd be able to compete with Long Chen, sneered someone from the corrupt path. Hearing someone so ugly actually say something like this, even the corrupt path's people weren't able to endure it. Bastard, are you looking for trouble? Raged the pockmarked man. In truth, his pockmarks weren't pockmarks. They were an innate kind of heavenly Tao rune and a mark of his inherited bloodline. As for his crossed eyes, they were a special divine ability that could overlap 2 images in the space before him. When fighting, it could throw his enemies off, and it was a huge advantage. However, this person from the corrupt path actually mocked him using the 2 things that he was most proud of. The others all retreated a step. This place had gathered people from all the large powers. The righteous path and the corrupt path were here. However, the ones from the righteous path were all experts that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance. Anyone who stayed loyal to the Martial Heaven Alliance here had fled or been killed. This was also why when Long Chen had entered this place, he had seen all the people from the righteous path staring at him with wariness and even hostility. Just as the 2 of them began an intense fight in the sky, a third figure appeared within the flames. At some point, the assassin had failed a sneak attack and even been injured. Hence, he had chosen to give up on sneak attacking and was fighting openly. What he didn't know was that before this, Long Chen had scattered medicinal powder in the air that was invisible, odorless, and posed no harmful effects. However, it could sink into a person's skin without them noticing it. Relying on his mental connection to the medicinal powder, he was able to accurately pinpoint the assassin's location and give him a serious injury. The assassin had then sensed that something was wrong and switched to a frontal assault. His manifestation appeared, and there was a strange image within it. It looked like the eyes of a fiend. Each time he swung his sword, strange runes would light up in those eyes, and identical runes would flash on his sword. Each swing of his light sword was actually able to block Evil Moon. That was clearly a kind of secret art, or there was no way he would be able to block Long Chen's explosive power. I want him alive, shouted Xuanhuan clearly to the assassin. As for the assassin, he didn't reply. He didn't agree or refuse. It was unknown what his intentions were. Boom! Long Chen forced away Xuanhuan's spear with a swing of Evil Moon, at the same time dodging the assassin's sword. He sneered, "Are you planning on exhausting me to capture me alive? Your imagination really is powerful. Since that's the case, show me just what trump cards you have to be so arrogant." Long Chen's divine ring began to spin rapidly. His 108,000 stars instantly burst forth with power. A giant golden dragon tooth suddenly pierced toward Xuanhuan with a blazing light. The roar of a dragon could vaguely be heard. The tooth was like an arrow, instantly arriving in front of Xuanhuan. He was startled as before this, the power of the dragon tooth hadn't been so great. He hastily blocked. His flame spear exploded, and a burst of dragon might also erupted. However, once the flames blew by, it revealed another spear within his flame spear. His flame spear wasn't actually a spirit weapon but a true divine item. It was just that it had been covered with flames. When the dragon tooth struck the spear's true body, a metallic ringing rang out. The sound of metal clashing against metal caused people to wince. Xuanhuan was knocked into the distance. His expression changed slightly, as he hadn't expected the dragon tooth to possess such power. Just as Long Chen forced back Xuanhuan, he swung Evil Moon with an angry roar. All his power burst forth. Split the heavens six. Killing God void-breaking slash. The assassin snorted, and divine light erupted from his sword. Long Chen's saber image actually shattered upon contact with that sword light. His arms trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fuck, it's the power of a divine item, cursed Long Chen inside. The assassin had activated the power of his divine item, which was why Long Chen was at a disadvantage. Evil Moon was still in slumber and couldn't help him in the same way. He wouldn't be able to get any advantage fighting like this. Seeing Long Chen cough up blood, all the experts watching smiled. In their eyes, Long Chen would find it difficult to flee. Everyone had spread out and surrounded the battlefield, not giving him any chance to run. Long Chen, there's nowhere for you to go. Your divine item is just a decoration, Xuanhuan laughed. Knocking aside the dragon tooth, his spear came stabbing toward Long Chen. This time, blood-colored runes on Xuanhuan's spear lit up, and divine might raged. Clearly, he had also seen the problem with Evil Moon and knew that he could take advantage of it. Normally, these experts wouldn't be willing to activate their divine items unless they had no choice. That was because they weren't Nether Passage experts. Activating their divine items not only required a huge amount of spiritual yuan, but it also exhausted the divine item's core energy. If this core energy was not replenished in a timely fashion, it would gravely affect the divine item's power. However, Xuanhuan's vision was sharp, and he immediately saw through the problem with Evil Moon, so he directly activated the power of his divine item. With an explosive sound, Long Chen was sent flying again, coughing up more blood. He was unable to activate the divine power of his weapon. As he flew back, Long Chen hastily sent the dragon tooth to block Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan knocked it away with his spear. He attacked Long Chen once again. Worst of all, behind Long Chen was the assassin, his sword unleashing divine light. He was facing enemies from the front and behind. Fuck, I'll go all out. Long Chen suddenly let out a shout. Ignoring Xuanhuan's spear, he actually slashed his saber directly at the assassin, seeming to want to die together with him. The assassin smiled derisively. The light of his sword shifted, and he actually switched to defense. He naturally wouldn't sacrifice his life. As long as he blocked Long Chen, Xuanhuan's attack would take Long Chen's life. Just as everyone was smiling at how Long Chen was about to die, Long Chen also smiled. Starting today, the 3 divine emissaries will become 2. A cyan brick appeared behind Long Chen, rapidly expanding. At the same time, golden light filled the sky. 18 dragon teeth appeared at once. Chapter 1871, Monsters Beneath the Ground. Translator Born to Be. Blinding golden light erupted. 18 dragon teeth had appeared out of nowhere, shooting toward the Bloodkill Hall's divine emissary. It happened abruptly. Just as Long Chen looked to be in desperate straits, he suddenly unleashed such a killing blow. The assassin's expression completely changed. He realized that Long Chen had been feigning being at a disadvantage. Long Chen's goal was him. For an assassin, using 50% of their power was a kind of limit. Any more and it would affect their ability to flee. However, to cooperate with Xuanhuan and make sure that Long Chen had no chance to escape, he had actually launched a blow with 80% of his power. Now that Long Chen had launched such a vicious killing blow, he was caught with no way to run. A bad feeling rose in his heart, but he had no time to think about this. His manifestation shook, and the divine marks on his sword lit up. He not only activated the power of his divine item, but he also used up all his spiritual yuan to face these 18 dragon teeth. He had no other choice. Bloodkill X/. The assassin's sword swung, one time vertically and one time horizontally. Its divine light filled the air. Boom! The 18 dragon teeth smashed straight into the giant cross in the air. 18 explosive sounds rang out, but they were so crowded that it sounded like one. An explosive sound also came from behind Long Chen. Xuanhuan's spear struck the heaven-flipping seal, causing it to quiver and dim rapidly. Xuanhuan's attack actually exhausted all its energy. However, it had succeeded in its mission. It had blocked Xuanhuan's attack without Long Chen having to worry about it. It had to be known that the heaven-flipping seal's item spirit was different from other divine items. It was new and independent. It could attack freely. The heaven-flipping seal had blocked Xuanhuan, while the golden dragon teeth were once more flying at the assassin. What shocked the assassin was that the seemingly overbearing dragon teeth weren't actually as strong as he had expected. "Watch out!" People began to roar in the distance. At some point, another 18 dragon teeth had appeared behind the assassin, shooting toward him. The shouting had no use. The assassin had just sensed something was wrong, but he had no time to react. Those 18 dragon teeth blew him to pieces along with his yuan spirit. "I finally got one." Long Chen took a deep breath. He had finally eliminated a slippery assassin. Assassins were the worst targets to try to kill, and failing would make it even more difficult next time. Assassins wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. The death of the Bloodco Hall's divine emissary shocked everyone. It happened just as Long Chen was supposed to lose his life. Long Chen extended a hand, grabbing the heaven-flipping seal. He had to allow the assassin's sword to fly away as he had no time to block it. He coldly looked at the gloomy Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was like a roaring volcano, with flames surging around him. Pointing his spear at Long Chen, he sneered, "Is sinister scheming your strongest point?" Long Chen had been arranging this from the start. His goal from the beginning had been the assassin. There were two conditions to kill him. One was to bait him into a position where he lost the ability to run, and the other was to have him block Long Chen from fleeing, thus drawing him into close range. All this had been arranged by Long Chen to win him a chance to slay a slippery and difficult target. No, when it comes to sinister scheming, who can compare to your Pill Valley? The entire continent is within your scheming. "I am nothing in comparison," said Long Chen. "That assassin must be quite sad. He didn't even get a chance to show off his true abilities before dying. Are you going to follow in his footsteps?" The truth was that neither Xuanhuan nor the Bloodco Hall's assassin had used their true trump cards. No one was willing to expose their trump cards in front of so many people. Thus, the Bloodco Hall's assassin was definitely sullen in death. Last time, Long Chen's scheme had failed against Zai Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi. After that, he had decided not to rely on schemes anymore, but it was like the heavens were forcing him into a position where he had to scheme. Killing an assassin was not so easy. Fortunately, he had succeeded this time. "Come, the real fight can start now. If I can cut down another idiot from Pill Valley, I'll have a drink to celebrate." Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. 36 dragon teeth swirled around him. "Ignorant arrogance, you are just a lowly piece of trash. Do you think you can compare to me?" Although the assassin had been slain, Xuanhuan was not the slightest bit uneasy. It seemed he didn't care at all. As he spoke, a divine rune appeared on his forehead. When that divine rune appeared, the head of a statue appeared on his manifestation, and the divine mark was present there as well. The divine rune on the statue's head was set ablaze. The fire grew stronger and stronger, and a powerful pressure descended. "Long Chen, a beggar like you can't make up for your deficit even if you were given 1,000 years. Even if a beggar sees a piece of gold, they will never gain any nobility." Xuanhuan's aura changed. It gained a kind of sacred and divine presence to it. The flames surrounding him grew stronger. Long Chen knew that this pressure didn't belong to Xuanhuan but his ancestors. That manifestation behind him was very likely an inherited art in his family. This was a foundation. Long Chen truly didn't possess such a foundation. After all, Xuanhuan's inheritance stretched back an unknown number of millennia, while Long Chen had nothing. What about this is noble? Relying on the leftovers of your ancestors makes you a noble. To put it nicely, you inherited your ancestors' legacy, but putting it another way, you're dependent on your ancestors, bothering them day and night. The amount of wealth you can make in your lifetime is probably less than 1,000th of what you've squandered. Ignoring everything else, at least a beggar has to actually go begging to live. As for you, what have you done for your household? All you've done is hide at home for years, turning their wealth into human excrement. A vein throbbed on Xuanhuan's head. Long Chen's words were like arrows piercing his heart. He had no way to retort, as he had been hidden by the flame divine palace all these years, cultivating within his family. It was just as Long Chen said. Xuanhuan had used an endless stream of resources. It was only through this enormous amount of resources that an expert like him had been born. Nonsense, I am the #1 genius of the Flame Divine Palace and its heir. I am Pill Valley's choice, and what I've created is a legend, an achievement that will shake the world, shouted Xuanhuan. The flames around him continued to grow stronger. You should stop trying to brag. If you want to even survive to leave the yin-yang world, you need to rely on your ancestors' protection. I won't be giving you a chance to create a legend, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the statue in Xuanhuan's manifestation shook. The blazing rune on his forehead spread to cover his entire body, and all the flames grew explosively. The statue suddenly vanished, replaced by a gate. The gate slowly opened. Inside was a sea of flames. A pillar of fire soared out of Xuanhuan's body. The surrounding space became a flame domain. The heavenly Taos roared as they were squeezed out of this area. This became a world of flames, and in this world, Xuanhuan was king. A paragon art, it's a flame paragon art. Startled cries rang out. Only a paragon art could cause such a terrifying phenomenon. With a paragon art who could fight him, Long Chen's definitely dead. This world of flames is Xuanhuan's. How is Long Chen supposed to face him? There's also that unending stream of flame energy coming from the gate behind him. Xuanhuan's energy is limitless. This place had become an isolated world, the domain of a paragon art, a world controlled by the user. Long Chen, show me just what you'll use to fight me. Having a powerful foundation is also a kind of power. A piece of trash like you without any background shouldn't exist in this world, shouted Xuanhuan, his seas of flame erupting. Long Chen was about to say a few things back when the ground shook, and a long ditch split the earth in two. It was like the earth was being torn asunder. Suddenly, a slim figure flew out of the earth. It was just a few miles from Long Chen. When he saw that figure, Long Chen was dumbfounded. It was Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan's current appearance was wretched. She was pale with terror. Upon seeing Long Chen, she shouted, "Run! Monsters are about to come out of the underground." Chapter 1872, Making Things More Stimulating. Translator Born to Be. Yi Lingshan had just appeared when she let out a shout. Surrounded by runes, she actually charged through the sea of flames. Long Chen was startled. Worried that she would be injured by Xuanhuan's flame domain, he grabbed her, enveloping her in his own flames to protect her. What's going on? Quick, there's no time to explain. Run. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan, whose flame energy had reached a peak, threw a giant blazing flame spear at the two of them. However, at the same time, a furious roar came from beneath the ground. A giant figure larger than a mountain charged out. What the fuck? Long Chen's hair instantly stood on end. It was a giant ox-headed devil. Black chi swirled around its body as if it was a fiend from hell. Its aura gave him a bone-chilling feeling. He had no idea what Yi Lingshan had done to provoke such a beast. It was clearly after her. Long Chen hastily formed hand seals. His Yuan spirit lit up, chanting the Nirvana scripture. The flame energy of Xuanhuan's paragon art was suddenly under his control. Xuanhuan's expression changed. Long Chen had suddenly stripped away his flame energy. It was like there was a supreme will present. Although he had also mastered the Nirvana scripture, he had never imagined that it could possess such might. Having lost control of his own flames, he even lost connection to his own flame spear. He was about to resist with his own Nirvana scripture, but it was too late. His flame spear suddenly pierced toward the ox-head devil's head. Boom! The flame spear exploded. That was the strike of a paragon art, and it caused an immense explosion. However, that giant ox-head devil wasn't injured at all. Its head merely quivered for a moment, its movements becoming sluggish. It let out a furious roar. This attack seemed to have provoked it. Its body came charging out of the crack in the ground. Just standing there, half its body pierced the clouds. It suddenly smashed a fist at Xuanhuan. It viewed that spear attack as an attack from Xuanhuan. That was because of everyone present. Xuanhuan's aura was the strongest, and he had flames surging out of him. He became the ox-head devil's main target. Bastard, Xuanhuan was enraged. That attack had clearly been caused by Long Chen, but there was no way for him to explain that to this beast. It also wasn't giving him time to explain. Its punch was about to reach him, and it was an appalling attack. Flame Divine Wall. The flames around Xuanhuan transformed into countless dragons. They twined in front of him, forming a giant barrier. The ox-head devil's punch instantly blew apart this powerful barrier. Flames roared in every direction. Run! Suddenly, the other experts noticed that the phantom blood locusts had vanished at some point. However, their fleeing speed wasn't as fast as the wave of flames. They were drowned in them. Some of the experts who weren't fast enough or weren't strong enough were instantly slain. Amongst these flames were some black runes that came from the Oxhead Devil. The two kinds of power were clashing, and were so powerful that even these elite Empyreans were unable to resist. Once the flame wave was past, there were over 70 Empyreans whose bodies had been destroyed. Amongst those, just over 10 were able to protect their Yuan spirits as they continued fleeing. Suddenly, the ox-headed devil smashed its own chest with its fists. An ear-piercing sound wave spread in every direction. Anyone who heard it felt their souls shudder in pain. Those who only had Yuan spirits left instantly exploded. This was actually a strange attack targeted toward Yuan spirits. Xuanhuan had been sent flying by the punch. As he had been the one who had borne the majority of its power, his body almost collapsed. He was furious. Just how did such a terrifying monster end up setting its sights on him? Summoning a pair of flame wings, he fled. If he continued fighting against such a beast, he really would be an idiot. Hey, what are you running for? Weren't you bragging about your legend just now? Bring out that prideful background of yours to fight against it. Long Chen had long since fled and was ahead of Xuanhuan. He didn't forget to turn back and mock him. Xuanhuan gnashed his teeth. His spear trembled. With almost no hesitation, he sent it stabbing toward Long Chen. Haha, many thanks for sending me off, Long Chen laughed. Black flames flowed around Evil Moon as he slashed it into the flame spear. Long Chen was sent flying, and the speed at which he was flying shot up. Borrowing the force of Xuanhuan's blow, he increased the gap between them even more. As for Xuanhuan, his speed dropped as he faced the power of Long Chen's saber. The ox-headed devil behind him sent a palm crashing toward him. Xuanhuan's expression changed. He hastily blocked its attack again. As a result, he once more hacked up blood, his whole body almost exploding. However, he had learned from Long Chen and borrowed the force of this blow to flee. He had to get further from this terrifying monster, or he really might die here. Suddenly, the ground began to tear apart, and one giant figure after another crawled out. They were like fiends from hell. They began to slaughter the experts present. Only by personally facing these terrifying monsters did the experts learn just how strong they were. Even if they had time to activate their divine items, they couldn't block a single attack. They fled in every direction, terrified, but their speed was clearly too little too slow in the face of these ox-head devils. It was like this world had become hell. The ox-head devils were constantly slaying the experts. Even Empyreans appeared helpless in front of them. What did you do to provoke such terrifying fellows? Demanded Long Chen as he pulled along Yilingshan. Lightning circulated around them. He was forced to dodge the monsters as they continued to appear from underground. There were dozens of them now. He didn't dare to face them in battle, as he wasn't looking to be a masochist. Their power wasn't something that he could face. I found a sealed copper plate underground. I didn't have time to figure out what it was before I was hunted down, answered Yilingshan. She pulled out a fist-sized piece of copper. It was about the thickness of a chopstick and was covered in cracks. There were no fluctuations coming from it, and it looked like a piece of scrap metal. At first, I thought it was some supreme treasure. After all, it was sealed. I had to use a paragon art to break part of the formation to get it, but it doesn't seem like a treasure now. My luck is garbage. I almost got killed by these monsters. Yilingshan shook her head with some lingering terror. She had clearly gone through a dangerous experience underground. For her to even live to escape was already the protection of the heavens. Long Chen was shocked upon seeing the copper plate. What is it a treasure? Asked Yilingshan surprised. Let's get out first. Long Chen put away the copper plate, but he was still shocked. He didn't recognize the copper plate itself, but he recognized its aura. That was the aura of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. There was no way that he was mistaken. Back then, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been nourished in his spiritual space. It had been on the verge of collapse, and it was thanks to his spiritual nourishment that it hadn't been destroyed. Later on, it had unleashed a single blow in the branch Xuanhuan Dao sect of the Eastern Wasteland. It had defeated enemies that he hadn't been able to defeat himself, and after accomplishing its promise, it had vanished without a trace. In all the years since, he hadn't managed to learn anything about where it had gone. This tiny bit of copper was actually a portion of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Back when he had seen it, it had been fragmented, with many missing parts. Unexpectedly, Yilingshan had actually managed to find one of those fragments. However, this fragment had no spirituality on its own. looking like garbage. Long Chen then placed it in his spiritual space in hopes that it could revive with the nourishment of his spiritual strength. The world was constantly shaking as the attacks of the Oxhead devils slaughtered the experts present. Only a few managed to slip through them. The rest were annihilated. As for Long Chen's side, there were 3 of them. Long Chen had to repeatedly dodge their attacks. Several times they were almost struck by their palms. Yi Lingshan was pale with terror. Long Chen, maybe we should return the copper plate to them. It doesn't seem like they're willing to let us off. We can't. This copper plate is too important. We have to be able to bring it away. Don't worry, we'll reach the exit soon, said Long Chen as he pulled her away. He quickly saw the gate that he had come through. At this time, Xuanhuan came flying over from another direction. However, he was covered in blood and looked wretched. You go first, I'll eliminate him. Long Chen pushed Yi Lingshan into the gate. That was where they had entered from. Xuanhuan, do you want to make things more stimulating? Long Chen smiled upon seeing Yi Lingshan fly through the gate and vanish. He moved to block Xuanhuan's path, a black lotus slowly condensing in his hand. Chapter 1873, Lord Brahma's Wrath. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. Upon activating the Nirvana scripture, the black flame lotus in his hand rapidly grew. Flame energy surged toward him from every direction. Bastard, if you dare to block me, you'll also die, roared Xuanhuan, his expression changing upon seeing that black lotus. As a flame cultivator, he could sense its power. If it was during normal times, perhaps he wouldn't be afraid. But now, if he was blocked, the Oxhead devil behind him would catch up. I don't believe that, I want to try. Seeing Xuanhuan rushing over, Long Chen didn't have time for the flame lotus to grow to its peak. He threw it at him. You're courting death. Xuanhuan furiously stabbed his spear at the flame lotus. He activated his divine item's power. Black and red flames exploded. The world shuddered. Flames spread out in every direction. Just at that moment, 72 golden dragon teeth pierced through the flames at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression was extremely ugly. 72 dragon teeth at the same time meant that he had no choice but to block them with his full power. Endless flame domain, Lord Brahma's wrath. The flame gate behind Xuanhuan opened once more. A hand of flames reached out from within it, holding a giant sword. That flaming sword had just appeared when Xuanhuan turned as pale as paper. This was his trump card used only for dealing fatal blows. Using it required a heavy price. Boom! The flame spear slashed into the dragon teeth. The flame sword exploded, while Long Chen's dragon teeth were all sent flying. How powerful! Long Chen was surprised. He had utilized 72 dragon teeth this time and had been thinking that they would be enough to kill him. However, Xuanhuan had his trump cards as well. Boom! However, Long Chen's attack knocked Xuanhuan back. Behind him was the Oxhead devil, and one of its huge palms smashed toward him. Despite doing his best to block, Xuanhuan was sent smashing into the ground. It was unknown if he survived. Just as Xuanhuan was struck, 3 other giant palms came smashing toward Long Chen. Long Chen had no time to observe Xuanhuan's condition and directly activated the celestial lightning body blink. The huge gate was behind him, and he charged in. Boom! Just as he thought that he had escaped by entering the gate exploded, and he was sent flying by a powerful chi wave. Long Chen! Long Chen had just appeared when he heard Chu Yao's startled cry. She, Liu Ruyan, and Yi Lingshan had been anxiously waiting for him. With the destruction of the gate, the vines protecting the gate were blown apart. The sky was torn apart. A giant crack appeared, and those Oxhead devils actually tore through the spatial gate that led to their own minor world. Get back, shouted Long Chen. Long Chen, what are you planning on doing? Shouted Yi Lingshan. Just get back, I have business to handle. After saying that, Long Chen shot forward, slashing the Oxhead devils with a lightning blade. This lightning blade was easily blown apart by one of their palms, but this attack was just to draw their attention. They began charging at Long Chen. Long Chen turned and fled, while those Oxhead devils crazily chased him. In an instant, Long Chen arrived in the giant mountain range. Here, there were countless formations protecting them. Boom! One of them stamped straight on one of the mountains, crushing it. When that Oxhead devil touched it, the formations in the surroundings lit up. A pillar of light shot out of each of the small trees growing at the peak of the mountains, and they converged together to strike the Oxhead devils. Swords of light pierced through their bodies, and blood splashed. However, their bodies were giant, and these swords of light were unable to cause any fatal damage. The ox-head devils roared furiously. They began smashing their fists on the ground. Their terrifying power caused huge shockwaves that shook the grand formation intensely. Suddenly, those small trees exploded, and the formations rapidly dimmed. "Quick, gather the plants, I'll draw their attention," shouted Long Chen. Lightning flashed around him brightly, as he was worried that the ox-head devils wouldn't notice him. He began rushing in one direction. The ox-head devils roared and chased after him. They quickly caught up, but their giant bodies made them look like humongous gorillas trying to swat a fly. Chaos reigned. Long Chen danced and weaved through their claws. It was incredibly dangerous. Being struck by one would turn him into a pancake. Chu Yao, Liu Ruyan, and Yi Lingshan gathered the plants as quickly as they could. Liu Ruyan and Chu Yao in particular were gathering them mountain by mountain, and their efficiency was extremely great. "Long Chen, we're done. Run!" shouted Chu Yao. "Die!" Suddenly, a blood-colored spear pierced out of the air at Chu Yao's back. At some point, Xuanhuan had also arrived, and his first target was Chu Yao. Endless falling wood, undying wall. The first one to react was Liu Ruyan. The ground erupted, and one giant wooden wall appeared after another. Each wall was actually a strange tree. After taking the shape of a shield, countless roots pierced into the grounds. It was incredibly tough. The tough wooden shields exploded one by one in front of Xuanhuan's divine item. In order to kill Chu Yao, Xuanhuan was going all out. 9 wooden shields exploded in just an instant. In front of the spear, they appeared weak. However, once the 9 wooden shields were destroyed, Chu Yao's figure had vanished. What replaced Chu Yao was a sword shining with brilliant divine light. It transformed into a starry ray of light that pierced toward Xuanhuan. Boom! Xuanhuan's spear met it head-on. After blowing through the 9 wooden shields, less than half of its power remained. As a result, this clash caused Xuanhuan's body to shudder. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying back. He almost lost hold of his spear. Sharp thorns shot out of the ground behind him as he flew back. The wooden thorns pierced his body. Chu Yao had summoned them. Liu Ruyan had blocked the attack for her, and she had immediately moved and switched to a counterattack. Those wooden thorns were just about to transform Xuanhuan's body into wood, turning him into a wooden block, when Xuanhuan let out a shout. Blood flame devours the heavens. Xuanhuan's bloodline power erupted. His blood was like lava, incinerating Chu Yao's wooden thorns. Having failed his sneak attack, Xuanhuan had almost died. Seeing Liu Ruyan summon a giant willow tree, he wisely flapped a pair of flame wings and fled into the mist surrounding this region. He vanished. Chu Yao, Liu Ruyan, and Yi Lingshan were shaken inside. Xuanhuan was truly terrifying. He was clearly already heavily injured but had still possessed such power. Even the 3 of them together had been unable to keep him from fleeing. "Let's get out while we can." Just at this moment, Long Chen flew over. The 4 of them flew toward the mist together. It was unknown if the ox-headed devil beasts were afraid of the mist or had finally reached some limit, but after circling a few times in front of the mist, they stopped. After letting out a few unwilling roars, they returned to their ruined world. Inside the mist, the 4 of them exchanged a glance and laughed. That was the delight of escaping from death. "Stimulating, definitely stimulating. It was almost stimulating to death," laughed Long Chen. He collapsed on the ground, sitting on his butt. "It was definitely stimulating. I almost lost my life. When I was trapped underground, I thought I was doomed. But those angry ox-head devils actually tore apart the earth, and that's the only way I escaped." Yi Lingshan sighed deeply. "These ox-head devils are terrifying. Perhaps their power can compare to peak Nether Passage experts. To be able to escape is definitely fortunate. As for Xuanhuan, he was powerful enough to withstand their attacks. No wonder he is so arrogant. He has the capital to be arrogant," said Chu Yao. She took out a set of black robes for Long Chen to change into. Long Chen's black robes were broken at his arms and covered in blood and holes. All of Long Chen's robes were personally sewn by Chu Yao. Even when she had been the princess of the empire, she had always been skilled in the feminine arts. Long Chen put on the new robes, and Chu Yao also tidied up his hair. He felt much more refreshed. Feeling Chu Yao's soft movements, Long Chen smiled. He was really powerful. That ox-headed devil actually didn't kill him in one blow. Long Chen explained how he had blocked Xuanhuan and how the latter had been struck head-on. The 3 of them couldn't help finding it funny that a generation's genius had almost been conned to death by Long Chen. "No wonder he would target Chu Yao. It's your fault," said Liu Ruyan coldly. He didn't want to kill just me but all of us. I was just at the best angle for you, said Chu Yao. Although there was some truth to that, she was protecting Long Chen. Let's go, we should find somewhere safe to check our harvest. The four of them left this place together. Chapter 1874 Plans. Translator Born to Be. The four of them left this dangerous region and found a secluded place to rest. The main thing was that Yi Lingshan was heavily injured. While underground, Yi Lingshan had faced the attacks of those terrifying ox-head devils. She had been heavily injured, but at the time, she had used a secret art to temporarily suppress her injuries. Naturally, her injuries could only be suppressed for a while. Fortunately, Chu Yao was present, and her wood spiritual energy was incomparably pure. After spending a whole day, Yi Lingshan was fully recovered. If Chu Yao hadn't been present, it would have taken at least half a month for Yi Lingshan to recover. In this dangerous place, being in an injured state could be fatal. Both Long Chen and Chu Yao knew that part of the reason why Yi Lingshan's injuries were so severe was because she had received Huo Liyun's spear with her sword. In her heavily injured state, that attack had been too forced, worsening her condition. It's nice having friends. Only upon joining the Martial Heaven Alliance did I ever feel what it's like to have a family. Yi Lingshan sighed deeply when she sensed that she had fully recovered. She had always been a solitary figure, and when injured she could only find somewhere to hide, afraid her enemies would find her. Those bitter times had been hard. Upon joining the Martial Heaven Alliance, she had been viewed as the Elder's child. They all protected her and were kind to her. Now if she was injured, there was someone to heal her, someone to look after her, someone to protect her. That feeling was something that she hadn't even dared to dream of before. It might be better to join the Dragonblood Legion, probed Chu Yao with a faint smile. Yi Lingshan suddenly blushed and shook her head. Thank you, but I can't. My master told me that Long Chen is skilled at seducing others, so I have to be on guard against him. Long Chen almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Could the people closest to him not keep saying things like that? It was too hurtful. Your master's eyes are wise. She immediately saw through the unfaithful heart of a certain person, added Liu Ruyan profoundly. Don't you think that's too much? Certain people always forget favors, not even saying a word of thanks after gaining giant benefits. I'm just befuddled. Do you think such people never grew a conscience? Long Chen's face was growing darker and darker. If she didn't want to thank him, then fine, but she actually threw stones at him while he was down. Liu Ruyan also seemed to feel like she had gone a bit too far. She snorted, but she didn't retort. Chu Yao shook her head. Liu Ruyan seemed to view Long Chen as a fated enemy. However, part of this couldn't be helped. Liu Ruyan was innately an undying willow. She was a wood element lifeform, but she also possessed dark energy. Her character was prideful and cold. There was also Long Chen's flame energy and thunder force. Both of those energies represented destruction, which possessed a natural repulsive effect toward wood cultivators with life energy. Chu Yao had a deep spiritual connection with Long Chen, so that repulsive effect wasn't so great. However, Liu Ruyan was different. The two of them hadn't been friends from the start, so adding this elemental rejection, it was difficult for the two of them to get along. This time, however, Liu Ruyan had ended up owing Long Chen an immense debt. That primal chaos divine elixir would completely transform her. It was just that she needed some more time to refine it all. Considering the amount that the yin-yang immortal grass had sealed within her body, she didn't even know how much time it would take. Seeming to realize that Long Chen and Liu Ruyan didn't get along, Yi Lingshan quickly changed the subject. Long Chen, you really are powerful. You even killed that divine emissary of the Blood Hall. He was a very terrifying existence. Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan also nodded. Eliminating a slippery assassin was truly difficult. It was just luck. Long Chen shook his head. If he had used his full power, I would have had an 80% chance of defeating him, but less than a 10% chance of killing him. He actually died due to Huo Liyun. What? The three women didn't understand. How was this connected to Huo Liyun? That assassin was very crafty and skilled in scheming. He didn't want to use too much power or expose his trump cards. He wanted to bait me into a direct clash with Huo Liyun and then gather benefits from the side, using the least amount of power to kill me. Actually, something similar occurred to me before when true immortal Jiaoqi and Zai Luo both attacked at the same time. They were both scheming against each other, not wanting to expose their trump cards. I tried to kill them with something similar, but I was too greedy and didn't succeed. However, this time I managed to pull it off. Long Chen smiled. Having conned one of the Blood Hall's divine emissaries to death could count as a harvest. The Bloodkill Hall's experts were very difficult to kill. Eliminating one of them on this level was something that made even Long Chen feel some pride. Then do you mean the divine emissary was even stronger than we thought? If that's the case, he'll probably be crying on his path to the Yellow Springs, said Chu Yao with a laugh. Such an expert had died so sullenly. He deserves it. Most people who die to assassins also have sullen deaths. The assassins aren't actually strong but can kill people several times stronger than themselves. Assassinating targets across realms is easy for them. To put it bluntly, assassination arts are scams, but as long as someone is fooled, they'll die. The one who lives is naturally the expert. Long Chen shrugged. Chu Yao and the others nodded. An expert on this level had died just like that due to making a mistake in his own scheme. Long Chen, what is that copper plate? How could it draw out such terrifying monsters? Asked Yiling. Long Chen took the copper plate again. Now there was a faint sheen to it that hadn't existed before. It seemed like the slightest breath of life had been breathed into it. This copper plate's origin is extremely shocking. You know of the Martial Heaven Continent's 5 supreme divine items. Are you saying? Yes. This copper plate is a fragment of the leader of the 5 great divine items, the Eastern Wasteland Bell, said Long Chen. How can you know that? Demanded Yiling. Because I met it and had a business transaction with it. Its body is fragmented and this is one of the fragments. I just don't know why it would be sealed here. Its divine essence has essentially been sucked dry. Most likely it was absorbed by the altar. As for who did it or their goals, we can't know. Back when I asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell why it had fallen to such a point, it wouldn't tell me. Lingshan, this copper plate is on its last breaths and requires a huge amount of spiritual strength to nourish it. Please leave it with me. I might be able to use it, said Long Chen. He rarely asked others for things, but this copper plate was too important. Just take it, it's useless to me, said Yiling magnanimously. Long Chen nodded gratefully. Yiling words were naturally false. How could a fragment of a supreme divine item be useless? However, she gave it to him without hesitation. Thank you. Don't tell anyone about this copper plate, including your master, warned Long Chen solemnly. Why? Because the implications are too big. When I met the Eastern Wasteland Bell, I could vaguely sense that something was off. Just think about it. The leader of the 5 supreme divine items was almost destroyed. The Eastern Wasteland Bell is an existence that maintains the karmic luck of the entire Martial Heaven continent. As for the other 4 supreme divine items, there's no news about them. It repeatedly told me not to ask what had happened, because the karmic burden was too heavy. That's why you shouldn't draw the Alliance head into this matter. Yiling suddenly had a thought. Looking at Long Chen, she said, but then you. I've already met the Eastern Wasteland Bell, so I don't mind adding on this bit of karma as well. When have I ever been afraid? Long Chen smiled. Thank you. At this point, Yiling realized that Long Chen was bearing the karma for her, while he made it seem like he was the one who owed her a favor. Yiling knew that any supreme existence was related to the heavenly Taos, and being involved with them could easily cause the heavenly Taos to sense them. Some karma would be settled during heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Taos would silently increase the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation, turning it into heavenly punishment. It was unknown how many people had been killed like this without even being aware of what had happened. That was karma. As for the Eastern Wasteland Bell, it was the leader of the 5 supreme divine items. If she kept it without any preparations, her heavenly tribulation might transform due to the matter of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. She might die if she wasn't aware. We're a family, so no need for words of courtesy. What plans do you have now? Asked Long Chen. Plans? I'm planning on searching for more treasures, said Yiling with a confused look. Seeing Long Chen's bitter smile, Yiling didn't know what she had said wrong. Looking at her oddly, Long Chen asked, as the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance, have you not noticed anything? I didn't see anything. Long Chen sighed. Fine, I'll tell you. The board of the Martial Heaven continent is about to completely transform with the opening of the yin-yang world. If you do not grasp this opportunity, the Martial Heaven Alliance will shatter. Chapter 1875, The Babyface Reappears. Translator, Born to Be. Long Chen, do you think I'm stupid? Yiling had a bitter smile. No, you're not stupid. You're just a tiny bit foolish, comforted Long Chen. Scoundrel, how could you say such a thing? Chu Yao pushed Long Chen. It was just a joke, said Long Chen. Yiling shook her head. I feel very foolish, especially compared to you. It feels like it was a miracle I could live until today. Long Chen said there was a crisis, but she didn't see anything. Long Chen, don't keep us in suspense. I also don't see the danger you're talking about. Tell us, urged Chu Yao. Long Chen cleared his throat. Actually, you've also seen it, but you aren't thinking far enough. The current righteous path has a portion leaning toward Pill Valley. You saw it in the battle. There were no other experts from the righteous path. They were all on Pill Valley's side. That means that the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance had been cleared before we arrived. In other words, they were either scared away by the other experts there or killed. That's why the remaining people were all our enemies. The righteous path, the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, the blood Hall, they've all banded together. It's a kind of hidden scheme or perhaps even an open scheme. Pill Valley has essentially expressed its attitude. It wants to gather all the powers on the continent to target the Martial Heaven Alliance. The people that have not joined Pill Valley's side become isolated forces. If they are allowed to be picked off bit by bit, it will be a fatal blow to the Martial Heaven Alliance. The ones still standing on the sidelines will all end up throwing themselves on Pill Valley's mercy. Even the powers belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance will be rattled. You saw the situation there. All those people were from different forces, yet they didn't attack each other. They only targeted those righteous experts who didn't submit to their side. Now you should understand the crisis. Only then did Yi Lingshan and Chu Yao realize just how serious things were. Just how were the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts supposed to handle so many powerful enemies? If when the yin-yang world closed, the majority of the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts had died, it would definitely be the final nail in the coffin for the Martial Heaven Alliance. Then what should we do? Asked Yi Lingshan hastily. Not us. It's what you should do, said Long Chen. You are the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance. At this time, it's up to you to decide the fate of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Alliance head has already left that authority to you. Long Chen pointed to the sword on her back. That was the significance behind Jianying giving it to her. But I can't handle something like that. Yi Lingshan's voice quivered. She had always been a solitary figure. All right, since you're too foolish, I'll explain it to you another way. I ask you, if the Martial Heaven Alliance was about to be destroyed, would you be willing to sacrifice your life to win a chance for the Martial Heaven Alliance? Asked Long Chen bluntly. His bluntness caused Chu Yao to glare at him. His words were hurtful. Of course I would be willing, said Yi Lingshan without any hesitation. Long Chen nodded. Good, then you can start risking your life now. How against who? Asked Yi Lingshan. Of course not against me. Go fight your enemies. If there are no enemies before you, then go find them. This is the best era and the worst era. The Martial Heaven Alliance's opportunity lies in this moment, said Long Chen. Chu Yao suddenly clapped her hands together, exclaiming, I understand. Long Chen is saying that since the Martial Heaven Alliance is in a time of great crisis, the ones harboring sinister intentions have already joined Pill Valley. There is another portion that is still standing to the side, so those that can still stand together with the Martial Heaven Alliance are essentially all loyal. It's like this tribulation is a giant wave washing away the sand, leaving only the gold. Long Chen is saying that you should gather the bits of gold together and have them become the Martial Heaven Alliance's solid backing. With the crisis upon us, you should step forward and lead the people loyal to you. Show yourself fighting bravely on the front lines. Show yourself uniting the righteous path. Make a rallying call and strike back. I'm sure many experts of the righteous path have suffered quite a bit of bullying. If you call out to them, they will naturally answer. Only once everyone is united can they fight back. This is a rare opportunity. Born in the imperial palace, Chu Yao was naturally more familiar with the art of war. She understood Long Chen's words quicker. But will I really be able to do that? Yi Lingshan still lacked confidence. Aren't you unafraid of dying? So why be afraid of failing? Lingshan, leaders aren't born but made. When Senior Jianying led the righteous path back in the day, she slaughtered the corrupt path, terrifying them. At that time, she wasn't much older than you and her cultivation base wasn't higher. To be a leader, you need courage and resolve. What is confidence? It's something piled up bit by bit. Right now, you need to accumulate the experience of succeeding once. Don't go looking for more treasures. Starting now, gather the righteous experts. Save them from being besieged from all sides. Start rolling the snowball now, and it will grow bigger and bigger. If you want to be a successful leader, you need a particular charisma. One of the most charismatic things a leader can do is to risk their own life for their people. That will make others willing to entrust their lives to you, encouraged Long Chen. After hearing this, Yi Lingshan's blood began to heat up. Scene after scene appeared in her mind. In those scenes, she was leading countless righteous experts against their enemies in battle. Blood dyed her robes as she fought valiantly. Thank you, Long Chen, I understand. I won't disappoint my master. Although I still feel like you are better than me, I will definitely do my best. Even if I have to lose my life, I'll live up to the sword on my back." Yiling suddenly stood. She seemed like a completely different person. Long Chen smiled. "We're different. You walk the King Dao, I walk the Hegemon Dao. There's a fundamental difference between them. Before this, you had to put your life on the line just to survive. Starting today, you will put your life on the line for others. You will find that there's an immense difference between them. Only when they're protecting something dear to them can someone unleash their greatest power." Yiling bowed slightly. "Many thanks, I'll leave right now." "Wait, I'll go with you," said Chu Yao suddenly. Long Chen was startled. Could it be that his words had been so persuasive that even Chu Yao wanted to go? That wasn't in his plans. "Big sister Yiling was also startled. Chu Yao smiled. "Ruyan needs to focus on refining the divine elixir. Without her, I would be at a disadvantage against people on the level of the Bloodco Hall's divine emissaries. I would rather go with you while Ruyan stays in seclusion. With two people, it won't be so lonely." Yiling was naturally delighted. Chu Yao was a terrifying wood cultivator, perfect for controlling the rhythm of a battle. With Chu Yao's defense and Yiling's offense together, the two of them wouldn't fear anyone. "Many thanks." Yiling happily pulled Chu Yao away. As for Liu Ruyan, she was now in seclusion in Chu Yao's spiritual space. "Long Chen, don't get into too much trouble." Chu Yao's voice rang out from a distance. There was a faint laughter along with it. Long Chen had an urge to cry. Originally, he had been wanting to stimulate Yiling's will, having her take this opportunity to become the leader of the righteous path. However, even Chu Yao had been seduced by his words. "Fine, I'll do my best." Long Chen bitterly smiled. If Chu Yao was with him, then with her wood spirit union, he would have an ocean's worth of spiritual yuan to use. Wouldn't he be able to dominate his enemies then? However, that was all a dream now. When he thought about it, he supposed that this was good as well. With Yiling and Chu Yao together, they had top offense and top defense. Yiling even had a paragon art. Even if they encountered people like true immortal Jiaoqi or Zai Luo, they wouldn't be in danger. Long Chen examined the copper plate in his spiritual space. After being nourished by his soul for a while, there was the slightest fluctuation coming from it, putting him at ease. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was the leader of the 5 supreme divine items. For it to recover its original divine might, it would need to regather its fragments. This piece in his hands was very important. It was just that he had no idea where the Eastern Wasteland Bell was. Back when it was leaving, it said that it was going to regather its body. Even after so many years, there wasn't the slightest news about it. Hence, Long Chen had no idea how much it had managed to regather. He then turned to look at Evil Moon. It was still in seclusion, and Long Chen could not communicate with it using his divine sense. He would be unable to activate its divine power during this time. Long Chen stood and patted off some dust. He was about to leave when an arrow of light suddenly pierced into the clouds in the distance. Divine light exploded, blowing away the clouds. "This aura, it's him." Long Chen's expression changed. He hastily rushed over in that direction. Rumbling rang out, and divine light exploded. Saber images and sword chi raged through the air. There were actually multiple people activating the power of their divine items in a crazy battle. "Monayan, I bet you never thought such a day would come for you. With death at hand, have you ever thought of digging your own grave?" Long Chen rushed over and saw over 100 people crazily attacking a cloaked man. Upon seeing that man with his face that still had a bit of baby fat, Long Chen smiled. Even after all these years, it seemed that this fellow had yet to change. Chapter 1876, Corpse Poison. The person being besieged from all sides by over 100 experts was one Long Chen hadn't seen in several years, Monayan. Monayan had a bow in hand and his manifestation was present behind him. Long Chen could see 2 figures within his manifestation. They were both standing there, their hands in a seal. Divine light flowed through them and into Monayan. Monayan was covered in blood. It was unknown if it was his or someone else's, but he looked to be in a bad spot. His aura was fluctuating intensely. It seemed as if he had been gravely injured. What was shocking, though, was that even in this state, even against experts who were activating the power of their divine abilities, the 5-colored bow in Monayan's hand was able to resolve all the attacks he faced. Even in his heavily injured state, he wasn't defeated. That bow, Long Chen saw all the attacks actually rebound off the bow. With Monayan's aura in a chaotic state, he was practically on his last legs. He was relying entirely on that bow in his hand. Monayan, you've committed too many sins. After grave robbing all day, your retribution has finally come, sneered someone. The majority of these experts were from the Ancient Family Alliance, and the others were from the Righteous Path, Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, and Xuanhuan Beasts. Clearly, they had formed an alliance. Long Chen's guess was not wrong. Pill Valley was finally baring its fangs. Even facing over 100 experts, Monayan cursed back. Fuck off, it's not grave robbing. Did your masters die early? Have you not heard of a term called archaeology? I, Monayan, am searching through ancient remains for the legacy of the human race. I'm enhancing the current cultivation world civilization. As a pioneer of the archaeology field, I will bring the world to an unprecedented future. What qualifications do you have to act like you're better than me? I know the heavens, I know the earth, and I know the air in between. I am one who explores the limits of the world, not a group of blind ants like you. What bullshit, to describe grave robbing so honorably, your face really is thick. Maybe no one else can compare when it comes to that, roared someone else. That person was especially angry because his family's tomb had been robbed by Monayan. It wasn't just him. Amongst the ancient families, most of them with a certain level of power or ancient inheritance had had their ancestral tombs robbed by Monayan. HMPH, when it comes to the thickness of one's face, I'm a far cry from Long Chen. Are you blind? Cursed Monayan. What the fuck? Even when I'm not there, I get shot by you. If you want to be shameless, fine, but don't bring me into it. Long Chen finally couldn't endure it anymore and jumped in. 72 golden rays of light shot through the experts attacking Monayan. Long Chen could see that Monayan was heavily injured, and he was forced to conserve his power to suppress his injuries. If he continued to do that, he would be worn down slowly. Knowing Monayan, if he was forced to that extent, he might do something crazy. The dragon teeth struck suddenly, catching the attackers off guard. By the time they reacted, the dragon teeth had reached them. Divine items shattered as those who clashed with the dragon teeth were blown apart. The majority of these people only had quasi-divine items, and they were unable to block the attack of the dragon teeth. They were instantly annihilated. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you came at a good time. Help me annihilate these bastards. Seeing Long Chen, Monayan was revitalized. Taking advantage of the chaos, 5-colored divine light came from his bow. Rays of light shot out, each striking their target. After Long Chen's attack, only 35 experts had survived relying on their half-step divine items. Those people were all elite Empyreans, but even so, Long Chen's attack had cost them half their lives. They were still hacking up blood when Monayan's arrows arrived. The arrows pierced through their heads and their accuracy was amazing. 35 arrows flew by and 35 experts were slain. Not one escaped. Even Long Chen was stunned. Monayan's archery was practically godlike. Long Chen waved his hand, grabbing the now masterless divine items. Before they could fight back, he tossed them in the primal chaos space. Several explosions erupted within the primal chaos space. Some divine items resisted and were annihilated by the primal chaos bead. It was the smarter ones who immediately went still and didn't dare to resist. Long Chen moved quickly, but he was still a bit too slow. The majority of the intact divine items managed to flee. He only managed to grab 17 swords. 5 of them exploded, but 12 of them submitted. Those 12 had comparatively more intelligent item spirits, so their quality was a bit higher. 12 divine items was quite the harvest. Ha ha ha, Monayan, it's been a while since I saw your fat face. Only then did Long Chen fly over to Monayan. He gave him a fierce embrace. After parting in the eastern wasteland, it had been many years. He had been concerned about him and hadn't expected to meet like this. Ha ha ha, your mouth is still the same. For you to have lived until today really is a miracle. Pfft. Monayan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, making Long Chen jump. What happened? Are you injured? Long Chen hastily took out a healing pill for him. He investigated Monayan's body and his expression suddenly changed. Monayan's body was filled with death chi. It was like he was turning into a corpse. Swallowing the pill, Monayan waved his hand. It's fine, I won't die. It's just an occupational disease of my archaeology. This is clearly the invasion of corpse poison. You've been within tombs for too long and the corpse poison has even invaded your soul. If this continues, you'll lose your life. Long Chen shook his head gravely. Fuck, isn't it all because of that idiot Dai Feng? Originally, this corpse poison was only irritable and I couldn't erase it, but it wasn't able to cause me any harm. In fact, I could even give some of it to others when I wanted to. But that Dai Feng kept attacking me. We have fought 3 battles since entering the yin-yang world without deciding a winner, but each time, the corpse poison would flare up. The third flare was especially bad. But it's fine, my body already has a certain resistance to the corpse poison, and as long as I have time I can slowly erase it. This time I was just unlucky. I found a good place but ended up encountering that Daifeng again. With the corpse poison still flaring, I had to run. He wanted the treasures from that place, so he sent some troops to irritate me. HMPH, it's fortunate you came, or I really might have died, said Mo Nian hatefully. You found a good place, but were driven away by Daifeng. Exactly. Let me tell you, based on my years of grave-dig archaeology, I'm sure that place is an absolute treasure, declared Mo Nian. It's just that I can't suppress my corpse poison yet. Otherwise, if the 2 of us went, we'd annihilate them. Your corpse poison, I have a way to get rid of it. You'll have to endure some pain, though. Long Chen placed a hand on Mo Nian's back. You can do that. This is no ordinary corpse poison. It's a kind of defense left behind by some terrifying experts after they died. It contains their will from when they were alive. Thunder Force suddenly surged out of Long Chen's hand and into Mo Nian's body. Mo Nian's hair stood on end, and his eyes almost popped out. How can your Thunder Force be so domineering? Exclaimed Mo Nian. He found that this Thunder Force was erasing the will within the corpse poison. It was like snow melting in the sunlight. My Thunder Force comes from Tribulation Lightning and is perfect for erasing your corpse poison. Endure it. It will definitely cause you some harm while expelling the corpse poison, said Long Chen. It's fine, come. This bit of pain is nothing to me. If I make a sound, it'll count as my loss AH. Mo Nian suddenly let out a cry as Long Chen's Thunder Force transformed into needles that stabbed his spiritual sea. That intense pain came out of nowhere. You lost. Fuck, you're still a Connor, raged Mo Nian. You're the one who started bragging first. Doesn't hitting your own face hurt? Laughed Long Chen. This was a reprisal for Mo Nian for saying his face was thicker. Long Chen's Thunder Force worked quickly. The Thunder Force itself was unable to erase the corpse poison, but it wiped away the will contained within it. With the will within it gone, it was easy for Mo Nian to get rid of the corpse poison. Consuming 2 pills Long Chen refined for him, the corpse poison was quickly expelled. He then focused on healing his injuries. Ha, I Mo Nian am resurrected. Daifeng, just wait, I'm going to beat your ass. Let's go. As soon as Mo Nian was recovered, he dragged Long Chen off in a certain direction. Chapter 1877, Taking Action. Long Chen and Mo Nian rushed off. Long Chen asked, You fought with Daifeng, how strong is he? Long Chen didn't know anything about Daifeng's power. All he knew was that he was one of Dai Long's sons, Dai Xin's big brother. He was also the secret successor of the ancient family alliance. As they would be mortal enemies, learning a bit more about him would be good. He's very powerful, almost frighteningly so. Having fought him 3 times, I know he was still hiding some powerful trump cards. Without absolute assurance in killing me, he refused to expose his trump cards. Furthermore, he is the secret weapon that Dai Long cultivated. He's someone created through all the resources of the ancient family alliance, and he has at least 3 top-grade divine items. If you encounter him, you have to be careful. He's also someone who schemes deeply and he's ruthless. He's a very dangerous person, said Mo Nian. In their 3 battles, while it looked like they had used up everything, he knew that Daifeng had held back. As for himself, because of having to divert power to fight Daifeng, the energy he had been using to suppress the corpse poison had weakened, causing it to flare up. In the end, Daifeng hadn't hunted him down personally because he had found a place of supreme treasures. Otherwise, he would very likely be a corpse. Now that Mo Nian's corpse poison was cured, he would no longer be distracted by it. However, there was no real way to determine which of them was stronger, and Mo Nian was not confident in beating Daifeng. He was truly powerful. You had 3 battles with him already, and then the 4th time you ran into each other, your corpse poison was flaring. It seems Heavenly Fate Island has also been scheming against you, said Long Chen. What? Og, now that you say that, I understand. I was always wondering how Daifeng and I managed to run into each other 4 times in a place as large as the yin-yang world. So it was caused by those bastards from Heavenly Fate Island, said Mo Nian hatefully. Are your grandpa and the others doing well? Asked Long Chen. They're all well, they're in a very hidden and safe place. No one can find them. That place is special and isolates them from the lines of fate. Even Heavenly Fate Island can't find them, said Mo Nian. Long Chen nodded. It was good that they were safe. However, why did Daifeng target you instead? You killed his little brother and slapped his father in the face. His enmity with you is greater than with me. Mo Nian suddenly looked at Long Chen. Because your face is bigger. It's definitely because that bastard thinks I'm an easier target. The ancient family alliance is in chaos because of me, so he wants to kill me to put himself in a perfect position to succeed his father as their leader. Tell me, why do you spend all day grave robbing? Asked Long Chen. He was curious. Was such a thing addicting, satisfying? It's archaeology, corrected Mo Nian. Fine, even if it's archaeology, why are you doing it? I've no choice. You probably have heard that my Mo family was the leader of the ancient family alliance. However, the Dai family relied on underhanded methods to get the other ancient families to betray us. They usurped us, and one of their main goals was our inherited divine item, the five-element sun hunting bow. In truth, after that battle for power, my Mo family was almost destroyed. Only some of the branches managed to escape, and they concealed their identities, hiding throughout the land. However, the great power of the five-element sun hunting bow that was unleashed in that battle threw the lines of fate into chaos, so no one could read where we went. Due to exhausting all of its power, the five-element sun hunting bow fell into a deep slumber. It was secretly buried in our ancestral lands, waiting for a descendant to awaken it. It was only upon obtaining the five-element sun hunting bow that I realized that when it unleashed its divine power back then, it not only screened us from the lines of fate, but also buried a portion of its power within the strongest experts present at the time. Those experts weren't aware of it, but it wasn't long before they all died one by one. Even in death, they didn't realize that they were dying because of the divine seed that the five-element sun hunting bow had buried within them. Those people were the top experts of their time. When they died, they were buried in their families' ancestral tombs. You should know that the large families always place their ancestral lands in the places with the best feng shui. That's to condense more karmic luck for their descendants. However, they didn't know that their ancestors' heroic spirits were consumed by the divine seeds, turning their ancestors' corpses into fertilizer. Those divine seeds sucked away the karmic luck within those tombs to strengthen themselves. In order to allow the five-element sun hunting bow to recover its strength, I need to slowly absorb those divine seeds. That's why I have to go grave robbing perform archaeology. At first, I didn't have much experience, so I dug a lot of useless holes. Later, I learned more and worked hard. My technique improved, and the facts prove that as long as a person works hard, they can master anything. Now, my technique is practically perfect. Furthermore, I have great attainments and rich practical experience when it comes to the art of archaeology. It seems we've gone off topic. Let's get back to it, said Long Chen. This fellow's eyes always lit up when he brought up grave robbing. Oh, later I excavated the corpses of the people who had surrounded my Mo family back then. I used the five-element sun hunting bow to absorb the divine seeds, allowing it to gradually recover. That's why I've been focused on researching the field of archaeology all these years. Through my work, I can recover the lost inheritances and history of the cultivation world, said Mo Nian proudly. To turn robbing tombs into such an outstanding line of work, perhaps only you are capable of that, said Long Chen. I knew that you wouldn't understand my archaeology, but I don't blame you. Mo Nian laughed, seemingly undaunted by Long Chen's words. Long Chen's mouth curled, but inside he was filled with shock. So the five-element sun hunting bow had sent its power throughout its enemies, and by having someone in the future excavate their tombs, it was possible to take revenge and obtain benefits. By scattering those seeds and reaping them when they were ripe, it was possible to get a huge return. That was a big move. His predecessors had planted the trees, while Mo Nian was reaping the benefits. Was it a coincidence? Or had the Mo family's ancestors really calculated that things would turn out this way? If it was the latter, then their scheming ability was terrifying. If they had even managed to calculate the timing of the great era coming, then it would be even more terrifying. This kind of scheming was even more amazing than Heavenly Fate Island. It looked like a coincidence, but if the Mo family had not meticulously arranged for all of this, it was impossible for there to be such a result. If the Mo family had been suddenly struck by a sneak attack and rushed, how could they plan things so perfectly? However, if they had known about the attack and prepared such a perfect backup plan, why hadn't they resolved the danger in the first place? Why allow the Mo family to be damaged to such an extent? It seemed somewhat contradictory. It seemed that even Mo Nian didn't know what his ancestors were thinking back then. Right now, his main goal was to continue robbing tombs to absorb those divine seeds, restoring the divine power of the five-element sun hunting bow. Long Chen, I should tell you that I noticed a treasured land of great feng shui. There are 9 dragon veins in the surroundings. It is a supreme place where the karmic luck of 9 dragon veins gathered to one place. Furthermore, a natural mountain passage leads into it, while its back is against a beautiful pool. It is clearly a blessed land, but actually within this peaceful appearance lies a trace. Stop talking about things I can't understand. Even if it is a land of treasures, Dai Feng entered before us. Any treasures would have been taken away by him. If we rush over, perhaps we can do something, but if you keep yapping, things will be over by the time we get there, said Long Chen. Dai Feng, Mo Nian snorted disdainfully. That fellow knows nothing of archaeology. Figuring out that place will definitely take him a few days. We should have time. The two of them flew quickly. Suddenly, they heard muffled sounds in the distance, and the ground shook slightly. What's going on? Could Dai Feng be trying to rely on brute force? Mo Nian's expression changed. They weren't far from the place he wanted to go, so this shaking made him uneasy. The two of them flew toward the sound, and they quickly saw explosions of divine light. There were experts fighting. Demon woman, let's see where you run this time. It's Dai Feng, exclaimed Mo Nian. Long Chen was also startled, and he quickly saw a mass of people surrounding a battlefield. At the center of the battlefield was a large man wearing a golden crown on his head. He was fighting barehanded against a woman, actually receiving a divine item's attacks without a weapon. The woman didn't have a manifestation, but there was a divine mark on her forehead, giving her endless energy. Each slash of her sword made a tearing sound, as if space was a cloth being torn apart. However, even going all out, that woman was suppressed by the bare-handed man. That man clearly hadn't used his full power yet. It's someone from the original devil race, wondered Mo Nian. When Long Chen saw that woman, his heart pounded. That woman was Yue Zioqian, and she was currently facing Dai Feng. Dai Feng had actually forced her to the point of unleashing the mark of the original devil race, exposing her status. Attacked together to kill Dai Feng, Long Chen had already shot off. All right, Mo Nian didn't care too much. As soon as it came to killing Dai Feng, he was energized. A 5-colored arrow shot out of the 5-element sun hunting bow. The arrow had just left his bow when it almost instantly reached Dai Feng many miles away. Chapter 1878, Decisive Clash with Dai Feng. Dai Feng was fighting intensely against Yue Zioqian, but he wasn't using his full power. He had seen that Yue Zioqian's status could not be low within the original devil race, so he wanted to capture her alive. He hoped to learn the whereabouts of the original devil race from her. The original devil race was the enemy of the entire continent. If he could really obtain the location of their headquarters, he could gather a giant force to annihilate them. He also knew that Long Chen had a definite relationship with the original devil race, but they had never managed to find any proof. If he could capture Yue Zioqian alive, then it didn't matter whether or not Long Chen admitted it. He had plenty of proof, or at least ways to make proof that Long Chen was the puppet of the original devil race, that he had betrayed the human race. Then Long Chen would also become the enemy of the whole continent, and even anyone related to Long Chen would be annihilated. That was why he didn't want to use his full power. He wanted to find a chance to capture her alive. For him to defeat her wasn't very difficult. The current Yue Zioqian was in a strange condition and unable to disguise herself as an Empyrean. Since she was also unable to use heavenly Tao energy, she was relying entirely on her divine mark. However, this place was not the skyscraping world. Although she wasn't suppressed here, she wasn't supported either, so she was at an immense disadvantage fighting here. Despite that, her power was still extremely great. To capture her alive was something even Dai Feng couldn't do without an opportunity. Suddenly, Dai Feng's expression changed. He swung his arm, and a spear emitting an ancient aura appeared, stabbing behind him. Boom! Mo Nian's arrow struck the spear, causing a huge explosion. The surrounding experts jumped in fright. They all turned to see who had attacked, but all they saw was a streak of lightning. A saber pierced through the air, and it was like all the killing intent in the world had been condensed within it. Dai Feng had no choice but to give up on Yue Zioqian. His spear faced Long Chen's evil moon. Boom! Long Chen's spear contained the power he had been accumulating on his way rushing over. He crashed into Dai Feng like a shooting star. Before this, Mo Nian's aura had only knocked Dai Feng back, but Long Chen's saber sent Dai Feng flying into the distance. The air Dai Feng passed through rumbled. It was like space was unable to bear the impact, and Dai Feng was unable to stabilize himself. Long Chen was truly infuriated. He wouldn't allow anyone to attack his women. Long Chen was covered in dragon scales. His divine ring was spinning behind him, and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. Dai Feng was startled, having never encountered such explosive power. His manifestation appeared behind him as he attempted to stabilize himself. However, space continued to rumble as if it was about to explode. He was unable to force Long Chen off. "It's you," Dai Feng finally recognized Long Chen. "How dare you injure my brother? I'll make sure to get justice for him," shouted Long Chen, killing intent overflowing out of him. Mo Nian was startled. Since when had this fellow been such an upholder of justice? No, he was definitely just using him. When Mo Nian saw Yue Zioqian's expression, he instantly realized that Long Chen was making an excuse for himself. Suddenly, Long Chen sent out a kick at Dai Feng's abdomen. Dai Feng snorted and also sent a kick to meet Long Chen's attack. Both their bodies shook, but just at this moment a ray of light pierced through the air, instantly reaching Dai Feng. Dai Feng had no choice but to twist his body away, and the arrow narrowly flew by his cheek. However, Dai Feng's expression was still calm. He was already familiar with Mo Nian's attacks. After dodging Mo Nian's attack, Dai Feng's spear lit up, about to unleash an attack to force Long Chen away. Now that Long Chen was at such a close range, he was unable to unleash the full abilities of his spear. However, just as he did this, a hand came from a strange angle and smacked him in the face. Dai Feng had managed to dodge Mo Nian's arrow, but he wasn't able to dodge Long Chen's slap, which was timed perfectly with the arrow. As a result, Long Chen sent him flying away. The sound of this slap resounded through the air, shocking the surrounding experts. "What? That's... How is that possible?" Hundreds of experts stared in dumbfounded shock. Their jaws dropped. Even having personally witnessed it, they couldn't quite believe it. The future leader of the Ancient Family Alliance, a peak expert, had actually been slapped in the face. "Heavens, isn't that Long Chen? And that's Mo Nian," everyone attacked. Someone finally reacted. Weapons began to blaze with light as hundreds of experts prepared to activate their divine items to kill Long Chen and Mo Nian. However, the majority of them went after Mo Nian. One reason was because they were confident that Dai Feng could kill Long Chen on his own, while another was that they hated Mo Nian more. The majority of the experts here were from the Ancient Family Alliance. All of them had a deep enmity with Mo Nian. "Long Chen die!" Dai Feng suddenly roared. The sound waves alone were like a giant wave crashing through the world. He was fully infuriated. His manifestation changed, and a crowned figure appeared within it. That figure's hands were in a seal, and divine light flowed out the seal. When its palms separated, they actually opened a gate before it. Immortal light flowed out of the gate and into Dai Feng's body. With the support of this immortal light, Dai Feng seemed to become an immortal king. He looked both wise and powerful. However, his aura didn't match with his sinister expression. Dai Feng's spear pierced through the air at Long Chen. Immortal light sealed heaven and earth. Boom! Long Chen slashed Evil Moon at the spear while also dodging to the side. As a result, his saber image instantly shattered. Although he managed to avoid the spear, the shockwaves blew him back. He almost coughed up blood. "This is a paragon art." Boom! Dai Feng's spear tore through the ground, splitting the mountain range. The power of his attack was appalling. With Dai Feng using a paragon art, Long Chen couldn't tarry. His Yuan spirit formed hand seals, and thunder force gathered throughout the world. Thunder rumbled and a berserk aura rose. Lightning filled the world, immersing Long Chen. Upon extending a hand, a lightning spear appeared in Long Chen's grasp. Bang! The two spears collided. Long Chen's lightning spear actually exploded. "This is just a quasi-paragon art. You aren't even connected to another world's energy and are still suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. You think that's enough to resist a true paragon art? What a joke," sneered Dai Feng as he attacked again. "Does your face not hurt?" sneered Long Chen, another lightning spear condensing in his hands. He once more threw it at Dai Feng. Yet again his spear was shattered. Dai Feng's spear was merciless and pierced toward Long Chen. However, his expression quickly changed. Long Chen was now forming hand seals himself. A lightning dragon had appeared around him, and it formed a swirling lightning portal. As the portal was forced open, a torrent of terrifying lightning burst out of it, pouring into this world. Long Chen's lightning spear condensed once more. He smiled. When Long Chen connected to the morning Dao lightning field, he felt a powerful surge of thunder force pouring into his body. He had limitless energy. His spear pierced forward, and the lightning domain behind him gave him immense power. This time, an ear-ringing explosion occurred when the two spears collided, blinding people. Both of them were blown back by the immense power. The instant those two spears collided, amongst the endless lightning, 72 dragon teeth silently pierced toward Dai Feng. Dai Feng was startled. Long Chen's attacks came one after another. He didn't even know when those dragon teeth had appeared, as they were hidden in the lightning. The huge figure within Dai Feng's manifestation suddenly formed a hand seal, and rays of immortal light shot out like flying swords. As the dragon teeth collided with the flying swords, the void shook and exploded. Immortal light filled the battlefield, making it so people were unable to see what was going on. Dai Feng suddenly let go of his spear. Floating in the air, he formed hand seals rapidly. The figure within his manifestation followed his movements exactly. As Dai Feng formed those seals, his spear seemed to awaken. It blazed with light, and the immense power caused space to twist. The runes on the spear began to light up one by one according to some kind of sequence. When the final rune lit up, the spear grew in size, becoming a giant heavenly spear. Void-breaking Overlord Spear. When the spear's power reached a peak, the clash between the flying swords and dragon teeth was coming to an end. With a roar, Dai Feng sent his giant spear piercing forward. Just as the spear shot forward on the other side, the endless lightning domain also vanished. All that lightning had been compressed into one spear. Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. Long Chen also let out a shout, as the two of them unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Chapter 1879, A Battle Between Giants. Boom, the two spears collided in the air, and then it was like the world exploded. Endless divine light exploded. Long Chen and Dai Feng both coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cracks covered their entire bodies as they were almost blown apart by that terrifying power. Again, Long Chen roared and Thunder Force condensed behind him. With his last attack, all the Thunder Force he had summoned had been used up. Now he summoned forth more power from his lightning world. A lightning spear rapidly condensed in his hand. Thunder Force surged out of the portal behind him. Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. Long Chen launched an attack once more, just as berserk as the last, an attack with the power to destroy the land. In fact, it was even stronger than his first attack. Dai Feng snorted. He also unleashed the same attack as before. A powerful explosion shook the world again. This was a clash of brute power between paragon arts. It was the simplest collision. Yet again, the two of them were sent flying and coughed up blood. Again, Long Chen let out a crazy roar. A new lightning spear was born in his hand. What the fuck? What's he doing? Even Mo Nian jumped in shock as he crazily blocked the attacks of the other experts. Long Chen was being truly vicious right at the start. Yue Zioqian's sword was dancing in the air as she blocked a portion of the experts' attacks. She kept an eye on Long Chen. Long Chen looked like a furious battle god. The sight of him like that made her emotional. This viciousness toward Dai Feng was because of her. She couldn't help being moved, especially since this person going crazy to protect her was also the person that she loved. Boom! A third clash of paragon arts exploded. The world had been ruined beyond recognition. The ground was turned to rubble, and lava spurted out in various places. Those experts that had come with Dai Feng were pale with fright. Now they were seeing the terror of the Eastern Wasteland's Demon King. Right off the bat, Long Chen unleashed his strongest attack over and over again. That kind of undefeatable will gave them chills. Again, Long Chen extended a hand, and another lightning spear appeared in his hand. Dai Feng's expression finally changed. After 3 intense clashes, he couldn't hold on. He didn't have Long Chen's powerful physical body anymore, and his body would be in danger of exploding. Dai Feng formed rapid hand seals and flew back. The figure in his manifestation clapped its hands together. Rays of immortal light shot out of it in an attempt to interrupt Long Chen's paragon art. Long Chen snorted, and 72 dragon teeth appeared in front of him. Those rays of immortal light exploded upon contact with them, unable to break through. Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. The lightning spear once more shot out. The immortal light crumbled in front of it. Dai Feng rapidly formed hand seals as he retreated, unleashing more divine light to form barriers in front of him. The lightning blasted through his immortal light. Dai Feng had summoned 27 barriers, all of which were destroyed by the lightning spear. However, it was also starting to dim. Finally, Dai Feng stabbed his spear forward. After having most of its energy exhausted, the lightning spear was easily dealt with. A powerful paragon art was handled just like that. "You've fallen for it, Dai." Suddenly, a grim voice rang out behind Dai Feng. A wild lightning spear stabbed toward his back. Dai Feng was shocked. At some point, Long Chen had appeared behind him, so he hastily swept his spear toward Long Chen. Divine power raged. He had actually activated the power of his divine item. However, what Dai Feng hadn't expected was that this lightning spear was actually incredibly weak. It lacked any power. It was like he had smashed an egg with his spear. There was no resistance at all. "Not good." Dai Feng's expression completely changed. He sensed something behind him, but he had no time to look back. Boom! A lightning spear silently pierced his back. It struck him directly, and the lightning spear's power exploded like a volcano. A powerful explosion rocked the sky, smashing Dai Feng into the ground like a meteorite. Dai Feng coughed up 3 large mouthfuls of blood. His robes were wrecked, revealing a scale-like skin. That wasn't his skin, but a tight-fitting armor. It looked like it was made of scales, but those scales were actually divine runes that interconnected. At this critical moment, Dai Feng had activated this armor's divine power to block Long Chen's attack. If it hadn't been for it, he would have died. Before Dai Feng could even stand up, a giant arrow shot toward him. Dai Feng was startled and infuriated. He swung his spear in front of him, and his armor lit up. These 2 divine items were actually able to link together to form a great defensive shield. Boom! The arrow struck a shield of divine light, and the world shuddered. Dai Feng once more coughed up blood and tumbled back. "Just wait." Dai Feng suddenly took out a golden jade talisman and crushed it. He gave one final glare at Long Chen and Mo Nian. Boom! Long Chen's lightning spear and Mo Nian's arrow both ended up missing. They struck the land, filling the sky with dust. Dai Feng had used the jade talisman to flee. Kill Dai Feng's dogs. Even with Dai Feng having fled, Long Chen's gaze was cold. The thunder force behind him scattered. He sent the 72 dragon teeth to the appalled experts. "Run!" Those experts' expressions completely changed. Even Dai Feng had fled. How could they resist both Mo Nian and Long Chen? Experts fled in every direction, while Long Chen's dragon teeth cut them down. Mo Nian also shot his arrows. Each of them took an expert's life. Miserable screams rang out. Divine items filled the air, and Long Chen flew back and forth, gathering them. Yue Xiaoqian was standing to the side, not doing anything. Long Chen had already told her not to participate. In order to take the divine items, Long Chen was slower with his attacks. In the end, it was Mo Nian killing people and Long Chen gathering the divine items. However, these people were very strong with powerful trump cards. Some of them were able to block one of the attacks of the dragon teeth, and some fled so quickly that they were gone in the blink of an eye. Everyone who had fled was gone, while those who hadn't fled would never be going anywhere. Only then did Long Chen slowly come to Yue Xiaoqian's side. "Sorry, I might have implicated you," apologized Yue Xiaoqian. This time, she might have caused a huge calamity. Long Chen would be hunted down by the entire world. "How did you implicate me? By the way, who are you? I wasn't fighting just now because you're beautiful, but as vengeance for my brother. I'm a particularly righteous man. For my brother, I would stab myself, and for beauty, I would stab my brother. Beauty, do you want to try it? As long as you kiss me, I'll demonstrate it right now." Long Chen smiled. "You bastard, we barely reunited and you do this to me. Shameless," cursed Mo Nian. Yue Xiaoqian was crying but smiling as well, hearing his words. This was why Long Chen had shouted that he was getting revenge for Mo Nian at the start. He had arranged his way out from the beginning. If someone said that he was colluding with the original devil race, he would refuse to admit it and say that it was for Mo Nian. He would say that he had no idea who she was. Although his enemies wouldn't believe it, Long Chen was already familiar with this move. "Let me introduce you. This is my best friend Mo Nian, just like me. He's an evil fellow," said Long Chen. "Miss, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm actually a good person," Mo Nian quibbled. "Do you even believe yourself? Would a good person go grave digging every day?" snorted Long Chen. "At least, it's better than you tricking someone into drinking bull milk." "He drank it himself. It has nothing to do with me." "All right, I won't waste my time with you. We're not far from the treasures. Let's talk while we walk." Mo Nian pointed in a direction. The three of them set off, and Long Chen asked how Yue Zioqian had encountered Dai Feng. The truth was that Yue Zioqian had also sensed that this place's terrain was special. She felt it was likely a giant tomb with some terrifying existence buried within it. That was why she had entered. Who would have thought that as soon as she entered, she would encounter Dai Feng and the others who were at a loss? They had been wondering how to get in. She had tried to slip away, but Dai Feng had noticed her and wanted her to stay behind. As a result, she was forced to expose her divine mark to keep him at bay, exposing her identity. If Long Chen and Mo Nian hadn't come, she would have been forced to kill herself. This was also one reason why Long Chen was so infuriated. He knew that Yue Zioqian would rather die than let others learn the secrets of the original devil race from her body. That would bring a calamity to the original devil race. Hee, we've arrived, now how do we get in? They arrived at a giant man-made cave in a mountain. Wait, I suddenly have a brazen idea. Long Chen suddenly had an evil thought.